And that looked like it succeeded. Why coffee just have Red Bull? I don't drink Red Bull, in all honesty. I don't drink energy drinks. And oh, thank you, Eric, for the sub.
And what have the Mongols sent me? No doubt a bribe begging me not to destroy them.
Oh yeah, that's a point for us to handle by the stream tomorrow. We'll need to get alerts for the Onamaru channel too on my setup. I'll make a list of stuff. I figured as we do this, I'll learn about dual streaming better on both channels. So I'll make a list of stuff I need to work on. List I need to integrate the Brazilian Dynasties overlays, and then alerts for the Onamaru channel. No wonder I didn't get to cast. I know, I didn't drink the Red Bull. Well, I think we'll have lots of other events to be casting at. I enjoyed being in the audience there. Let me just see for the Team Onamaru channel. On YouTube, if it's there. Did someone ask for my autograph? Oh, fail wall. You were the perfect person to tell this story to, because it's about a wall failure. Yeah, I was walking down the hallway. There's lots of people asking for autographs. I was walking down the hallway, and in the middle of the hallway, some guy was like, "Hey, you're T West," so I stopped to talk to him. And as we're talking, we probably should have moved over to the side of the hallway, right? There's just like you can improve at casting, you can improve at meeting people and positioning yourself when you talk to them. Because someone tried to slide behind him and the wall. And that guy, as he was trying to pass, he realized who I was and was like, "Oh, hi, T West." And as he said that, he tripped on the wedge that was holding the door closed. Because there are doors that close across the hallway. They were opened. And when he tripped there, the door closed, flung forward from the door that was closed, flung forward from the wall, hit the first guy, and he spilled his beer all over the floor. And hello everyone, hello Bob, hello Susie. Also everyone, make sure to go follow the Onamaru channel. We're dual streaming, so it should be linked in the stream title to go check them out. And we're just waiting for Jordan versus Golly to get started. And speaking of that, I should probably open the spectator dashboard and check that I'm not missing them. As that is what always happens when you're streaming. They start the game and you don't even realize it. And oh yes, they did. Ooh. And let me just double check we got everything set up correctly and hop into the game. And I think we're good. All right, Jordan with the civ that needed to be picked at Red Bull, the Britons. He'll be playing over here to the west in the blue, and Gali will be playing as the green Portuguese to the east. I totally did not realize they started the game. That's the bad thing about adminning and streaming and everything at the same time. Thank you,
Saladin, I am afraid that I do not trust your motives. Turn back at once.
Thank you for the sub. So we'll have a Javelina for Jordan. It is a land nomad start, so nothing happens too much in the Dark Age anyway. We get right... This is essentially Empire Wars. This is essentially Empire Wars, and here we go. So this is our first game of the tournament. It is Pantanal, and hopefully everyone from Brazil will enjoy having some maps made based on the local regions, as Jordan will be luring in that Javelina. And Britons... what is this crazy Britons pick for a nomad map? I mean, this is an early round. Maybe Jordan's thinking that... Is this 9-vil start? Yes, it is 9-vil start. Maybe Jordan's thinking, I got enough of an advantage. I'll win anyway. I won't save my best civ picks for later. There are lots of capybaras on the map, so you can pick them up, and it's great to take them with the Britons with their faster working herdable villagers. And over here we have Gali. And, well, what are we going to see from Gali this game as the Portuguese? You'd maybe expect organ guns? Maybe Britain's something of a counterpick to the Portuguese. Their longer range archers good against gunpowder, against the organ guns. And who is Javelina? Are there any left? Javelinas are these things. This is a new graphic added in the new DLC. Javelinas always have been in the game since the Conquerors, but they were exactly the same as boar aside from the name. Now they have their own graphics, and they have only 300 food instead of 340, so they have a bit less food. And Gali is just a pretty well-known player at this point. I need to add Gali to my player list, hold on. As Jordan's coming in with an archer and trying to kill a villager. Try and get some kills here. Gali will pull them back. This might disrupt the fast castle just a bit as Jordan's up to the castle age himself. And those archers doing some good damage in early feudal. Let me just get Gali's team name added. Alright, I'll get that between the games so I can look it up properly. So, defensive tower for Gali. And 3, 2, 1, castle age. They start with many vills, or no, it is a 9-vil start for the Dark Age. As I said, almost Empire Wars earlier because there wasn't anything going on in the Dark Age, and I was late joining, so we sped up through the Dark Age. But now that we're in the Castle Age, we have Horsecollar and a Bodkin for Jordan, and he's going to be harassing this TC. The Britons will get right up to, well, 6 range now that he's in the Castle Age, 7 with Bodkin, and 8 will be upon researching crossbow. Over to the right, we have Gali running to another wood line. He'll be throwing up a mining camp on a stone, maybe up has one already. So surely going for the organ guns, as Jordan will go for a second TC using that cheaper Britain TC bonus. And right now it looks like we're simply going to have crossbow play from Jordan against the organ guns. Crossbows will outrange the organ guns. If Gali's able to make a castle in a good spot, force Jordan to take fights, then it becomes a problem. Then the crossbows die to the organs, but only if the organs force the fight. If Jordan can use the range, avoid taking that direct fight, and stay far away, then he should be in a good spot. And I've not seen the Britons played in such a long time on a 1v1, but I think Jordan's showing why they're a pretty decent pick on this map. The wood lines in the middle are very small, and there are clumps of gold only in the middle, stone on the outside, gold in the middle. So you do have to hold the middle. Won't they force him to castle in a safe spot? Well, under a tower is a fairly safe spot, and at the very least the castle does cover both the gold and the wood line. However, safe when you're against the long range of Briton archers is a bit of a relative term. I'll have a town center, 2 extra town centers for Gali. Okay, so longer castle age, but losing a couple vills in the process. 2 vills down, bit of TC. Well, actually, yeah, 2 vills down for Gali, and a bit of TC idle time as well. And the castle will go up. Yeah, 3 TC plus organ production does feel rough. However, there is a lot of hunt on the outside. There are these papaya trees, these reskinned berries for the South American DLC, and these rhea, which are reskinned deer. If anyone knows anything about the rhea, I'd love to learn some animal facts. I see deer all the time in the woods by me. I've never seen a rhea IRL. That's the fun part about the DLC. We get to learn about the new animals. We get flamingos as birds. And trying to skirt around that castle is Jordan going to the side. It's still maybe a bit surprised he hasn't done crossbow. And as I say that, he clicks it. And probably will look for ballistics too. The cheaper TCs of the Britons do help you get out that university in ballistics early. Roadkill's the state animal of New Jersey. That's what they do by me. They take the deer to a nearby zoo and feed him to the lions if they're a roadkill. Like ostriches, but smaller. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. They can run up to 64 kilometers per hour. Nice. That's fast. In a short sprint, or is that sustained over distances? Distant relatives to emus. So crossbows here from Jordan, still harassing this TC. What Jordan has not seen is the TC all the way to the north of the map. And he'll be fighting the organ guns with the crossbows. And here come the organs, and we see just how effective those organs are. If Jordan closes the distance, he's on spread formation though, losing a couple of crossbows. I feel the organs are much better when they're amassed, and the volleys can hit more even if a few misses come in. But quite a few crossbows went down for Jordan, some others are low on HP. Organs not healed by monks, instead repaired by vills, but golly, not there in time to repair. And we're seeing, even with Jordan rushing their organ guns when they're in small numbers, crossbowmen can dance around. Already thinking of challenging them to distance running? That's exactly the point. That's why I like co-casting with Dash. He was a D1 distance runner, and just like me, is now dealing with old age injuries. Get up to 80 pounds? Well, that's why they have 140 food on them. And there's wheelbarrow for Jordan as the organ guns come try to force a few crossbows away. Jordan split up the crossbows now, but still can dance around the organs. Organs only have 7 range, so the crossbows will be just a bit outside that range. And forward workshop for Jordan now. Organ guns are also weak to mangonels. But against the mangonels, the Portuguese do have an option to go for a monk defense. Redemption monks are great, and underneath the castle, we do have a gold mine for Golly. Yeah, Survivalist still runs. And oh, double kill from the TC. Golly killing 2 of Jordan's crossbows here. Jordan, he's kept that economy running. That early 3 TC boom has given him a nice villager lead and a 2,000 res collected lead, as he will be thinking of even a 4th TC. Now, that's a 4th TC without even investing into a university and ballistics. So since he didn't spend wood on the university, he can do the workshop in the mangonel, and he's thinking that he wants the mangonel in preference to ballistics. Defensive mangonel for Golly, and it's always hard to use mangonels against the Britons, since just like they outrange the organ guns, they outrange the mangonels. And with split formation micro these days, it's rough. We saw that instance, I think it was Hera versus MBL, where MBL had 3 mangonels and Hera killed all of them with crossbows. Britons may be a bit easier, but still the same thing applies these days. Jordan, in his youth, one of the best players at micro there was at the time, but I think things have been taken to another level these days. Oh, and Gabby! Hello, Gabby! How are you doing? It's lovely to see you around. Is that a pineapple on pizza? What is that emote? Anyway, some crossbows coming over. They'll be harassing more of these vills up here on the farm. Jordan, no ballistic, so he doesn't get a kill, but we'll still idle the vill. Looks like there was a mangonel going down by the workshop, and Jordan will be getting his own defensive castle. And I wonder if he'll get his own longbows. Longbow is always fun to see. And up over here, we have organ guns killing the crossbows. We'll have a trail of bodies as Jordan has to run away. Golly can chase him down and try to head him off. That's a Twitch global emote. That's also a war crime in Italy. And a few crossbows, but the organ guns almost there. Golly might try to do a gate. Now, and yep, exactly that. Yeah, you can't wall atop the shallows, but you can wall next to it and try to slow down the crossbows. You also can't dock on this map. These are just shallows that you can cross over, but can't wall on. And we'll have wheelbarrow for Golly, faster vills. Better able to run away from any of Jordan's raids. Jordan adding outposts along the south as he goes over to stone. And there is the longbow. There we go. There are the longbows. Jordan must have watched so much Red Bull that he just had to pick Britons and make longbows in his first game back.
Ao seu dispor. Quais são as vossas ordens? Ao seu dispor.
And we'll have gold mining and heavy plow. Pepperoni pizza is the best pizza? God, chat.
Ao seu dispor.
What is this Twitch emote doing to y'all? Anyway, we have a Repairville forward for Gali, as Gali will be trying to push the TC here. And oh, getting a nice shot on the villagers of Jordan. As the TC still is getting mangonelled. And a few defensive longbows come out for Jordan from that castle, and he dodges. Longbowmen still the same range, 8 range as crossbows in the Castle Age. It's not until they become elite that they really get that range advantage over the other Britain archers. Second castle for Jordan, and I think the longbow is a unit that the Portuguese will struggle against quite a lot once they get amassed.
Ready. Yay. Ready.
So I actually love the Civ pick from Jordan, anticipating Portuguese as the Civ played on this map, and then probably going Britons as a counter. Which civs don't struggle against the massive longbows? That is a good point. That is a good point. AOC Koreans with 12 range siege onagers. That's probably one. And in the original siege onager version, before it was cut to 11. So there are some longbows going down. Well, here's how you don't struggle against longbows. You hope your opponent stops microing for a moment and walks right into your organ guns. It's still that situation where if the units get close to each other and they take a straight up fight, that the organs will decimate the longbows. Jordan has to rely on his micro here.
Quais são as vossas ordens? Ao seu dispor.
So organs going down.
Mandatum.
And we'll have gold shaft mining on the way for Jordan. What about Goths? I don't think Huskarls would camp. That's a good point. Goths too. Goths too.
Yay.
And another castle. On the race to Imperial Age, Gali at least will be up just a bit faster, and can add Bombard Cannon along with the Trebuchets. The Britons are great in a castle war once they get Warwolf added in. Warwolf, their unique tech that Trebs deal blast damage and are more accurate. And the accuracy part is great because that means Treb versus Treb, they hit enemy Trebs 100% of the time. They go from 15% accuracy to 100 and absolutely destroy enemy Trebs. So it's easy to hold the castle's long-range longbows, long-range Trebs, and Warwolf. And they do also have siege engineers as an option for even more range in their Trebs, up to 17. And we have Yeomen coming in on the way up to the Castle Age. Used to be their Imp tech, now is in Castle Age, gives their Archer line 1 more range. So these longbows will get up to 9 range with that tech, and then 10 once Imp comes in.
Yay.
And then 11 once Bracer comes in after Imp. So Jordan just about 1 minute away from getting to the point where he really doesn't care about the organ guns anymore. 7 range against 11 range longbows. Even if they're not elite, they will win the fight. Hello, Luca. How good are Warwolf Trebs versus Bombard Cannon? Splash damage helps out a lot. Splash damage helps. The accuracy, not as important because the cannon can be microed, but if the cannon aren't being microed, then yeah, the accuracy helps. Masonry from Jordan, that'll help boost the HP of the castles for the Treb fight. Always a good tech to pick up if you're anticipating a Treb fight on the way up to Imp. He has about a 20-ville lead and is up by around 7,000 resources collected. So he's played this map very well. I'd imagine the Yonomaru players are practicing quite a bit for their own LAN, especially the ones who weren't over at Red Bull. Warwolf Trebs turning into wolves when in night mode. Werewolf Trebs. Yep, there were a few show matches using these maps. We tried to host some show matches during the sign-up period. Yes, it's this. Oh my gosh, I led the spam bot to the Onomaru chat. There's scale guarding armor. And you can see just how effective these trebs are going to be, even, let's see, yeah, with Warwolf, 100% accuracy. One of the great things about the splash damage is actually killing the repair vills, but the longbows help do that too. And there we go, GG from Golly, calling it right away. Right away. Are there any invited players? Hera is invited. Everyone else has to qualify. So there we go, Jordan winning game number 1. Great start to the game. And the archer pressure on the player who tried to go for the fast castle worked out.
Yay.
We got to see Britons, we got to see longbows, we got to see everything Red Bull wanted in our very first game. And that's what Britons can do. We had a bit of an outpost in the back, but no raids on Jordan's base. And everything looked clear around here. With some, oh, how do you even get the outposts back there? So Jordan with 100% map vision. I know Lewis did this all the time in Sudden Disaster. Maybe now his teammates are picking up the same outpost strategy. Is this a new map? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I designed it specifically for this event, so it's a brand new land nomad-esque map. And military counts, still 36 to 37 overall, but you can see the timing difference on the military count, whereas in feudal on the way up to castle, Jordan had those archers to be raiding. And he had his build planned out very, very well, using all those capybaras as the Britons. So well done for Jordan, congrats to him. Outpost vision is so valuable, 100% agreed. And also remember, everyone, go check out the Onamaru Twitch channel too. I'll be dual streaming these matches on my channel and on their channel throughout the qualifier, so go make sure to give them some follows too. Go say hi in their chat, give them some chatters. And let's see, we should have another game coming up. Let's see what the spectator dashboard tells us. Still says they're in Panta now, maybe I gotta refresh. It'll be Vale da Silva as our next map. A very open map, kind of similar to Vulpine in a way. That was part of the inspiration for it, with the rock terrain. It'll be Tatos for Jordan and Shu for Golly. And we do have 4 sets coming up today. We have 3 Onamaru players. Jordan, Andy, and... let me double check the schedule. Jordan, Andy, and Dagao all playing today. Next we'll have Dagao Stark coming up at 17 GMT. We also have freaking Andy versus Young Panda. And also at the same time as that, Syscon versus Scotty. So we'll do one of those live and one of them as Rex. Syscon versus Scotty is probably the closer matchup there. But you might recognize freaking Andy versus Young Panda, because Young Panda was the author of Skakuza, which you might have seen from Warlords last year. He's been around as a map scripter for a while. Came up with the idea for the Reverse Acropolis map we'd used in TTL. The Tato is for Jordan. When will be the regional qualifier? Gabby's like, when is the event I'm going to win? That is on the 20th and 21st. So right after the second international qualifier. And here we go. And this is our Jungle Valley map. We will have Gali to the northwest as the red, playing as the Shu, and Jordan to the southeast as the blue Tatars. Please end the Hera streak. Everyone would love if Gabby's the one to do it. So there is this rock terrain running straight down the middle of the map. So you can't quite wall it off completely. You do have a couple of tapirs, another one of the new animals in the back. This is just a boar reskin. I guess it's technically a type of bear. Look at that guy run. He'll be hunted under the TC. Same stats as the boar, 340 food. And then the woodlines are towards the back. So fairly open map. Some of the feedback I got early on was I moved the woodlines back, and I also moved the players a bit farther apart. There are some deer right in the middle you can push into the TC. It's a giant mole. Oh, that's crazy. I can kind of see that in these graphics. That's crazy. It looks pretty cute. Look at the little shake it does. Oh, that's cute. Oh, Gabby the trash talk so much so that its automod holds it. The next appear being pulled in. There we go. So Jordan here, I know he was practicing this map because he sent me a bug report that I'll need to fix. Apparently, I used some tricks to make sure that the rock terrain is always 2 tiles wide. Apparently, if your scout spawns on it, then something breaks. Can't cope with the cute capybara being hunted. The capybaras, the deers, the tapirs. I enjoyed using all the new assets. At Red Bull, apparently, Vodka had not just the 2 PCs he used to spectate, but a 3rd PC where he was spamming fox noises on maps without foxes to annoy T90. I can't wait for T90 to get back from his vacation and then hear all of the new animal noises that I've added to these maps. Because TTL, I'd made those maps well before the DLC came out. And then same thing with Red Bull, those were made before the DLC. So this will be the first time we actually get to see the new DLC assets. Not just the civs, but all the other assets properly in an event. You can listen to them right there. Oh. T90's gonna enjoy that. Thought it was a joke. He did, didn't he? He actually did it. He did it. Yeah, pet the capybara and give it a nice little pet. Hello, Chipmunk. How you doing, Chipmunk? And then Loom on the way for Golly, as this map has a lot of capybara out on the sides. So first you have the wood on the back, but then you do have this valley area where all the stones and golds are set up on either side, pretty far away from your TC. You only have 2 gold piles. How long until capybara nothing? Oh, has that happened already? But you only have 2 gold piles at your starting base, so you have to move pretty far out to the sides if you want to look for gold. Gold distribution is random, you have to head out there. And thank you, Bahet, for the follow. Again, make sure you give the Onamaru stream a follow, too. That's already on my list of, I need to make sure I have Onamaru alerts on the stream. Going forward. Whale songs on water maps? Oh my gosh, that'd be great. So up to feudal is Jordan, and immediately he's doing an archery range. Tatars on this map are an interesting pick. There are some hills on the outside, but not all that much. They're spaced out pretty far. So by the time you get to the top of the hill, it's mostly covered by wood, and I don't think you'll get much of a hill advantage from being there. How was the excursion? The excursion was a lot of fun. The excursion was great. The location being right next to easy train access from Heathrow in London was amazing. So it was a very easy trip for me. And Golly, being up a bit later, will have to start out being a bit defensive, but at least inside of the walls, he does have a gold tile, or 2 gold tiles. And Jordan will eat a volley of arrows from Golly's TC as he comes forward with a skirm. That's a scout fight. Oh, Golly winning the scout fight there. Jordan might have pulled back, fearing the TC, and ended up taking an extra hit. As Golly once more will be going for a fast castle. So a fast castle as the shoe. Is this FC War Chariots? Despite being wide open because of this rock terrain, Golly actually has managed to wall up along the sides. That's what I thought makes this map kind of interesting. I don't know if it's open or if it's closed, because you have safe wood and a very easy to wall side of your base, but also an open front, and you have to leave for resources. But maybe it'll be Golly relying on a clandestine economy coming down here for the gold. Any nickname that starts with G can do anything. I love how Gabby's so confident in herself that she shares the confidence with everyone else. And oh, there goes the TC, killing a spear, but the spear got a hit on the scout. And villagers will be knocking down the skirms. Skirms were trapped. Nice quick wall from Golly. And Jordan's saying, I deal with this when I practice with Viper all the time. Why do I have to face this now against Golly? Golly doing a good job now, adding in a mining camp. Will be Jordan with the forward vills who had done the tower. Tower does cover the other gold, so that's why Golly had to come down here for the clandestine eco to avoid that tower fire. Not sure the gates were worth it. And oh, look at all the capybaras. Look at the capybaras. Well, this is why we have Tatars then for Jordan. His plan was capture the capybaras and use the longer-lasting food bonus from the capybaras. Well, there's Golly up to the castle age, and I think that that actually works against the player doing a fast castle, because once you're up to the feudal age, you have the stronger and faster scout, so you limit your enemy's ability to move around the map with their Dark Age scout, and they won't be able to pick up all the capybaras as easily. And we see the difference in eco right here. 0 capybaras versus all the capybaras in the world. 14. And with the war chariot, Golly's going to have to hope that war chariots will make up for the difference in economy. Because Jordan will have a much better eco, adding in the market now. He's not fully walled yet, and both of his golds are forward. Both are forward. And the war chariot will be killing the skirms. Do skirms get bonus damage versus chariots? No, they do not. No, they do not. Only against archers. Chariots do not count as archers. Spears do. Spears have bonus damage. They count as cav, but not as archers. So, peacefully chopping at that lumber camp is Golly. You have to remember to move your lumber camps on the map quite a bit. The wood line has a couple of little holes in it, and you have to make sure you keep going back to the wood if you cut into one of the pockets. So watchtower defense from Jordan, trying to hold on until the castle age. And he will have to go for the side economies too. And oh, he's grabbing even more capybaras. And that winning the scout fight is so huge for him because he can pick up those capybaras. Double Siege Workshop. That's the point of the build, right? Double Siege Workshop. These aren't that expensive, and since they don't cost food, they're a bit cheap, but you can't throw them away to the TCs. Can't throw them away to the TCs. And I think part of the problem for Golly now is that he won't be able to scout the way Jordan did because he doesn't have a fast cav unit, losing that scout early on, and he doesn't know where's Jordan taking gold. Jordan has 3 vills on gold. Denying these golds doesn't mean Jordan will be out of resources. And there's the castle age. Don't think that'll be denied, but I like the addition of the ram, destroys the stable. And the only thing that I think is going to work against Golly here is, that, well, 1, the capybaras, but 2, the lack of being able to scout. And if there's ever a point where Golly thinks that, yeah, I can run under the TC and get to the back, that might be pretty strong. Jordan, even another set of walls up along that rock terrain. Yeah, Tatar is more food, so a bit different than the Jurchen one. You can't kill one sheep and leave it out there and come back to it later. It does still decay. So Ram takes out the archery range. Jordan doing double stables in the back, and he will be going double stable knights. And perhaps the downside of this build is, so far, I don't see any monks accompanying it. So knights, step lancers, whatever Jordan wants to do, will be effective here. But Jordan might be losing a TC. Wait just a minute, Jordan might be losing a TC. That ram! Look at the effectiveness of that ram. Ram also taking some TC fire away from the war chariots, and the TC's going down. Jordan happy to get castle, but now, oh, look at all those dead capybaras he won't be able to take. He has to run to the wood line, and Jordan facing a ton of pressure here as Golly's moving in. The knight, maybe the knight. I think knight's really hard counter war chariots, though. Jordan still has more vills. Thank you also, Info, for the Prime sub to Team Onamaru. Isn't that just GG? And in these Phosphor games, it's never just GG. It's 30 to 32. Although, wait. You know what Jordan did? Jordan sold his stone to get up to the castle age, and that means he doesn't actually have stone to do another TC. He doesn't have stone for another TC. Where is he out here? He had a stone mine, but he doesn't have any vills out there anymore. Yeah, Jordan has no stone income. He's going to need to buy stone to get another TC. This would be GG if that gold mine was discovered and Jordan wouldn't have any gold income. But now, remember, you can't rebuild your TC on the starting spot because of the rocks. And Jordan has to find a spot to place it. Maybe on the wood out here. Maybe he sneaks out to the side. Oh, and Hackerman Lex, thank you for the sub for my channel.
You challenge my every decision. It is as if you seek to lead the Huns yourself.
And oh my god, that tower from Jordan. Still attacking Gali's gold mine. He covers both of those golds. That is crazy. Gali needs to send Vils to knock down the tower, or Mangonels to knock it down. Oh, that is so annoying. Does Gali even realize this? He might have completely forgotten about that tower. Oh, no, don't. Oh, he needs to realize this. He needs to find another gold. Maybe, though, Gali will see this, realize he needs to find more gold, and head out and find Jordan on the gold. Not scouting probably will cost him the game. Oh, there's the monk. There's the monk I was waiting for to see the knights. Well, it's not just not scouting. It's the decision to go for the fast castle has the weakness that you have that time period of Dark Age versus Feudal Age scout that Jordan was able to take advantage of. And the scout dying now is a bit, I think, what's a bit worse than the not scouting thing. So monk there looking for another conversion on a knight. Can the knight get the kill on the Mangonel? The Mangonel's trying to kill Vils. And Jordan calls the GG. Gali takes a win in game number 2. And let's go. Gali getting a win against Jordan. Jordan can't deal with losing the TC. The FC War Chariot push with the Mangonels works out. Gabby correct, saying starting a name not just with a G but a GA means that you win. Let's go Gali. Well done getting a win against Jordan. So that's a 19-8 KD for the shoe, taking advantage of the very wide open and aggressive map. Dealing without having any gold. Felt like Jordan did so many good things on the map, scouting, getting the capybaras, but not enough when he was up so late to deal with that pressure. The ram was beautiful. All right, well done. And let me do a few things. Let me check off the maps. So Pantanal was won by Jordan. Gali won Valle de Silva. And the civs, the first game was a win for the Britons, then a loss for the Tatars. Then win for the Shu, a loss for the Portuguese. Are war chariots still bugged? I think they might be. I'm not sure what the status on that is, though. And let me see. Does anyone know what country is Gali from? I'll add him. My overlay. Should be on the dashboard, right? And he's on Uxmal. Venezuela, okay. Okay, Venezuela. What is the 2-letter code for the Venezuelan flag? I need to add that to my overlay. So flag codes. V. Wonderful. I'll get his flag properly on my overlay for the next game. Wonderful. What does IRC mean? If I recall correctly. Also, Jordan's streaming this too, so go say hi to Jordan too. And the next map will be Monte Pascual. And oh boy, this is an interesting map. And this will be Bengalis for Jordan against Armenians for Gali. Should have that integrated. It is integrated, but I do it myself so I can get the team names integrated. Or yeah, that's true. I guess it's on the dashboard and not on Capture Age. But anyway, next up is Monte Pasquale, and this will be a map similar to Pilgrims, where you start on an island and can transport to the mainland. Is that the LAN event? Very early qualifier. It is an early qualifier, yes. We're dealing with the dates that were given to us, World's Edge, to host the tournament. So we're making the best of being right after Red Bull. And 20 seconds and we'll hop in. And this is a 9-villager start map, as I said earlier. All the maps in this event are 9-vill starts. And they're also played with a 90-minute time limit. In Red Bull, we had that 75-minute limit. Here we have 90 minutes. What did I think of the Red Bull LAN? I had a lot of fun there. I thought it was awesome. I'm excited to have more LANs now. That's the ELO of Gali. As we head into the game, you can see 25:59. So 2K5 to almost 2K6. And welcome into game number 3. Gali taking a game off of Jordan in game number 2. And Sheep with Vils coming over to the mainland. All right. So Gali, all the games I've seen so far, players had TC'd the starting island. Gali will dock to the back. Maybe not the best dock location, so close to the edge of the map. But, I mean, on this map, there are fish everywhere, and you're going to do more than one dock anyway. And looking for a TC spot. Jordan doing the standard build I've seen, TCing the mainland. All right. Different approaches to the map. Armenians, Bengalis. And we saw Gali try for a fast castle in the first 2 games. What if Gali goes for a fast castle with the Armenians, builds fortified churches everywhere, and tries to stop Jordan from getting across? So what is the pause? What is the pause? Can re. Gali asking for a re. Is there a map bug? There are no player restarts. Duck in bad position. Oh, there are no player restarts in the in the game. No, there are no player restarts. Yeah, so this is what the players are asking here is let me see if I can look at this in game. Doesn't mention anything involving restarts. Yeah. So this is I don't know if Nego Drama is used to the old school AoE 2 tournament environment. Up until 4 minutes in the game, players usually every set they had 2 restarts they could call for any reason. So up until 4 minutes, if you docked like this, you could call a restart. Okay, yeah, you were around then. Oops, wrong overlay. There you go. So, I remember there was drama. I think it was Norway in Nations Cup. They tried to call a restart at 4:01 instead of 4 minutes. But, yeah, Doc, not in the best position. I mean, I guess this is Jordan's home map. So, it makes sense. I mean, Gali will find fish anyway. It's not that far. It's not that bad. Is that a whale on the sand? Yep, it is the beached whale. One of those new graphics that was added recently. The beached whale. It doesn't do anything. It just looks pretty. And then there are some actual whales up here in the back. Capture Age doesn't show the whale graphics on it, but there are whales in the back where players can get some gold. So this map, kind of similar to Pilgrims. Kind of similar to Seychelles with the stone on the islands out there. Kind of similar to Zimbabwe, and also to Stranded, since you got to come here, and then there's all the gold up here. I took a lot of different elements from different maps and tried to, and it kind of felt like they fit together here. You saw 11. Oh man, this is what we miss though. In the LAN event, when the players are on stage, they're not chatting to each other. What we really need is players to be chatting to each other. Why is that dock so bad? Unfortunately, in Age of Empires 2, the world is flat, and you cannot fish off the edge of the map. So Gali will need another dock somewhere else forward, to the side. I think that Gali's plan was to dock to kind of towards the back, be a bit away from Jordan. Jordan with the forward dock, probably looking to be more aggressive. And there's Loom for Jordan, gonna go up. But Jordan so far not going to the mainland. I'm glad that we see two different approaches, and we'll have a second dock for Gali for more fish. I mean, one tile closer might actually be a great dock, because then it would dock block the edge of the map. You couldn't sail around. I didn't actually think about that. I checked a lot of other maps for whether this was possible. I didn't check this one for dock block ability. Maybe I did at some point. I might have actually checked that and made sure that this was as close to the edge of the map as it could spawn. I'll need to double check that, though. Because that was around a month and a half ago at this point. Wanted to see people shooting banter and trash talk over their PC setups on the big stage. You could double dock block and hide fish. You could do, what was the map? African River. I never saw anyone do it, but you could use two docks to do a dock block on that map in TTL. And block off one of the passages. Is Brazilian Dynasty the Brazilian land you've heard about? Yes, it is, Longbow. Yes, indeed it is. And these are the qualifiers right now. Hello, Daniela. How are you doing? So, feudal age for Jordan. He'll be the first one up. And he has moved for a lumber camp and a mining camp on the mainland. But this could be an opportunity. This is a nomad map where you don't start with a scout. And figuring out how to scout properly is important. So I wonder, is it worth it now for Gali just to send one Vil, maybe do some outposts, make sure you're scouting to see what Jordan's doing on the mainland? Same thing for Jordan. They're both on the water. And what is this? Oh, Jordan used the transport ship to get a forward dock on one of these little islands. Oh, let's go. Jordan using the map. Jordan using the map. Our base is still in London. And we'll have a forward dock here from Gali. So 3 docks from Gali. Jordan scouts everything. An Italian land later this mad? There is like a yearly meetup that happens in Italy around September. I don't know of a LAN outside of that one, though. So Jordan big brain. I like how Jordan used the map, and I also like how Gali used the map, and that they have different approaches to it. Just walked all the way around the river? You mean the Thames? So 3 docks for Jordan. And looks like this will be triple dock, galleys / fires / hulks. Yep. And Gali can't hide in the docks. You are absolutely correct about that. The docks do shoot arrows. We fixed the bugs for the weird cases where they weren't shooting arrows. But right now, Jordan's within the minimum range of the dock. So he can hide within the min range and not get peppered by arrows. But that doesn't mean the fishing ships can move to other docks, but Jordan will be sitting within all of the docks trying to idle the fishing ships. And if the fishing ships are idled, that will disrupt the fast castle from Gali. Only 5 ships can fit in a dock, so poor fishing ship doesn't get in. Is it common to see them open fires? I genuinely have no idea what's going to happen on this map on water. Personally, I think it would be a Gali opening, but fires might be a reaction from Jordan seeing that Gali is still in the Dark Age and wanting the ship that will be most effective against the docks. I think of the 3 ship lines, fires take down docks the fastest. So having something to threaten the fishing ships, sit within min range, and damage the docks is what Jordan was going for. Fires into galleys might be better than hulks. In Thalassocracy, I had watched a lot of Water Nomad being played, which is about as open of a water map as you can get. And there, from what I saw, it was mostly hulks into galleys or pure galleys as the opening. And okay, let's go. Archery range for Gali. And Gali has but to walk over and find tons of unprotected vills from Jordan. 4 archers, if Gali can afford fletching. Gali may be thinking of fast castling, but doesn't need to go up right now. And has a spear for scouting. That would be sick, if Gali can figure out where Jordan is. Yeah, they're just for scenery, but I couldn't not use that now that they added it. Also, kind of similar to Gold Rush, there are tons of jaguars, and just for the fun of it, black panthers at the very top on this map. So if you, oh my gosh, golly? I think that spear is just for scouting, but what if Golly were to grab a whole bunch of jaguars and wolf rush Jordan? Oh my gosh, I didn't even think about that. You can wolf rush on this map. Is that what Golly's going for? Oh, I think it is. Then it's safe to send your own vills up here later on. You wolf rush Jordan with all those oh my gosh. Let's go. The Jaguar rush. Golly, please. I know you're losing on the water, but that's okay. This is more important. He's doing it. I hope that spear survives. Yeah, Jordan going for the barracks, going for the range. And you make another spear, right? Make a second spear. Drag them all over to Jordan's side of the map. In Gold Rush, the wolves are right between you, so you kind of have to deal with them if you want to go from one side of the map to the other. Here, they're only on one side. 2 HP left. Oh, so close. So close. I hope those jaguars don't attack the Vil now. So Jordan going for some archers. Golly coming forward. No fletching yet, but Castle Age is in. Now, if Golly can get crossbowmen while Jordan's still feudal, that could be a problem for Jordan. Do they always say what they added? Oh no, Golly, don't Jaguar rush yourself. No. I know Hera did this to himself at Red Bull, but that's not the Hera strat you want to copy. Oh my gosh, is this one of those Hera build orders he put on his Patreon now? Oh, the quick wall didn't protect the Vil. The diagonal hit from the Jaguar. Oh, golly, disaster. Self-destruction. Oh no. That's actually amazing though. What if you do this? You go for, like, Armenians could even do the Dark Age spear to collect all the jaguars and like rush someone who's landing in the Dark Age on this map. Oh my gosh. The funny, I hope Jordan watches this wreck and sees that, just to get the idea. This is why you play Magyars. Though, forward siege workshop from Golly. Does Jordan see that? Just outside his line of sight. He might have seen the Vil though. And he's going for a tower for defense. Jordan adding in fletching. And once again, we have Golly in the Castle Age trying to push Jordan in feudal. And Jordan has the coastline, and Jordan does have gold access because there are 2 whales on the map. But he doesn't have all that much gold access. He doesn't have all that much wood access, even though there are clumps of wood on these little tiles. He can also transport to Golly's Island and take this wood. And a crossbow on the way for Golly. Twice the eco units. Where is that? 57 to 25? That's fair, but if all the eco units are trapped on the water, and the fishing ships take all the fish and are less effective, that might not matter as much. So Jordan trying to transport a couple of Vils, maybe he's thinking of going for a sneak to the west behind Golly's base. Crossbows getting underneath the watchtower, and now Jordan has to run away. There's a ton of idle Vils there, and he will go for another tower. That tower will not entirely cover this one, so if Golly has the range circles, he could just hide over here. Or he could try to get away. Well, you don't want to mangonel your crossbows underneath the tower anyway. And oh, it is Golly's time to grab the capybaras. Look at him go. Defensive mangonel, the galleys won't be able to help out here as Golly goes for the fight. And yes, indeed, Jordan trying to find wood. Did Jordan try to do a lumber camp on the pineapple bushes just to realize those aren't trees? Yep, Golly has to keep repairing. The capybaras, hey, where are they at? Where are they at? Oh, look at him go. Look at him go. Right back to Golly's TC. And up, oh, the mangonel, that poor capybara. And And crossbows will dare some fire to shoot at the vills. I'll try to dodge some arrows. And there's Jordan up to the castle age. Do wish they worked a bit of red into the new forage bushes to help distinguish them from forests. The papaya trees, I think, at least have some orange in them. But that is a fair point. I'm surprised Jordan doesn't have these modded to look like berries right now. So 57 to 31 Vil difference. But what can Jordan do with those Vils? Will he be trapped at sea? And this is where I think the Armenians with fortified churches can make something happen. A couple of Vils go down. Golly, careful not to mangonel his own crossbows. And so far, no scouting of Jordan's Vils. Jordan trying to get lumber camps in sneaky locations. Now, wood will be hard to come by for Jordan. Insane Vil difference, but what do the Vils do? Golly is so cooked. Could use a ram. Well, what does Jordan do? How does Jordan get resources? It's villagers everywhere, but not a resource to take. Sneak past. Are the whales dead? These are beached whales. Those ones are dead. But the ones out here are still being taken by Jordan for gold. So he has some gold out there. Fish traps and markets? Well, if you fish trap, how do you get wood? I think Arbese's solution of sneak past is the best one. And maybe Golly needs an outpost somewhere. Has a great job repairing that mangonel, making sure it doesn't go down. Force Jordan to spend stone. Now, Jordan, in the castle age, can drop a castle and make Rathas. And maybe that's what all these villagers need to do, drop a castle now. So he's going for outposts. And there's a castle drop with a TC follow-up. The mangonel going for the tower. Oh, hello, Matty. Back from England? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Back and casting already. As the tower goes down. And we'll have Town Watch on the way for Golly, and now it's time for the Ratha. It is Bengali time. And maybe this is, again, we saw the lack of scouting kind of hurting Golly in that previous map. A few outposts here and there. You catch the villagers doing their landing. And now the TC is going to devastate those crossbows, and Golly will call the GG. So Jordan goes up 2-1. Interesting game. And I don't think Golly was too familiar with the map based on that initial dock. Jordan clearly had a plan to go water. But I think we did see that there are some weaknesses to going full water and not having the land. And Armenians feel like such an interesting civ for going for that land approach. And honestly, if you do a Dark Age spear to wolf rush over, just get the wolves onto your opponent's side of the map, I hope we see that at some point. I hope we see that. It didn't work out for Golly, but I like the ideas. I like the ideas, and I want to see that now. But, you know, that's going to happen. We have a ton of new maps, and they're going to be players who've been really practicing them. There'll be players who practice some maps but won't be as familiar with others. So, there we go. Celt Spear to outrun them? That too. Thought about scouting for castles. That's it, because remember, you don't get siege ships until Imp, so fortified churches could be great. Alright, let me just check on Discord if I got pinged anywhere. Oh my gosh, people posting about the whales in the Discord. You said castles when you meant jaguars? Alright, so also everyone remember to go check out the Onomaru stream. I'll be dual streaming on their channels, and on Sunday I'll cast the finals on their channel. So go give them some follows, give them some support too. And I'll try to get some more followers built up for their channel as well, because they are I'll tell you this, right now the Onamaru channel is at 983 followers. Go try to get them to 1K. They're almost at 1K followers. Or is that... I see two different numbers. I see one area tells me 983, the other tells me 998. Maybe one wasn't updated. Actually it's 998. They need 2 more followers. So, thank you all for tuning in, and let's see, have they gotten this next game started? I think they have, so let's jump into that. It'll be Araucarias, or Araucarias. And me going right from the start. And here we go, and I'll just make sure we go right from the start and we don't miss anything, because that's where we'll see the Vil fight. This map is kind of inspired by Black Forest, and we'll have Jordan engaging in a scout fight and trying to grab the 3 Javelinas from the middle. Gali sent 2 Vils forward, and now has to fight over them to try to lame. Needs a house foundation somewhere. And Gali trying to block the villager. Trying to block the Vil. Needs a house foundation, and gets the house foundation, stops 2 of the Javelinas, and now we'll start pulling them back. Might be losing the scout, though. Jordan gets only 1. And here we are off to the races on this map. Now, on both sides, there is an extra tunnel with the same thing, an extra group of 3 Javelinas. Jordan already moving out there to grab them. Now, one of the Javelinas in the middle will run back, but Gali with the second Vil can go and grab that. 9 Vils start, so you're fighting for them right away. And here we go. Yeah, Haboob meets Black Forest. A couple of pawns for fish booming, too. So, this is Black Forest plus Socotra. Well, if you think about it, though, Black Forest is probably the most Vil-fighting heavy map there is. And, ooh, will Gali lose a Vil? Doesn't get the Javelina in the best spot. Now, players do have a Javelina at their own base, so they can take that. They're not fully dependent on the ones in the middle. But Jordan, with all the Rage Forest he plays, I'm sure he is as confident as he ever has been trying to hunt those Javelinas from the side. Nope, this is not played on Explored. However, the map is fairly consistent with how it generates. You do have the same resources in the middle every time, so it's not going to be random passages like on Black Forest. You're going to know pretty consistently where they are. Yeah, not on Explored. Yeah, Jordan with all the confidence in the world, luring the Javelinas. At the same time, though, the Japanese could get off to an insane fish boom. And the Wei are a very cav-focused civ, so Japanese halbs could be nice. And men-at-arms causing disruption on the woodline, we've seen that be scary on the map. I think there are tons of possibilities for sneaks and forwards, too. Because at some point, it's closed. If you get to mid-castle age, you can do stone walls and close up the passages. But early on, it's still fairly open. Yeah, and losing the scout on the map hurts. How many? Yep, it is a 3x3. 3x3 Javelinas in the middle, and then each player has their own Javelina. It's like a Dota map with 3 lanes almost. There was also a map called Triple Tunnel you might have seen. We used that in a couple of other events. That was in Sudden Disaster last year. I like that we have the pawns for the fish booms, but they're also out to the sides, so they're not that easy to defend. They're pretty far from the TC, and you can get punished for it. 3 chorefish each pond, so 600 total food, and then of course you can do fish traps. So Jordan comes forward, he will scout the barracks. Yeah, Triple Tunnel had 1 safe pond in the back. This one has 2 more forward ponds. And now 3, 2, 1, and Gali is up. Up to the feudal age. And forward Ville from Gali. Let's go. And we'll be fighting to get through the palisade. We also have a barracks up from Jordan. And what will this Ville do? Well, this Ville could dock. The Ville could mine the gold, could help punch through the palisade. So Japanese men-at-arms, arson not in, but men-at-arms is in. And Jordan only one fishing ship, so the fish boom not really paying off too much for him. Had to wall up in the back, had a lot of extra food. But Gali so far actually ahead in res collected. It's a weird thing. As nice as the javelinas are, I don't get the impression that having many extra javelinas gives you an insanely huge advantage. It's weird. I had that impression on Zimbabwe and TTL, that they're nice, but you have a lot of idle time on a Ville going to grab them, and you need to make farms anyway. And as much as it's great to delay them, I don't know, it just doesn't feel like it's all like a sudden... It feels like it should be more of a boost than it actually is. Why is Hera invited to this LAN? Did one of his tournament wins automatically qualify him? I think the entire body of work qualified him recently. And okay, Gali, don't use a relic as part of your wall. Don't do that. There was an MBL Lewis game in the Red Bull qualifier on Crownwood. I think MBL used a relic as part of his wall. Lewis grabbed the relic and ran in with cav archers. Don't do that, don't do that. So on the side, that's just a scout from Jordan. Nothing too ambitious coming forward. That's a whole 5 stone. That's a whole 10 stone if you want to wall both of them. So the skirms here will force Jordan off of the gold if Gali can stay here long enough. But if Gali is driven back, those gold miners can keep mining. They don't care too much about skirm javelins early on. We invited all S-tier winners of the past 2 years. So, skirm goes down. Yep, that's what I was thinking the other day. A couple of years ago, I helped Hera do the maps when he hosted the Champions Invitational, where he invited all of the S-tier tournament winners. It was Viper, Yo, Vinch, Leary, Hera, and... I was thinking maybe we should host another one of them, but then I realized we have hosted them every single day, with all of the S-tier winners. Hera with a dozen invites. So Jordan will be walling in this range. Res collected still ahead for Gali, who is starting to wall the map. And has some HP on these stone walls, has one more Ville. If you can get a market down in the right spot, maybe sacrifices a Ville, but should be able to get this walled. Yeah, the Hera versus Hera show match gets the house up and gets the wall up. So Jordan might kill a Ville or two, but I think that's a sacrifice Gali is willing to make in order to finish the walls. And, well, some walls over there, that might have gotten harassed a bit. Jordan using the fishing ships in the dock as something of a tower. And the relic's there in the wall. And Gali will keep... Oh, there's the Ville. We'll keep walling up over here. Hera versus Hera showdown, making right 2 AIs. Actually, I did that once as an April Fool's video. I set up 2 immobile units AIs, and I used the feature where you can swap players in single player. I played a 1v1 against myself. I was really upset that I got lamed in that game. So, horse collar for Jordan. And Gali's walled, and can back up for another wall if he wants. I laid myself and never saw it coming. And a couple of forward Villes for Jordan, who still is in the feudal age. And might want the Villes maybe to do a tower to push through the wall. I think that Gali can send a few Villes and wall this up, though. Fish boom strong. Yeah, you want to protect your fish booms, your Japanese fish boom. And look at that fish boom. Look at him go. That's why I said I didn't think that the Javelina advantage would matter all that much, because it's now a 500 food difference in favor of Gali, in favor of the player who didn't get the food lord in at the start. So here is a house for Gali. Or not. And Gali doing what he needed to do earlier, send a bunch of ills to wall behind it. Hello, Josh. Hello. Now, Gali, what's the wood count looking like? I just want to check the wood so that we know if markets can come up for larger walls. And I think this goes up with 4 vills. All that walling to get breached like this, I think this should be fine. There's HP everywhere. I don't see a hole on the sides. One of the little things I did on the map, on the edges of the forest, there were a few more bushes. So even if you're not using a small trees mod, you can still see it a bit more easily. And a defensive tower. Defensive tower. As well, through the wall in the middle, Jordan's also pushing, taking a couple of vills down. So 4-0 eco KD on walling vills. Yeah, still a relic there. Well, Jordan is in the feudal age, so won't be able to pass. Gali had thought about walling that off, but didn't get the wall up in time. Gonna be a long one. Also, there is a 90-minute time limit. This is the one map I was kind of worried about. Maybe we end up hitting that time limit. But I think it's still open and aggressive enough that we shouldn't, and we should have some cuts in the late game, too. Jordan amassing his entire army forward, and he is just going to take that relic and run in. Did they set the limit? That is a good question, Arbase. Hold on, can I alt-tab? I don't see it in the game. So, I'm guessing no. That is a good question. That's something we'll need to be checking for, the 90-minute limit. Because I can't check that in the map itself. Is it only for the... Is it for the qualifier? Now that's a good question. Is it for the qualifier? The problem is I wrote the handbook and I didn't read the handbook. It is? Okay, yeah, I'll double check that. I thought it was for the qualifier, but you were making me double check. No, I did not generate it using AI. And Jordan up to the castle age as a nice gate comes up for Gali to stop the breach through that wall. But there is still a passage behind the gate if the relic is taken. And I'm looking for the monastery. There's the monastery. There's the monastery from Jordan. Let's go. Meanwhile, at home, more skirms being amassed for Gali from 2 ranges. Adding in some fish traps. Could make a swap to cav archers at some point as the Japanese. Look at all those fish traps. Walled everywhere and fish booming. Up here at the front, those are just a couple of houses. Nothing forward anymore. Jordan going for some fishing ships, but only 8. 8 versus 19. This is what I've seen from a lot of games from Hera. Coast Arena in TTL, which is also a map in this event. That he would out-fish boom his opponents. When the viewer tickets will be released, likely later this month. They're still working out some details with the venue from last I heard. Need some Yasama Towers. Coast Arena is amazing. I agree. That's why we used it again. We needed a closed map that fit the theme and thought, you know what? This is as good as we're gonna get. So scale budding armor from Jordan as the way, as I said earlier. Cav focused Civ. And could be maybe for Huiguan Cav. So it should be 2 relics that Jordan can pick up, but one of them's actually... Okay, no, almost walled out. Would have been walled out had that house not gone up. Or had that house not gone down. That was a pleasure meeting you in London. Well, thanks for saying hi. It was wonderful meeting so many people in London. Yeah, it's not the priority relic, no. And castle behind this for Gali, so the priority relic will be defended. Perhaps some samurai. Oh, here's a question. Do the Huiguan Cav, there's one, does it count as a unique unit? No. It does not have the unique unit armor, so the Samurai will not have bonus attack against it. Next time we need more name tags. Yeah, it is much easier to meet people when there's a name tag and I clearly can read what the name is that they're trying to tell me. Yeah, Varian helped. So, walls on both sides from both players. And Town Watch on the way for Gali. And we see the skirm. When it's walled in, it gets trapped inside the archery range. One little point for Jordan, if you wanted to save 12 wood, you don't actually need palisades on the corners when you wall in an archery range. If you wall with wall tiles, you don't need to wall the corners. You do if you're walling with houses or buildings, but not for wall tiles. But it's destroyed anyway. Gali probably wants a select all ranges hotkey that won't include the forward range. I'm sure Gali would also love to grab that relic. Gali should have 3 relics. So Japanese fish boom for the better food eco, along with a 1 relic advantage. And so far, so good for more res collected against the great eco civ of the way. And things are looking pretty good for Gali, I think. I know Jordan has the score lead. And maybe Gali needed to re-wall at some point, but Jordan's up to imp not as quickly as Gali. Yeah, I'm not sure what the right timing is for the fishing text, to be honest now. I'll need to watch more Rage Forest. I know we have the Amiga Wars going on, and see what the timings are. Ooh, Mangonel just sniped, but with the defensive castle, that Mangonel wouldn't be doing much anyway. Up, and the monk will block the workshop. Get off that foundation, monk. And there we go. Jordan doing a workshop, heavy plow, gold shaft mining, investing into the eco upgrades. Remember, as the way, he does not have trebuchets. He merely has traction trebs. Or perhaps even better, he has traction trebs. They are a very strong unit. And walls around that range go down, get deleted. And we'll have another TC over to the south for Gali. And there's Gali up to the Imperial Age. Has Gali seen the castle? Yes. Both players have seen the castles. So, 50 vills to 65 vills, but 22 fishing ships to 12. And Japanese fishing ships, I believe, should be the fastest gathering food source in the game. Gillnet's still not in, though. I think they do need gillnets. But once gillnets comes in, and that is a cheap tech, 125 wood, 100 food, probably should be a heavy priority for Gali to do that. Yeah, the traction treb's much better against units, but worse against buildings. And I think Jordan is under a lot of pressure here. Yeah, no relics can be a problem, but at the same time, there are 1, 2, 3 relics for Gali on this side of the wall. So whenever he wants to pick them up, he should have no problem in doing so. Time for some Tiger Cav. Maybe. Good against archers, but mostly in the Castle Age. Once all the extra attack comes in... Oh, nice dodge. Or once all the extra attack comes in, they don't have the final armor upgrade. So that huge armor advantage they have in the Castle Age goes away. But Jordan may be prioritizing the right upgrades by getting Bodkin for the castle. Those crossbows, they have... Oh, they took so much damage going out. Really trying to leave. And now here come the traction trebs. Oh, there's one going down. How good are they against an archer mass? They outrange the archer mass, so it's micro-dependent. 14 range. So they never really have to fight the archers head-on. Still no Tiger Cav. As we have chemistry on the way, Jordan fully going for archer traction treb. And this can be a very dangerous combo. In the past, and I know they've been nerfed a bit, I saw full traction treb essentially beat Arbalest. But you need a lot of traction trebs. The way, though, they are discounted, so they can get a lot of traction trebs. And I know T90's favorite unit, the Lutron, could even go to the pawns if Jordan gets pushed and needs to hold. So scores flipping back and forth a bit as the traction trebs going for the castle, going for the trebs. Jordan trying to take the trebs down, and with all the pierce armor on the on his traction trebs, will dare to take that fight for a bit, but nice repairs from Gali. The Japanese can do Catapulto for their trebs, but Jordan still needing to repair as Gali's pushing. Jordan pulling a bit ahead in score because he killed so many skirmishers. But as long as there are repairs, Jordan will need more traction trebs to take out these trebs, and his castle's getting lower and lower. It's a good thing it's on a hill. It has masonry for the HP, but these are 4 trebuchets knocking it down. All under 100 HP. One more volley could do it, and the castle goes down. Did Jordan take a good enough fight in the process, though? He's still ahead in score. And he's getting pushed. We have ring archer armor for Jordan. Needs to take a good fight against the skirms. Japanese can be very good at the late game going halb skirm. They don't have bombard cannon, but they have very good trebuchets. And Monk's going for conversion as the traction trebs from Jordan are trying to hold. It feels like the traction treb is his main unit now. He doesn't have any cav as the way. Doesn't have any cav support for a civ that primarily is a cav civ. Is this the same map from the Sudden Death of Bat? Kind of a similar theme with the 3 tunnels, but not the same map. This is a new one I made. Kind of a triple tunnel plus a boob plus Black Forest combo. And Jordan, he's still taking better fights. He still has the better KD, and he has the score advantage because of that. And Gali, I still think, needs to pick up the relics. Gali still... Okay, he has done gill nets. Now it just becomes, how do you push traction trebs? And will the answer be light cav? So no more castle from Jordan. But to be fair, as the way, you lose the castle, it's not really as important because you have the traction trebs still. You have the traction trebs. Catapulto pretty important. I agree with that. Not only you attack faster, but also you pack and you unpack faster. And that gives you more mobility for the trebs that you can pack and run away when you see traction trebs getting close. So Cavalier for Gali, Forging, and Masonry both coming in too. Like Cav on 28 Vils. I mean, they are Japanese fishing ships, right? But probably we need some farming, too. 22 Japanese fishing ships on fish traps. And Parthian Tactics, Thumbring, Shinbei Raiders could be the play for Jordan now. But I think Japanese Cav Archers could deal with that if only Gali's able to make that swap. Now, that swap is very expensive, but having that attack bonus against Archers should be great for them. That's a lot of traction trebs now for Jordan. And can Jordan, with that many traction trebs, push? The traction treb is an incredible unit. Jordan's doing crop rotation. He's getting ready for the late game. Still has a much better KD. And the Cavalier switch is going to have to be enough to win it. But that's not in yet. Bloodline's still on the way. Japanese don't get the final armor. Husbandry is queued behind Bloodlines. And 3 Cavaliers, is that going to be enough? How do traction trebs do against Cavaliers? They land a shot on the Cavaliers. This is where the Shinbei Raiders will be so important for Jordan, and the fact he made that swap at the right time is crucial. But without the final armor upgrade, the skirmishers even can decently defend the traction trebs against those dangerous Cavaliers. Yeah, Skirm's doing okay against Cav, and that is fully because of the lack of the final armor upgrade. You're 3 plus 4 attack, so that's 7 attack for the Skirms against only 4 armor. A normal fully upgraded Cavalier would have 6 armor if it had that final blacksmith upgrade. All right, 6 armor. Both civs missed the final one. I'm looking at the wrong player. Both civ missed the final blacksmith upgrade. So that's only 4 armor instead of 6. That's 3 damage instead of 1 per every skirmisher javelin. Would Samurai do any better here? I don't know if Samurai would. Part of me thinks the answer could be more fishing ships, more light cav, and continue with light cav raids, knowing that you're going to lose the unit, but you can push this maybe. I feel that's what Hera was able to do so well in those final 2 games against Leary. Even though he's losing units, the fights are still somewhat cost-effective. And he's picking the right fights, so he's never fully vulnerable. But rip skirms to the traction trebs, oh no. Traction trebs are strong. And is Cavalier the unit for Gali here? I don't think it is. I know Gali wanted something against the skirms. Maybe I'm wrong. They need one more upgrade. This is great. Maybe even Champion could have been a swap for Gali. They have all the armor, and as the Japanese, they have Gambesons, and I think that's actually more armor. Is at least 5. More armor than the Cavaliers have against the skirms. They get up to 6, I think. And they're cheaper. They fit the Japanese a bit more. Samurai would have been faster. Maybe. With only 1 castle, though, I think Samurai could have been risky. There's iron casting for Jordan. Are they similar to Bombard Cannon? Similar in that they're made from the workshop. They have a bit more HP, and they have 1 more range. They're not quite as... I don't know, maybe they are quite as powerful. I don't think they have the same attack bonus against buildings that Bombard Cannon do. They fire a bit more slowly than Cannon do, I think, too. In general, I think they might be a better unit. And there are definitely a lot of similarities in it. It's a mobile, long-range siege unit that you can micro. Yeah, less anti-building and more anti-unit than Bombard Cannon is the main comparison. Yeah, so here we get into the point where Jordan's done all of his eco upgrades, Gali hasn't. And missing the eco upgrades at this stage hurts. Now, it's one thing, maybe you're going to go full-on for fish traps and not go for the horse collar line of upgrades. But that's not necessarily the case. We could have had maybe 2 more docks and more fishing ships. If this were Rage Forest, I think we'd have 3 more docks for Gali. And instead of 22 fishing ships, we probably have 50. And 50 Japanese fishing ships means you're sustaining light cap production for a while. And Jordan, who was in trouble early on, was getting pushed, lost the castle, managed to take enough fights against skirms initially that he was okay. And Gali will call the GG there. And that's 3-1 in favor of Jordan. Jordan will win. And congrats to Jordan for winning a very tough, I have to say, round of 80 set. That Gali played incredibly well that set. That was a good set of games for the first round. Early GG? I don't think so. The GG was called because Jordan made the swap to Huiguan Cav, to the heavy Huiguan Cav. Personally, I think it's hard to tell the difference between all the different Cav units they have, but Jordan went for the heavy Huiguan Cav, and right now, with all those skirms, the Cav are going to smash this. And Hussar's in for Jordan. He's ready to push. Jordan, maybe the same thing, could have added a few more fish traps, because they are more efficient than farms, but also just not as smooth and takes more micro. I do kind of like that aspect about Age of Empires, that comparing farms to fish traps is not just about efficiency, but also about the amount of micro it takes to set it up. So we have some stats here. That's 206 to 123 KD in favor of Jordan. More res collected. And for the first set I got to cast, GG. Congrats to Jordan. Now we do have another set coming up in just over an hour. And let's see, it's the way over the Japanese. Nice. What now? Now we have an hour. Arbis, was there a set played yesterday on Tuesday where we have Rex? So we'll need to collect and post the Rex too. How should I know? I swear I had seen one in the scheduling channels. I don't know if it actually happened though. And if we didn't pick it up, and it wasn't on Wikipedia, then it's not on the dashboard. Hello, Tripta. And Achilles Tyrant, thank you for the follow. Cheeky Forest Nothing community game to pass the time. Is anyone on Onamaru playing Rage Forest? Let me just leave this real quick and double check what the schedule is. Is I believe Stark versus DeGao at 17 GMT. So that'll be a great one. 2 Brazil players. So let me update my stream title. DeGao versus Stark at 17 GMT. You're mining Jordy's channel and lurking gear. Well, thanks for the lurk, Tripta. Yeah, Tripta also made the trophy for this event. Tripta made the trophy. So we have an hour to kill. We'll see, maybe there's some Rage Forest we can cast. Thank you all for tuning in, and again, remember to go give a follow to the Onamaru channel. I see they passed 1,000 followers, that 1,014. So thanks for tuning in on both channels, and go make sure to give them a follow too. And thanks to Jordan for playing his set. And let's see, is there anything going on right now? Nope, and we got a message here. Thank you very much, Mosby YC, for the follow. I just try to find the Stark DeGao scheduling channel. Can you watch me play a game? Maybe. DeGao versus Stark will be great, yes. 17 GMT will be in 6 minutes. Oh, will it? Will it? No, that's 16 GMT. Remember, time zones have been changing recently. You might be off by an hour. See, I don't see any Rage Forest going on either. I was hoping like all the Onamaru players might be playing Rage Forest, but they're probably traveling back. Traction Trebs don't have area damage. They don't? But their projectile itself is kind of large, so it still hits targets very easily, and it kind of makes up for some of the inaccuracy that it has compared to a Bombard Cannon too. But yes, it doesn't get the same big splash on units that a cannon does, but it's still good in that it tends to hit the target and do full damage, and has high enough attack that it kills units pretty easily. Yeah, the Daddy Stark. So let's see, we'll probably just cast a ranked game then until... We got... Syscon will be playing later today, so we'll cast his Arabia game for now, I think. Yeah, later today we'll have... That'll be our third set, Syscon versus Scotty. We'll just take a look at him on Arabia for the moment. And I just get my scoreboard set up then. And then we have our next set. There's just White Stark versus DeGao. Or... There you go. Does that make sense? Stark versus the Gao starts 17 GMT. Fun game right there. Does Scotty know? Does Scotty... He knows he's playing. He scheduled it. I'm excited for that, because Scotty is a USA player. I think we'll cast Syscon versus Scotty. And then we'll do the Rex of freaking Andy versus Young Panda, since I think the Syscon Scotty set will be a bit closer. Kingstone supporter here. Hello, hello. Oh, that's a meme. That's a meme. Okay, I got it. I got it. Y'all are memeing. So, we do see the papaya trees on this Arabia map, too. Nicer. Oh my gosh, the Arabia is using the new assets now. Garrison me up, Scotty. Use the transport ship. So, I hope you all are enjoying the map so far. This is the tournament I get to be caster, map scripter, and admin. So after the cast today, I'm going to go deal with a couple of bug reports I had for maps that I gotten over Red Bull and try to fix them. And let's see, we have Feudal Age. Oh, and thank you, Snip and Sip, for the follow. Loom for Syscon as Feudal comes in for Blackheart. Now, the Syscon 2k6, Blackheart 2k4. I know Syscon has definitely been practicing for Brazilian dynasties because he's been giving me some bug reports. Syscon thankfully gave me the report that helped us fix a bug that was in the Red Bull maps, too. We have all the ponds with box turtles and shorefish now and whatnot, and fishing ships can garrison inside the docks, but we also have oysters. And turns out there was a bug that fishing ships, if you turned them into an oystering ship when gathering from an oyster, would not actually garrison inside of a dock. So that is fixed in the tournament map scripts, but not in ranked for now. So that'll be whatever the next game update comes out, they'll fix that, but the tournament map scripts at least, particularly our maps with oysters, the docks will work properly. Well, the qualifiers were completely open, but we also made sure that we kind of took the list of all the top players and tried to message them to remind them to sign up. Because it is definitely tight being immediately after Red Bull. We did our best to make sure no one missed it. So there's Blackheart up to Feudal. Do I know why Hart hasn't signed up? My guess is that Hart had too much travel returning from Red Bull because he signed up for the second qualifier, but he did not sign up for the first. Am I in Brazil now? I am not, no. I am not. I will be in July when the actual LAN takes place, but I'm not physically in Brazil now. That'll be a much farther trip for me. Sao Paulo's a 10-hour flight. London was only 6 hours. The regional qualifier is... It is the Latin American regional qualifier. It is not only Brazil. Is it dangerous? I mean, when I was in Hamburg, walking one block from the Media Markt to the hotel, some homeless guy chased me down trying to ask me for money. So you can have dangerous stuff anywhere. Am I a New York guy? I'm from northern Jersey. I'm from outside New York. So Blackheart looking to wall up. Playing some standard Arabia. Oh my gosh, with all the Empire Wars we had. I've missed this. I've missed players turning Arabia into Arena. Need to brush up on your North American accents. I don't know if my... one time I, like, went to college and then came back to my hometown. And then I went to get a haircut, and I walked in, and they're like, ah, you have a strange accent. Where are you from? And I'm like, I grew up down the street. So I don't know if I still have that, like... There are definitely some things, like saying water, I have to very well pay attention. Not to say water. But there are a couple words that probably where the New Jersey comes out. And Moe's BYC, thank you for the sub. I do sound like us, nice.
You must be wary on the road ahead. Our enemies, the British, are out in force, and their Burgundian allies are thick as rats. Discretion is the better part of valor.
It makes me want to spend more money on creators, streamers, and event sponsor products so we get more like it. That is, I think Ornlu cast it at the Grand Melee years ago, which happened to be right after a previous Red Bull event. And he told me it was difficult because they wanted to talk about the players' performance in their recent events. But that event was sponsored by Monster, so they couldn't mention the Red Bull event explicitly. And they had to dodge around that. And they couldn't say, oh, as he did in the Red Bull event. No, they had to say, like, oh, as the player performed in the recent Woololo tournament. And not mention the sponsor name. So these papaya bushes over here, again, one of those new assets. Blackheart will have to be careful about over-foraging. We're getting the standard non-Empire Wars Arabia moment of both players are fully walled and booming, one player has some scouts, there are some spears running around. Scotty and Blackheart are, oh my gosh, I did not set the scoreboard up. Sorry, this is not Scotty, that'll be later today. I was thinking Syscon's playing Scotty later and I typed the wrong name on the scoreboard. Someone said that earlier. Someone said that earlier, and I was like, I thought it was just the Scotty memes. And then Castle Age on the way for Blackheart. Castle Age also for Syscon. And Blackheart's just gonna keep walling up. Monster Enter GG tournament. It would be nice if we could get more sponsors in. Doesn't know he's called Scotty, and always has been. Well, near me, I live in northern Jersey, where we're gonna have the finals of the FIFA World Cup soon. I'm a good 40-minute drive from MetLife Stadium. So, Castle Age on the way for both players. Maybe we'll finally see some action then, as we have a ton of farm booming from the Khitans, but the pastures have been nerfed a bit, so they're not quite as strong as they used to be. Still a great bonus, though. And these scouts have been running around trying to find a Vil everywhere. Hasn't happened. And while they're booming, it gives me a chance to finally eat my breakfast sandwich. Been sitting at my desk for a while. Alright, finally an engagement. Vil goes down, Scout goes down, Spears come in. And that Scout gets poked. And TC for Blackheart. Forward Vil for Syscon, let's go. He's going to add in a workshop and look to pressure this boom. Some pokes on the scouts. Yeah, they heard me biting my sandwich and finally decided to engage. And a workshop going up for Syscon. And Bill's head over to the wood line. And the scouts run into a TC. Syscon finally gets cleaned up, but at least he'll have scouted something, and he's pressuring the gold. Gold at the front, and this is the only real gold right now. A spear scouting the other gold for Syscon. That Blackheart has access to, and yeah, so Syscon, he saw the gold and decided, I'm going to punish this spoon by attacking the gold. Crossbows come in, knights come in. And Meganel goes to the barracks as this workshop for Blackheart comes up. Wheelbarrow and Town Watch on the way for him. Heavy plow even for Syscon. Applying to all of the existing farms. As the Mangonels take down the barracks. And now Blackheart has to get Mangonels out to defend, but that can be tricky without gold access for the Mangonels. Only 3 vills on gold. He is moving to the other gold site and adding a TC there. But it's not walled and there's a dangerous hill in front of it. Crossbows might come over and try to camp there. And the skirms dodge a Mangonel shot. As the Mangonels go for the range, and we'll have another monastery up for Blackheart. Town Watch for Syscon. And he's looking out for raids, but so far no possibility for Blackheart to raid. This entire base is walled up fully. And a rocket cart hitting the knights. Knights go forward. Or no, they don't. They turn around. Oh yeah, also, new Capture Age projectile graphics. You can clearly see the skirmisher javelin sticking out of the ground. I noticed that during the Red Bull cast. That's pretty cute. Yeah, the shadows and they decay properly. As the range goes down. And another outpost for Syscon. Great to have the outposts for the Mangonel Wars. As the Vil has to dodge, that Mangonel goes down. And a couple of rocket carts keep getting shots. Oh, thank you, Nick Stirs, for the raid. Welcome in. We're here just killing some time until the next set. We're gonna have Degao versus Stark. Yo? No, Yo's not playing today. Yo's not playing today. Let's do this. Hello, hello. Thank you for the raid. Thank you very much. Also, go check out the Onamaru channels too. We're dual streaming these qualifiers on their channels too. So make sure to go give them a follow. I did see they surpassed 1,000 followers today, so go check them out at Team Onamaru. So hyped to attend a LAN event. Oh, Danny Wing, so you gotta attend the one in Sao Paulo. That'd be great. I know there are people who make huge trips to visit the LAN events. It's great to see people. People from Australia making the trip to London. As this workshop will go down, and full skirm defense. But, ooh, they take a Mangonel shot. Repairs on the Mangonel from Syscon. He is down by 9 vills, but a head and res collected. And, oh, nice Mangonel shot on the vills. And Red Rose, thank you for the follow. Brazil is very big, so it's still a bit far, but a lot closer than London. And thank you, Lecco, for the follow. Yeah, for me, Brazil is or at least Sao Paulo is much farther than London. Everything goes down. It'll be weird having a long flight and not having a time zone change. I've never really flown north-south. It's usually been east-west. And light cav for Syscon. I'll have a third TC outside the wood line here as the Vietnamese. And oh, a nice palisade going down to the mangonels. So 5 mangonels for Syscon. As he'll try to push this TC. If you walk with me in Brazil, nobody will mug you because you look dangerous. I know, I've seen you posting. You've been working out at the gym. Gabby's strong. I'll trust her to protect me. I'm sure she'd fend off muggers IRL the same way she micros in game. With all that chaos, no one would ever dare approach. So rocket cart defense, trying to keep the mangonels away. Some cav archers too from Blackheart. As much as I feel this push is working, still may be a bit dangerous if Syscon starts losing mangonels. And it's a good thing he has the extra boom behind this. He's caught up in Vills now. And cav archers at this point feel like a weird option against the mangonels, that you're not really going to stop them without a melee unit. And you're not doing any counterattacks with the cav archers either. I feel like Blackheart's a bit stuck not knowing what to make. Imagine Gabby leading a flock of AoE 2 nerds through the city. Oh my gosh, all the mangonel shots. Down they go. Down they go. And the skirms don't hold up. So, well done for Syscon. Syscon's getting warmed up for his set later. So he's getting ready to face Scotty, who is not Blackheart. Scotty's his own person. Was I there for... Yes, I was there for Londinium. I had a lot of people saying hi to me. Had a lot of autographs to sign. So, this is the draft from the last set. There are more overlays I can grab. Oh, you know what I can do? I can show off for a moment the Onamaru website where we have the brackets. We can take a look at the brackets for our event. So let me grab, we got the link for that. And let me doubly make sure that I'm not accidentally going to show a stream key. Hide those messages on Discord. Alright, no one's going to see the stream key, and we're going to show off the Onamaru website, which very thankfully has a dark theme, so we're not going to blind everyone. So here we are. Upcoming matches. Degao versus Stark in my local time zone. Local time zone. 13 EDT. Us Americans still use that AM PM system. Let me zoom in a bit on my 4K monitor. There you go, zoom in a bit. And here we are. So all of the brackets we have up here are the seating sheet. And this is all the brackets at once on one page. Lovely. So we'll have... What did we just see? We did some random assignment to brackets. So Freaking Andy, Young Panda, that'll come up later today. We had... already Jordan versus Golly. I'll move on to the next round. Jordan moving forward. Syscon Scotty will be the other set there. So the winner of Syscon Scotty later today will face Jordan. Is that over already? I didn't actually click the button. Nego Drama put that together while I was on vacation. And let's just try to see there. And here's Dogao Stark. So this will be the set we cast next. Dogao and Stark. The winner, in all likelihood, faces Kingstone. In all likelihood, faces Kingstone. That was a tough first round set for Dogao. Lewis up here on that side of the bracket too. Oh, and Turs. Turs is over here. Turs Lobo should be a pretty good set too. So we have 5 brackets. The winner of each bracket will qualify for the main event. And then next week will be the same thing. The winner of each bracket will qualify. And let's check out. I don't even know what this is. I haven't clicked it yet. So I guess you can pick upcoming matches. Let's see. I don't know how this works. I shouldn't check stuff live on stream. Oh, so I can like click this? What was the opponent's score? Let's see. Viper's pretty washed. Baxter wins 3-2. And then I can say something like, I don't know, like Doubt Jubileo. Now this is, let's be honest, Jubileo from Brazil has been practicing for this event over and over and over. He's gonna sweep Doubt to face Valessa. And let's see, Valessa maybe it wins 3-1, but then Jubileo gonna face someone who's actually prepared from Finland. And Valessa will then win, but it'll be a close set. 3-2. Okay, that's cool. So you can go through do a simulator thing. I don't know if there's any prize or anything for this. We might do like a prediction contest. And I guess you can still do it, but you can't pick things that have happened already, looks like. Ah, that's cute. I didn't see that yet. Let's just reset that. And then go to the seating page. Oh, thank you for the gift. Thank you for the gift.
Highwaymen preying on helpless travelers. What has become of our homeland?
Yeah. Yeah, so how this worked was we took the top 5 players, randomized them, which group they were in, then same with the next 5, and the next 5, and the next 5. And then everyone else was just seeded by their ATP rating, and then after the top 40 by their ladder elo. So Koala Blue was that crossover point where it went from ATP to ladder. Oh, yes, the badge denotes the channel, Chipta. You're in my channel for the Twest stuff, and then the Onamaru channel for the Onamaru stuff. So, yeah, so those are the brackets. You can check it out on the Onamaru website. That's where we'll be keeping track of the brackets. .php. Oh my gosh, I haven't done PHP in a while. What ATP is? It stands for AoE 2 tournament points, and I can't really teach you what it is because it is a very complex spreadsheet that I need to actually research how it works myself. Maybe in the future I can teach you though. That is a great question, and I just talked with our base, and we're eternally gonna try to figure it out. When does Doubt play? He is still scheduling. The qualifiers, we have 4 sets players have to play. They need to do the first set by Friday. They're gonna play 2 sets on Saturday and then 1 on Sunday. So he will be playing over the weekend at some point. And AoE Pothos22, thank you for the follow. So thank you all for tuning in again on both my channel and the Onamaru channel. I'll try to promote the Onamaru channel to build them up before we actually have the LAN. And if you were watching Jordan earlier, thanks for supporting him. Been still waiting for Stark versus Degao. So let's see. We can cast more as Syscon. Do lots of Syscon casting today. We have a minute of spec delay, then we'll do Syscon versus Moore. Yeah, just playing some more Arabia to warm up. Yeah, ATP is a ranking that takes tournament results instead of a ladder, yes. But the specifics of how it happens with different tournaments having different ranks based on, or different weights based on S tier versus A tier, I'm not exactly sure how that all works. And okay, here we are. we'll have more games of Syscon, as more will be the red Mongols to the west and Syscon the blue Portuguese to the east, in this somewhat snowy version of Arabia, with fruit bushes and pine trees and bushes, and oh my gosh, hares! So a hairy Arabia. So bore into the TC, and taken by these villagers, and Moore will start chopping the tree. And I wonder if Moore has a special Mongols build order planned for going up super fast. Always something you can do with them with the hunt bonus, but hard to do on the chicken maps. Not going for the lame. Extra line of sight on the scout, so could always go for the lame with the Mongols. Can scout not just your own base, but also the enemy base more quickly. Try to find their boars and still scout to find your sheep afterwards. You have some birch trees mixed in. I like that little leafless birch tree that's completely white with no leaves on it. Oh, it always looks really pretty. I like that. Did I play already? Nope, he is playing next. We're just casting a couple of ranked games until that gets started. They should be starting around 17 GMT, Dogao versus Stark. Do I have any favorite yet? Not yet. I'll need to see them played. I'll need to see them played out. I've really liked all of the maps so far. But maybe that'll change, and I might like some more or less as we see them played. They were fun to design. But I really need to see them more to get a good feel for them. Just the time you have to go back to work? Well, that's perfect to have the Twitch stream on at work, right?
Hola. Sim. Sim.
So feudal age for more as the boar gets lured in. Hello, Beba Cakes. From one tournament to the next, one right to the next. Hello, Make a House. I saw you in London. Is feudal for more, and oh, loom after feudal. 17 pop, no loom, feudal age for more. Really taking advantage of being the Mongols here. You can't, you're a teacher? You're not gonna teach history by watching Age of Empires in class? Waiting for the next team event? Yeah, I'm not sure when the league is supposed to start. Feels like it'll be an interesting one, though. Yeah, I figured with Vitality having 3 players, it didn't make sense to do cartographers this year, because that's a 2v2 event. But I'm excited. That we're hopefully going to get Nations Cup next year. That's always my favorite. I've never seen that movie. I've never seen Mystery Men. We are going to have Rage Forest coming up soon, too. That's going to be a lot of fun. So, stable for more. Mongols, fast feudal scouts, as you'd expect. Doing Loom, though. Kind of sad we're seeing Loom and not a fast bloodlines, but fair enough. It'll be militia, likely into men-at-arms, then for Syscon. Up much more slowly compared to the Mongols, but then again, so is pretty much every civ. Maybe let's shoot the hare.
Quais são as vossas
And we'll have double bid axe for more. When does the next team game tournament start? That's what I was saying. I don't know when the league officially starts. We have Amigo Wars going on, and we'll have Rage Forest later on over the summer.
Sim.
Now, those are a bit of a different style, though. As much as I love Black Forest. So Horse Collar and Double Bid Axe both on the way for Syscon. And a few more walls going up there for more. As these walls go up to the edge of the map again, fully walled, as we see so often on Arabia. Ooh, look at this pond. You do a gate right across that pond and fish boom on both sides. That'd be cool. Make your base as pretty as possible. Archery range for more before even a single farm. And I might need a gate here to stop the scout getting in. Thinking of the house. Arrows will shoot the scout away. Is your fave team game tournament by far? Yeah, I absolutely love it. I absolutely love it.
Ao seu dispor. Quais são as vossas
But it takes a good... Honestly, to do something at the scale I want to do takes a good year or so to prepare.
Quais? Sim. Vossas
Getting a proper map pool, everything running with admins and stuff. We even had a small meetup. We went to medieval times.
Olá. Estou pronto.
It was a good experience of getting everything set up and all the logistics that go into running that size of an event.
Quais as vossas ordens? Ao seu dispor.
That's quite a long time, yeah. It was, yeah, I guess about a year. They released the calendar, and then I had the tournament a year later, and it felt like it just flew by. Is going to dominate the team scene? Maybe, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. It's interesting because we have all that talk about like Hera versus the Viper, about Viper's dominant streak for what, 10 or 11 years from 2012 to 2023 thereabouts. In that time, it wasn't just 1v1 events; it was Tyrant playing team game events and Tyrant winning every team game event as well. And it felt like the largest events during that time were the team game events, more so than 1v1s.
Olá.
Or the Nations Cup, or stuff like War is Coming, or the Clan Masters. Bracket. Oh, is there a bot in the Onamaru chat that responds to commands? I'll need to set my bot up to do commands. Yeah, I mean, what will Onamaru do? They could potentially do 3v3 teams. I could easily imagine teams of, say, Viper, Doubt, Jordan, then Vinchester, Lewis, Andy, and Miguel DeGao, Kingstone, and field 3 competitive 3v3 teams. If you can have a bench player on the roster, you could always go super old school and go Viper, Doubt, Jordan, DeGao. Now that would be a team right there. Like Tyrant plus RVK. Tripta is the bot. Paste the brackets. Paste the brackets then, Tripta, if you're gonna be the bot. So Blacksmith for more over here. He's investing into farms. All the pressure has been on Syscon so far, but he's nicely walled up. No Vil kills yet. And after those initial men-at-arms, more is pushed back to get the skirms over to the back of Syscon's base and try to get through the walls. How was the seeding for the brackets done? That is a great question. The top 40 players are seeded by their ATP rating, That's AoE 2 tournament points. It is essentially a ranking that takes tournaments into account instead of ladder results. After that, the next 40 players were seeded by their ladder elo. It's an average of their highest and current 1v1 ratings on their accounts. Is Hera playing? Yes, Hera was invited directly to the LAN though, so he's not playing in the qualifiers. Everyone else, Leary, the Viper, they all have to qualify. RVK Buzz. There was even a clan called the Viper Clan that had Jordan, Doubt, and Dogao on it years ago, before Viper was even a player. There was the wonderful clan tag, Viper Doubt. So Castle Age up for more. He'll be up first. Syscon's still booming, not too far away from clicking up himself. This will be a rather fast Castle Age, but the Mongols do get off to a great start with that hunt bonus. Not a chance. You don't think Leary will qualify? Yeah, Viper was playing before Viper was playing. But Viper the player, interestingly enough, didn't actually play 1v1s for a while. He started out playing 4v4 Land Nomad. Is the Lord in tier 3? Well, that is his own placement then. Yeah, so after everyone was seeded, we took the first 20 players and we split them into 4 groups. So the top 5, then the next 5, the next 5, and the next 5. And then those were assigned randomly to brackets. That was just to prevent matchup hunting. And then after that, everyone was seeded Serpentine into the brackets. We initially had a mistake that Arbase and I were on vacation, and everyone else, instead of being placed with a snake draft assignment, was placed randomly. But we fixed that. We fixed that. Yeah, crazy how young Leary still is. To think about that, he's been playing at LAN events since he was 14. And doomed to finish second at LAN events his entire life. The 2 Red Bulls he won were online only. And now what was that? I saw Viper talking or posting about how he and Leary were reminiscing about their first LAN event, the Escape Euro Cup. I wasn't at that, even though I helped organize it, but that was crazy at Gamescom years ago. They played as long as they could before they were kicked out of the venue, and Viper won just in time. The Imp TC and the score loss still hurt, and the Loch Ness loss. That was it. Oh man, that felt like every game. Let's see. Yeah, Syscon actually does get in. Just a few spears though won't be doing too much damage, and Cav Archers will clean that up. Feels like every single game of that set, Leary had the better opening. And that Leary's openings on Empire Wars are far ahead of everyone else, even a Hera. To the point where all of the other sets were won based on openings alone. And he pushed a 3-0 lead against Hera with the openings. And the games that Hera won, he had to hold on. And he had to work for them. Like, the 3 wins Leary got, he got easily. And those super long games, Hera managed to find ways to win. If it's a comfortability, anxiety thing playing at LANs, I think the issue is just he ran into Viper during peak Viper, and now he's running into Hera during peak Hera. I think that's the issue. I don't think it has anything to do with like anxiety or performance issues. I mean, who does he lose to at LANs, right? It's Viper and Hera. Because I know there certainly are players who have mental blocks at events like that, or even just at online events. I don't think Leary's one of them. Maybe we will have peak Leary in the future. Oh, look at that scout chilling by the flowers. He's like, you know what? I'm just gonna chill here. These flowers are so pretty. I don't need to scout anymore. I'm just gonna have a nice little picnic on these flowers. Enjoy my day. Stay away from the snow. Find the warmer area, the sun hitting the top of the hill. Hey, all this chaos with the skirms on the front, I don't need to get involved in that. I'll just chill in the back. Let the skirms do their skirmishing. I'll just have a lovely day in these flowers. Ooh, we peakier than the other peak player. I was like, my favorite moment, though, was Doubt winning Red Bull 3. That's the other player he lost to, right? Doubt. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm so happy when Doubt won that. I think everyone was. How much is Leary playing between tournaments? I don't know. I really don't know. I imagine he does a lot of practice, but obviously he's not grinding the ladder like or streaming like everyone else does. I mean, it's probably helpful for Hera to do super long streaming sessions in preparation for LAN events. That's something I heard from the Finns back at ECL when Suomi was playing super long games. We were going well past midnight, past 1 AM into the middle of the night. They weren't bothered by it. They were asked, or someone asked them, does it bother them to play that long? They're like, ah, no, we play like this all the time. That never mentions winning Red Bull. I'm sure he messages it to Viper every time. He probably just messages it internally, or mentions it internally. It's around 1 time per hour on stream. That's infrequent for him, though. Yep, the London tournament did already finish. As for who won, I'm sure you can take a pretty good guess. And not be surprised. So Cav Archers here are all running around. We have some rocks enjoying the fly. Oh, the Scouts, he's still out there. He's still there. More even sees it. He's just like, you know what, that guy's so peaceful, I'll leave him there. No need to do it. No need to clean him up or do anything. Let him enjoy the flowers. And we'll have a siege workshop here for more. And some skirms will go down to the Cav Archers. Nice Cav Archer army for more. He's taking a pretty good score lead, up by 3k res, and he's been booming a lot more. Syscon had to react to the early Castle Age pressure. Didn't get his boom going at all. He's still on 1 TC. Trying to go Knights, but the Cav Archers have been amassed for more. Those faster shooting Mongolian Cav Archers. And I think Syscon's in trouble here. 80 to 58 Vils. He's been constantly defending while his opponent was booming. And great management from more of the eco to boom while applying that pressure. Yeah, I think 250k was 2 plus 4 combined. I imagine the cost of getting the Royal Albert Hall certainly ate into the prize pool. Booking a venue of that size is certainly expensive. Paying for security and everything, too. That was one thing we ran into at the Garrison, that it was lovely to have the full 9-game set for the finals, but we also were running into the point where we needed to get, or everyone needed to get out of the venue just at the end, because at that point, it was only booked for a certain amount of time, and every hour afterwards, security would have had to have been paid for a full day. They get their overtime. So we're still working out all the logistics of the Brazil LAN, but I think it's kind of important for the event that there is that after time where fans can just go hang out with the players. NAC, I want to say NAC 5 was really nice because we just all hung out in the hotel and there was a hotel bar on the outside of the viewing area. And we were there till early in the morning. We're into the point where the snack bar closed. Yeah, that's the problem when the snack bar closed. Tripta's first land. Have you worked out the logistics of getting the trophy towards it? Yeah, Tripta in the chat, he apparently made the trophy for the event. Mangonel trying to hit the skirms. Skirms have to fall back. Oh, it's your first time ever leaving the USA. That's an adventure. You got your passport all worked out? That's what happened for me at the, was it NAC4 I went to attend? Because COVID had been right before it, I didn't bother to renew my passport, and you gotta renew it every 10 years. And I had to expedite the renewal process, because your passport has to be valid for 3 months after you plan to leave the country. And my passport expired literally 1 day too early. So I had to go through the super fast and more, or the less slow and more expensive renewal process. Yeah, remember to renew your passports if you're traveling for a land. Do it ahead of time. So Cav Archers here attacking the Mangonel. Vil goes to repair the Mangonel. Repairville goes down at least. That's a lot of skirms mixed in. Skirms that could threaten the Cav Archers. Moore might have to back off a bit and be careful that he doesn't overinvest into the push. That's what Hera does so well in his games. Microing his army while defending. And finding ways to stay alive. The Age of Empires can end up where you have very asymmetrical situations. One player has more eco and one player has more army. And figuring out how to win from either side of that situation is important. Because oftentimes you have a trade-off. So you have a bunch of scouts that get into the enemy base and you go kill 5 Vils. Well, that's nice, but now you don't have an army left if you lose all the scouts and then you get pushed back. And that's what really impressed me with those games Hera played against Lyri at the end, especially that Rampart game. How he managed to be behind in eco, but kept enough army alive that he was alive until the late game. One player has more army and the other has more lag. That's something too. I even have expiration dates, so they have to be before that. Yeah, that definitely is. Can catch you off guard if you're not prepared for it. So another castle for Moore. That goes down to the Cav Archers. And Vil's chopping wood. There's a farm going up. The French passport is valid after its expiration date. And there's more hits Imp. Syscon will call the GG. So, well done for Moore. That was a very well-managed Mongols game. And we saw how early on the timing advantage against the men-at-arms made him turn the men-at-arms into essentially nothing. They didn't do any damage. And he was able to get up to the castle age first, apply pressure while booming, and just kind of coast on to victory. So that's what we see a lot in these Arabia games on the ladder when they're so easy to wall. Unless someone's going for that Phosphoro build. This is the most French thing I've heard. The story checks out. Alright, anyway, the set will be Dagao versus Stark coming up next. Let me check and see if they've drafted yet. I don't know if they have. Just taking a look at this. Yeah, I don't see a draft yet. Yep, don't see it there. But once they get started, I'll get the overlays updated. For now, I think I'm just going to take a quick break myself and make another coffee for this and get the players on the overlay. Where are we at? We have Stark. And Degau. So let's see, that was the old draft. So once they get started, they'll be going in about 15 minutes or so, so I'll be right back. I'm going to make myself another coffee for this, and we'll have our first Brazil versus Brazil matchup of Degau versus Stark, so stay tuned. Alright, I got my second coffee. We got 3 more sets, and we're going to start with Degao versus Stark. Let's see, I haven't seen them post their drafts yet. I'll keep an eye on that. Oh, I see Stark just wrote sup in their chat. And time to get started. Stark checking in right on time. See, I don't see Degao online yet. Hopefully he's around in a moment. I know Degao's been furiously checking the maps. He sent me quite a few bug reports, so I know he's going to be prepared. No, I see all the TTL Community Cup drafts. So once again, we'll take a look at the brackets. These are, if you want to see the brackets yourself, I should actually post a link beneath my stream, but there they are on the Onamara website. And you can see all the brackets at once, or each individually. This is the seeding page. Let's look at all the brackets for a moment. All these games to be played this weekend for 5 slots to qualify for the LAN in Sao Paulo this July. Oh, Troop, are you a mod on the Onamaru channel to the point that you can add bot commands? That is lovely. That is lovely. I think I can do that too, but it's hard to do that while streaming and adminning at the same time. So this will be Bracket C. We'll have 2 sets from this bracket today. Degao versus Stark and Andy versus Young Panda. The winner of this one faces, in all likelihood, Kingstone. But tough first round matchup for Degao. Definitely a tough matchup for him. You see Barles and you cheer for Barles? Barles is playing too. Let's see where Barles is. Oh my gosh, all the LY players in the same bracket. So we had 1 set so far, Jordan winning over Golly. And where is Barles? There he is. Barles against Warrior. I was looking right at him. Barles against Warrior in the top bracket. You see that AoE casters like the letter T a lot? That's what I'm named. That's what I'm named. So later today we'll also have Freaking Andy versus Young Panda. Huge advantage for Freaking Andy, for sure. Young Panda, you might know as a map scripter, came up with the Skakuza map that you would have seen in Warlords and Sudden Disaster last year. And also came up with the Reverse Acropolis idea that we had for TTL last season. Also, Hidden Forts, if you remember that, from Hidden Cup the other year. That was a fun map. I wonder who Old Panda is. You saw me around? Oh, if you come to Brazil, then you can get a picture. And Gabby's autograph. I need to get one of those too. I do have Nadia's autograph. Dave, Datiella, and Orntu are your favorite T casters. You remember Resonance 22, his first name also started with a T. He was a Troy. T-Mem. Alright, so let's go look. Are they having this draft started yet? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Lovely. Degao and Stark. Go to my draft scene. These are the other drafts. Let me fix that. And let me just make that background a bit darker. Or, oh, no, because I messed up. There we go. Oh, I have a random number on the scoreboard, don't I? It's because I accidentally clicked a button and turned something on. Where is that coming from? There. And 2 polls. Yeah, I mean, Barles has a really good chance to qualify. For Red Bull, there were only 8 players, so for this tournament, where there is... what? Gets up to 12? So 11 slots? I think he's a good shot. I think he's a darn good shot. So maps here. We'll have the islands map first. Okay, okay. Just make sure I'm grabbing my map names properly. And I'm sure Barles has lots of fans, right? Especially with Rage Force coming up. That's where he usually dominates. Alright. So they're starting their draft, and they have a lobby up. So all should be good. So Rage Forest Barles is an absolute beast, 100%. Oh, you know, this is interesting. Both of these players typically pick green. Maybe Stark will pick purple. Actually, Stark is a purple picker. Is green versus purple hard to see for anyone? If it is, then I'll swap them to red and blue or something more visible. Will Hera win this again? He certainly is the favorite, that's for sure. That is for absolute sure that he's the favorite. Is it a guarantee? Not that I know of, but I think he certainly is the favorite. Green versus purple makes it hard for you to support the purple player. Do you like green, Froggy Frog Frog? Well, as a reminder, we are also streaming not just on my channel, but also on the Onamaru channel, so go give their channel a follow. We're hoping to increase their follower count. I saw they hit 1,000 followers today. They're now at 1,031, so go give them a follow too. Plan going forward is I'll dual stream everything from the earlier rounds, and then the day on the finals I'll stream on their channel. So go check them out too if you're from my chat. I do think that Empire Wars is a game mode that really favors Hera and Leary versus everyone else because of how important those opening 2 to 3 minutes are. And I think we saw Leary dominate the event by winning those 2 or 3 minutes and then coasting to victories after that. And even against Hera, every single game he won the opening. And it was Hera's ability to hold on for those final 5 games that led him to his win. But even though the first 3 games looked easy for Leary, and then the final games were Leary still winning the opening, and Hera somehow, someway held on. Remember a time when Hera's weakness was Empire Wars? I mean, that's kind of, it was true for Viper too, but Hera's gotten a lot better at it. And because the Dark Age is bad? Well, not because the Dark Age is bad, but I think when we saw King of the Desert 3ville start, where Viper had a lot more room for creativity, and the Phosphoro builds was something that knocked Hera off of the usual game he was capable of playing. I want to see them struggle a bit more. Is it downside? I mean, I don't think Hera really has a downside. I just think that the Empire Wars plays to his strengths a lot more. for error. His weakness is his internet dropping more than anything. So, first map we have here is excuse me, I'm still practicing my pronunciations. Fernando de Naranja. And that is an island off the northeastern coast of Brazil. That is our pure water map. We have one map that's a pure water map, and it is an islands map. Hera's greatest weakness is MBL. That's really interesting, though, because I know back on the Voodoo days, they played each other non-stop. And if I remember the stats correctly, I think MBL had around a 75% winning percentage in their games back then. Yeah, there definitely is some old familiarity between the two of them when they play, that's for sure. I don't know, does anyone in the chat know if MBL was interviewed or asked about the final game, the set he played against Hera? Because I have the feeling that he mixed up Stone Drift and Stone Front and meant to go Magyars versus Italians on Stone Front, but still had the Japanese at the end of his draft for the water map and didn't pick them. And I'm worried he might have just messed up the name of the map and thought he was playing a different map. It does sound like something he might do, right? Alright, looks like DeGal's joined a voice channel. Just need Stark to do that, and we're ready to go. And, oh, wonderful. Nego Drama's handled posting the drafts. Thank you very much. He was talking about it on stream. Oh, did he say anything about it? MBL in particular? He did exactly that until proven otherwise. And I'm saying that because when I made that mistake when I was talking about it on my stream before I loaded in. And then I loaded in and realized, oh, right, that's the wrong stone map. It's a good ask, though. I mean, not to say that Magyars don't make sense if you want to go for that early Men-at-Arms opening with the free forging and also having forging for the Hulks. It looks like they are in a lobby. And hopefully should be ready to go. We see the gals in the lobby now. Lovely, lovely. Refuse to believe there's a time when Magyars don't make sense. They are a very good save in a variety of settings. Maybe Maybe forest nothing, they don't make sense. But even on those closed maps like Michi, I think having Magyars with the recurve bow heavy cav archers gives them an incredible late game unit. So, I like how Degao also picked Sertao, which is the map that is closest in pronunciation and spelling to his name having the same ending. That is a good home map for him. He also banned the closed maps, the Coast Arena and the Barrels, Explosive Barrels maps. Which makes sense against Stark. Stark, a very good closed map player. Interesting to see Pantanal and also the very open Valle de Selva as picks for Stark. I think Stark's a very rough first round matchup for Degao. And we'll see how this goes. We'll see how this goes. I still expect Degao to be the favorite, but Stark's going to put up a fight, I'm sure of it. Okay, Stark's in the voice channel. We're all ready to go. And here we go. Fernando de Naranja. Loading in. She's helping you become more acclimated to water maps. Nice. So I've always been a huge fan of playing water maps. I know that when I play tournaments, they're one of my top picks, because years ago, when Tato was playing on the HD edition, he formed a clan with some of his viewers to play in a team game tournament, and our home map picks were always Migration and Islands, and he taught us how to play them. So even with all the balance changes and whatnot, the basics of getting the correct investment between naval production and your economy, and hitting the timings properly, still are there for water maps. And here we'll have the two civs, Vikings for Degao. They also picked blue and red as their colors. And Dravidians for Stark. And we saw how strong the Dravidians were in Empire Wars during Red Bull. Not quite as strong as they are. Not quite as strong in random map as they are in Empire Wars, but still should be a crazy good civ. You love watching water maps. You are an outlier then, Shukta. You are a huge outlier. So Dravidian's the very first pick for Stark. Degao didn't need to go for the Vikings until the very end of his draft. And his capture age is just about to load in. Here we are. So game number one between Stark and Degao, both players from Brazil trying to qualify, make their way towards the Brazilian LAN. And we will have Stark as the Red Dravidians to the northwest, playing with that lovely civ that gets the house bonus whenever they make a dock, 5 population space from the dock, and also 200 wood upon hitting each age, so you hit feudal and bam, you have a ton of wood. Over here we have Degao playing as the Blue Vikings. Now, don't be confused, as we might have seen earlier today, these pineapple bushes are indeed forage bushes, they are not trees. Don't build a lumber camp on them. And, well, what else needs to be said about Vikings on a water map? Cheaper docks, and lovely water civ. So it looks like the map, I'm keeping an eye on the gold locations. Looks like Degao has a pretty simple gold, so does Stark. I had changed the size of the islands at one point, and I need to go and slightly readjust gold positions, I think. I want to keep one on each side. Other than that, all looks good, and this map looks good. So back dock from Degao, who does have the option to go FC and try to go longboats. Are they not exciting to watch? There's always so much going on, always intense. I couldn't tell you any dock facts at all. I know there are pew-pew boats and fish boats and... so water maps are the type of thing that, I mean, I've always seen. I've done enough tournaments to know there usually is a possibility of having a boring water map, where it simply is win the water, hold on for 2 hours, and then win the game. Having a back and forth water map where there's landings and stuff going on everywhere can be great. Well, also some possibilities of some duds here and there. Also, the map's set up so that there are whales on the map, but nothing immediately on the coast in the back of the player bases. You can't find them in the corners, on the sides, You can grab some oysters out there. Again, some inspiration from Seychelles for those little islands and Pacific Islands for those mangrove wood lines here. And then in the middle, there are a few other islands with resources, wood and gold on them. Should be 2 golds, 2 or 3 stones on those islands. You like maps with more than 5 relics. You'll like Warlords then, because I added 7 relics to all the maps. We were thinking about increasing that, making it randomly 7 to 9 relics, so it's become more important. That's what I saw when I made Rage Arena, that players liked having the extra relics. So not much stone on your starting islands either, and they are pretty far away, so it can be dangerous to mine that. And I'm curious to see what Dagao ends up going for, if he stays Dark Age for a long time, and purely goes for the fast castle, or if he tries to go up in feudal, maybe slightly later, but still get some ship production going, while then staying feudal for a bit before a fast castling. And if Stark realizes what Dagao is doing, does he react with a landing? Because sometimes going for a landing can be a counter to a pure fast castle strategy. If we go super late game, how do Therissidae do against longboats? That I'm not sure of. That I'm really not sure of. Who came up with the maps? I scripted all of them. I scripted all the maps for this event. 9 of them, including this one, were created new by me for the event. 2 of them were, especially Coast Arena, you would have seen that from TTL, were originally by the Mad Catter. I either reused them, or he had a map called Terrace that we used again too. Made some slight changes to that, and really fits the theming. With the new ship tweak, sea battle is more fun now. Water map would not be too bad anymore. That's what we're hoping. I am kind of worried about this map, that it goes water map, just pure naval battle, and gets kind of boring after a while. But then again, I know there are some players who really do like and excel at those water maps. I feel that water maps in the past were always a tournament pick by players who thought they had great micro. Like Rooster as a map would be picked by Viper or Jordan when they needed a home map and would trust their micro on the water. Please come to Brazil. I am coming. I will be there for this event. Onamaru will be flying me out. So Javelina lured in here by Stark. Didn't even take the Javelinas right away. Taking it back to the TC, and he doesn't have any vills to take it. And there we go. So not going for a full water build then. The classic 3-dock galley rush leaves no vills on food on your way up to feudal. Maybe you have a vill on a dock gathering shorefish, but that's it. Watching on YouTube, just passing by here, say you like the new maps. Thank you, Rodney, thank you. Yeah, I'm streaming on the Onamaru YouTube channel, so go give them a follow if you can. Galleys actually get countered by by fires. I still think that's an it depends situation. I think in feudal, if you get enough galleys, you still can out micro the fires once you get fletching. But we have hulks. Hulks is the opening for Dagao. Now, if you're looking at the Vikings, they do have longboats, of course, but in the new water balance, they no longer get demo ships, but they do get fires. So they get the standard triangle of galleon, carrack, fire. But they don't get demos, which these days aren't really all that important. They are the unique unit ship with the longboat, though. And I am really hoping we see longboat versus Therissidae late game. As look at this fishing eco from Stark, 14 fishing ships to 14 for Dagao. Both players heavily fishing and fishing lines even for Stark. It does feel like the critical mass is higher now, that's for sure. Now it comes down to scouting. Where is Dagao sending the hulks? Will he be able to find any damage? And actually, it's Stark go for the fast castle. Thank you, Jerry, for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Remember to go check out the Onamaru channel, too. And Castle H for Stark. This is the international qualifier. This is the international qualifier. We are, however, getting a Brazil matchup in it. And there are some oysters and some whales out here, too. Everyone says they're bad, so no one expects them. I miss demos, man. I miss them. I remember the HD edition when they first had that bug where instead of the damage tapering off, it did the full 100% demo damage everywhere in the circle. I miss those. I think what Stark is doing will be meta just because with the new feudal balance, feudal navy can't really compete with Castle Age navy. I agree with that. I agree with that. And I think that with garrisoning in the docks, you take much less damage by going for the fast castle. De Gao's the #1 Brazilian player for some time now. I think that's pretty true. Yeah. I think he's probably a step ahead of some of the other top players. Like Miguel, Stark, Fire, Goku, Gabby. Maybe one day we can get Riot to return. He did play a couple of team games over the summer last year. So, Castle Age for De Gao, as he's not going to stay feudal all that long either, but medium warships already will be researched for Stark, who is going for a fire galley plus galley composition. I want the galleys against the hulks. And then the fires provide a shield against the fires. You miss when there wasn't Halb Raider? You mean Halberdiers? There's only 1 year where they weren't there back in the Age of Kings. So, Clinker Construction for Stark. And so far, so good for him. Getting a good advantage on the water with those war galleys. Medium warships for De Gao. He has still back docked, but the back dock means he has a bit less access to fish. He's already taken a lot of the fish in the corner. But he will be going with longboats, and this is where he's hoping the unique ship, the longboat, will just dominate over whatever Stark tries to do. Not good against buildings now? Well, they shouldn't be good against everything. And I think that's one of the keys of the longboats, is that you don't need to switch. You can use the longboat against everything. They should dominate against hulks, they should be good against fires, and they should still be good against war galleys. In the past, I would say the war galley was the best ship to use against the longboat, and I think that probably still is the case. A lot of the times you would see Vikings in the AOC days, you have all your galleys left over, you upgrade them to war galley. Longboat requires a castle, so you just make the war galleys and don't go for the longboats. And there's still a part of me that thinks war galley itself might even be a better option than longboats in some situations, simply because they're so cheap, they're cost efficient against other war galleys. And you're forcing your opponent to invest into more areas of that triangle now. But as a generic beat everything ship, we'll see how the longboat does as ballistics is on its way for De Gao. Longboats are cooler, that's absolutely true. And he will engage in the fight. And we'll see how they do against fires now. I think that's the real key to the ship, making sure they're useful against fires. And there we have careening for De Gao. That'll be an extra armor. I think Viking war galleys. Yeah, that's the thing. Remember, the Vikings do have that discount on their war galleys. They don't get shipwright, so in Imp, it's not as big of an issue. And the creation speed of elite longboats will be great in that situation, because without shipwright, Vikings don't get the faster creation speed for their galleons. But De Gao takes the score lead. He is a bit ahead in res collected. As the fires go down, we'll have a TC for Stark, as he's still holding. KD pretty even. But it's holding against longboats, and he'll have to find a way to fight the longboats. So the question for this matchup now is, are the longboats in the long run good, or can the Dravidians do something better? And maybe something better will be Stark simply holds until Imperial Age, makes sure he doesn't die, and then goes Thericidai. How will Thericidai do? I don't know. Dravidians, they do also have heavy demos. And usually longboats are good against demos because they kill them quickly, but Getting a demo on tightly packed longboats can be insane. And that's another great thing about the Vikings, free wheelbarrow and handcart. So if Dagao does invest into farms, he will have a good boom into imp. But so far hasn't invested into that, and farms can be expensive when you want to spend all of your wood on warships. Stark also 0 farms, still has sheep under the TC. So we're worried more about pumping out the longboats now than really forcing the eco situation or villager counts. Stark, very similar build, getting his second TC around the same time that Dagao does. Landvilles will be a 3-vil lead for Dagao, but also a wheelbarrow and handcart lead, as longboats start to snipe off some fishing ships. And Stark also known as a bit of a waller and a boomer. And while certainly familiar with water maps, I would think water maps are a strength for Dagao. I'm actually kind of surprised not to have seen Stark ban this map in particular against Dagao. But wait, here we go. This might be a bit of a trap. Well, it's like a double sandwich, where the longboats are trapped, then also the war galleys are trapped. And Dagao isn't really engaging into this fight. He's trying to micro as best he can with the longboats, taking out a fire, forcing Stark back. And with the dancing of the longboats, Dagao manages to survive that engagement and force Stark to run away. 13 to 9 fishing ships for Dagao. So it feels like he's starting to pull ahead in eco now and also start to win a fight on the water. Stark falling back to his docks, but he'll have the production advantage. Still doesn't have a great way of fighting the longboats. His ballistics is in for them. Why not just farm boot? Well, then you lose the water and the ships attack your coastline. You don't have much room to survive against the water here. And Dagao's been doing a great job of sniping off fishing ships here. He's going for another snipe with a longboat and a fire over on the left. And he'll grab 4 more fishing ships because of that. And that'll really hurt Stark's eco. Stark, who does indeed have gill nets. Dagao does have that too. Gill nets, of course, the final upgrade for the fishing ships. As the fires push the war galleys back, still available by that dock, it's sniped off by the longboats. Stark, oh, look at the ship sailing along that narrow beach line. And without the fishing ships, also makes it harder to defend since you can't hop inside the docks. There is siphons for better fire ships for Stark. Will fire ships be useful against the war galleys? I doubt it. I mean, against the longboats? I doubt it. And now Dagao dominating the water, taking a good score lead, and 2k more res ahead. And now I'm struggling to find a way back for Stark in this game. However, Dravidians were his very first pick. But for this map in particular, I do like the Vikings. And it'll be interesting, the open water maps, to see if this plays out. If the Vikings with longboats end up being the dominant civ, or if someone finds a counter. And the front docks there for Stark will go down. A couple of fires pop out, but not much they can do there. Still waiting to see someone transport out to the islands. But for now, it's just been a pure water battle. And the longboats will take out more fires. Yeah, no snakes on these islands. No, no, no. No snakes. And Stark will just call the GG, yeah. So that's kind of the gameplay I'm maybe a bit worried about, that the map becomes a bit repetitive if we see something like this every game. Someone goes Vikings and wins with longboats. I was kind of hoping maybe Stark would hold on to the point where we get to Therissidae and then could win, but not in the cards for him this game. I think a rough map for Stark, and even though he prioritized Dravidians, maybe something he wasn't... should have thought about banning more, because the Viking longboats were crazy good. So 82 to 44 KD for Dagao on that map. And better eco for him, really pulling ahead. Especially with handcart coming in, keeping the fishing ship advantage and having... See, did he have any farms? You had a few farms by the end, too, for handcart. Oh, I gave the win to Stark. He was on the wrong side of the scoreboard. Sorry about that. There we go. Alright, alright. So I'll just update the scoreboard here. There we go. And check off these maps. So let's Dagao taking game 1. And for the civs, huge draft advantage for Dagao taking out Dravidians first. And looks like Pantanal will be our next map. And it'll be Huns against the Muisca. So one of the new civs for Stark from the DLC. So the red boxes on the bottom are bans. The players ban maps or ban civs before doing the picks. And here we go. Oh, Persians are banned and picked? Oh, that's because I messed up and I needed to put one more thing on my overlay. Hold on, I will fix that. Wait, where the heck did my civ go? That's my bad. Sorry, I didn't update the bans properly. That'll be fixed for the next game. Anyway, game number 2 on Pantanal, a land nomad start, where Stark, as the Muisca, is trying to grab as many of these capybaras as he can right at the start, because the Gao, as the Huns, will now have the Hunnic Horse. This is an extremely powerful unit. Why is it so strong for the Huns? Because they used to be horrible on nomad maps, because the minus 100 wood they have at the start of the game to make up for the fact they don't need to build houses is balanced by the fact they now have this horse and it runs under the TC, and Stark kills the horse immediately. He killed some of his own capybaras, but I'm sure he'll take that to get rid of that Hunnic horse. Dagao wanted the horse to scout for capybaras, and he loses it immediately to the TC. That's what Nomad does to you. You don't know where your opponent's TC is. They didn't TC separate islands. They're on the same island. And that is huge for Stark. He couldn't have hoped for a better start to the game, grabbing all the capybaras and denying the Hunnic horse. And the Javelina will be lured in for the Gao. And hunted under that TC. Yeah, apologies for the confusion on the overlay. That was me. I needed to click another button to update the bans. I posted the civs but forgot to update the bans. That'll be correct on the next between game scene. I just fixed that. I made that mistake when I casted the previous qualifier, and now after I went to Red Bull, I forgot that I still need to do that. But I'll be fixed for next time. I'll have more overlays and stuff updated for tomorrow. I'm immediately back from Red Bull and still need to integrate some of the graphics I was given. So a couple of vills from Dagao going to the outside. So how does this map work? How does Pantanal work? We have gold in the middle, quite a few gold tiles in the middle of the map, but none on the outside where all of the wood is. So far, I've always seen players building their TCs in the middle. I haven't seen anyone really think about TCing the outside at the start. And both players finding wood plus gold for their initial TC. There are a bunch of javelinas scattered about. On these shallows, you can lure in 300 food each, essentially a reskinned boar, and Stark heading to the outside too now. One thing you can do that I think is interesting is hunt the Reyes and then go for a lumber camp, and you can drop off food when you build the lumber camp. But you almost always do want a lumber camp on the outside. One thing you also can do on the map is have one group of vills do a mill on the outside while your other two groups go for the TC. It is a 9-vil start. The Vils start in 3 groups of 3. And yeah, rip the Hunnic horse. And you still see the corpse of the horse corpse, down on the ground. As we have Loom for Stark, and he'll be clicking up after Loom, most likely. Degao up to the Feudal Age fast, and he'll be adding in a barracks. Now, the players are very close to each other. We saw Jordan do some damage with Britain crossbows in the previous game we saw on this map. And maybe Degao also with a fast Feudal strat, too. Stark would not surprise me to see him FC. Although what he wants to do with the Muisca, they have the Guetra Warrior, which is essentially a skirmisher. They have the Temple Guard, which is essentially a stronger spear that can be trained from either the barracks or from the monastery. And then they also have a really good monk rush. Monks regain faith 50% faster so they can convert more often. Advancing to the next stage also costs less gold, so less gold to go up to castle. And settlements are cheaper and heal nearby units, so lots of nice bonuses for the monk rush. Also, their archers are faster, so that can also help if they want to go archers. And up there's the mill. And archery range for Degao. So forward range. And we have more capybaras. Start grabbing all the capybaras. He's like Jordan in that Tatars game. And we'll check the scouting if we can. Degao more res collected. Still very smooth to play the Huns. But lots of scouting for Stark. Good scouting for Degao too, not even falling behind, despite the fact I think he has fewer capybaras. Okay, Stark up to Feudal. And now, oh, nice spear. I love the use of the spear on a map like this to get a bit of scouting. Oh, that's cute. They have the rugs over the roof here, matching the color. Oh, that's how they do all the roofs. Little, I want to call them rugs. They feel like the rugs, like the rug graphics. It keeps the roof warm, keeps the water out. We needed one of those. The shower was leaking in our Airbnb. We needed a rug like over the floor to absorb the water so it didn't leak. Anyway, market here. Double rugs atop the market as we have a defensive tower from Stark upon seeing Degao's archer. And Stark will bring his villagers over here. Oh, his nickname doesn't have the tilde? Oh, thank you. Wait, it doesn't? Wait, should it? Someone told me to add it earlier.
Sure.
Maybe they were wrong. Expected more early fights. This, I think, will be a fast castle fight. He doesn't read it, but we read as if it was there anyway. Okay. Bro with the update. Literally unwatchable. It was a joke about a very small and seemingly insignificant error being a big error. I understood the joke. It's like when I look at a map and sometimes I'll be like, oh, this map has one tile of beach terrain instead of a rock. The big dog, yes. But I do know, and what is important, is that he spells his name with a lowercase d. I've corrected that in the past. I can change that, though. Just use... like that. There you go. And castle on the way for Stark. So this will be for the unique unit then, which should be a good counter to potential cav archers from the Huns, which on a very open map could otherwise be a strong unit. This map we're going to see some very weird strategies. And Stark, seeing the archers, didn't want to do the castle forward, so he is doing it at home. He's got 11 vills. part of me wanted to see Stark just say, heck with it, I'll put the castle here anyway, try to stop me, and castle the TC. The event is called Brazilian Dynasty. So some archers forward as idle villas for Dagao, and now we have to face the Guetra warrior, which is essentially a skirmisher unique unit. It does have +3 attack versus archers. Has a very short range though, only 3+1. Oh, with an S instead of a Z? I think we're using the more internationally recognized spelling. We also have the S versus Z difference in American versus British English in many words too. Like civilization. In the US we use a Z. In the UK they'll often use an S. Yeah, I want to avoid saying anglicized because English itself has differences between S's and Z's. But maybe international still isn't the right word. Easy versus easy. That's a good one. Anyway, to get up to the Castle Age, and he will be adding in Elite Skirm, Bodkin, and Bowsaw. And against the Skirmisher unique unit, I guess Skirmishers might be better than crossbows. As he comes in looking for some Vil kills with the archers, but since he went Elite Skirm instead of crossbow, he'll only have Bodkin archers. But also getting there at a good timing. Immediately going after those 3 Vils on the berries. And should be able to get all 3 of them. That's 1, 2, and 3... all that healing. 3 Vils down, as Stark doesn't notice. At least he has the tower, and why didn't he notice? Because he is pushing the TC with a Mangonel. Also has to micro against the skirms. Now this unit is speedy, 1.15 movement speed, compared to only 0.96 of the skirms. He doesn't have to take a fight wherever he doesn't want to take a fight. So more res collected though for Dagao, as the Huns. Staying in feudal a bit longer, and lots of idle TC time for Stark trying to go for this FC. And Mangonel getting some shots on the range. As the defensive Mangonel comes over for Dagao. And still 1 TC for both, but Dagao with a huge Vil lead. That idle TC time really hurting Stark. Mangonel push working, but this is where Dagao... what is his win condition here? Is it simply hold on? And hope that his eco wins? Oh, as we do have a slight pause. Let's see what the pause is about. Travei. What does that mean? I need some translation. Is that sorry go in Portuguese? That is oddly similar to the spelling of my first name. Mangonel down as Stark keeps pushing. It's like lag? Alright, he lagged a bit. Yeah, he's blaming me for the map being bugged. Mangonel, ooh, the skirm split. And the Mangonel for Stark goes down. Nice defense for Dagao. And still, this is the downside of what I've seen from whenever someone tried to play Spanish and Empire Wars on a map other than Rampart. The castle at home meant that you didn't get the castle far enough forward for conks to do damage. You could try to get map control with conks and do a second castle later, but I never saw that actually work out. The timing wasn't there. And I think on this map in particular, YOLOing the forward Vils when there were only 2 archers might have been the play. It's tricky, because Degao could always do a tower to try to counter it, though. Maybe the answer was, instead of a castle, start with a workshop, do one mangonel or one scorpion, and then do the forward castle? Because if this castle were here, applying pressure to the TC, Stark could be doing so much more damage than he is right now, but the idle TC time is killing him. Not able to keep that running despite all the capybaras he had. So even with what was pretty much the ideal start for Stark, killing the Hunted Chorus with his TC, Degao still managing to pull ahead. And a biased caster is in charge of the map scripting. And Ganel's making a splash in the water. Doesn't want to show his prepared strat. Well, I mean, it is single elimination. You do kind of need to make sure you win. Some splits on the Quetra Warriors. As the Mangonels are killed by them, they'll go down. Some repairs, but a low HP Vil. That Vil goes down. And, oh, nice Mangonel shot. And a second nice Mangonel shot. And suddenly, Stark's army... Well, at least this guy healed from all the dead units next to him. But he'll call the GG right away. Those Mangonel shots will do it for him. And Degao will go up 2-0. So congrats to Degao there. Best of 5, so Stark will have to pull a reverse sweep here. And check out the stats. We will have military, more military for Degao. More economy too. 4-minute difference in uptiming there. And GG for everything. Warfowl. Oh, I was told to remove the tilde. So it's removed now. So that was first home map, loss for Stark. And for the Civs, that was the Muisca losing against the Huns. Huns, I think, are going to be a very good pick for that map. But again, they have to navigate the scout with the TC and avoid running into the TC. And it will be Valle de Selva as our final map. Stark picking his home map. And we'll get right into that. And here we go. So we'll have Stark as the red Maya and Degao as the blue Wu, luring in that tapir. The animal always strikes me as really cute. As both deer getting pushed a bit into the TCs. And there we go, taken by those villagers. Yeah, wanting another push. The deer did spawn kind of on this one side of a wood line, so Stark will need to push them around. Maybe that's something I can pay. Oh, he'll steal the deer! He steals the deer from Degao! Oh, let's go. That was brilliantly done, the eagle. Gets to the deer and pushes it away. Final map? I mean, could be the final map if Degao wins. Could be 2 more maps, though. After this one. I wouldn't doubt Stark playing the Maya. I mean, how many years has Stark played the Maya? He certainly knows them very well. How do the Wu do against the Maya? This is a matchup where I feel you get to Plumed Archer. And I'd imagine Plumed Archers are good against Fire Archers. I'd also imagine them being good against Jin Swordsmen with the attack bonus they have against infantry. So all the Pierce Armor won't matter as much. Oh, Stark lost the push. Lost the push a bit. Degao scouting with the capybaras. This is where it's a risk. If you push the deer, then you're not grabbing all the capybaras. The deer are, of course, a faster food source, though. And we'll have loom for Degao. As Vils take the deer. So this map, we saw it earlier today. I think it's probably going to be a popular one, as it's a pretty good open map. And Vils will head out to the gold. You do have to collect all the capybaras, just like the previous one, and find gold and stone on the sides. Hello, Dizzy. How you doing? Are you doing okay after that long walk we had the other day? In London. Still recovering. Barracks and house going up. And let's just check the scouting. As we see, yeah, Degao scouted everywhere in the north, looking for capybaras. Now Stark doing the same down here in the south, grabbing a few more. And the benefit for the Maya, longer lasting food, being all those deer that got pushed in, all those capybaras that are being pulled in now, will last longer for him. Kind of like Jordan had tried to do with the Tatars that other game. Both players up to the next stage at just the same time. And we'll see if we can get an archery range immediately for Stark. There we go. Nothing from the barracks. But 4 militia coming in for Degao. Now, Stark went for some small walls. Could have walled up from the barracks to the edge with using pretty much the same number of palisades, but then maybe a bit open to aggression from this side. So I wanted to go for the small walls to stay safe in the short run, and we'll have to wait for his own eagles, men-at-arms, archers at this point. A couple of wall tiles might be needed here near the gold, but he's also close enough to the TC that he's probably not worried about men-at-arms running in there. And so far, so good for Stark's defense. He's adding in the blacksmith, and we'll look for fletching for the archers. Degao has the range, and immediately, as a follow-up to the men-at-arms, we'll be adding skirms. A couple of idle vills for him there. So blacksmith and house for Stark. Interested in seeing how the map plays out. Same for me for all the maps. And then house now for Degao. You have 2 groups of 4 berries, the papaya trees here. They're reskinned forage bushes. And fletching on the way for Stark. Then double bit axe for Degao. Feels like the men-at-arms got about 0 value. Does kind of feel like that too. I think part of the value they have, though, simply is forcing Stark to go for the small walls back here instead of a full wall on both sides of his base, which he still could do and probably is working towards. But it does mean he's still open for a bit. Oh, Stark has a couple of capybaras he didn't bring in. And the berries are a bit exposed. Up now he's noticed the capybaras. But just exposed to skirms for the moment. No archers and no fletching, so they won't be the most threatening unit of all time to the Vils there. Do I have a favorite map so far? Not quite. I've really liked all the maps. Other than potentially the islands map at the start. But that's... We wanted a water map. So I went with one water map. And I think it's, as far as water maps go, at least somewhat interesting. We'll see if we get any good late game island hopping games on it. So one house for Stark will go down. He'll be pushed away from one of his berry patches. Could always go to the other one. That is kind of far and exposed right now. Stark will be bringing his archers and his eagles around the front, as Dagao looks to get to the back. Again, a situation where the woodline is perhaps a bit exposed, but it is only skirms. So not the most urgent engagement for Stark, who with 2 barracks is trying to go double barracks eagles plus archers. And this is now comes down to micro. Can Stark get the positioning? It's eagle versus skirm the way he wants to fight, and then archer versus men-at-arms. And the eagles do not want to fight the men-at-arms, but the archers do. And I think Stark takes this engagement here. The skirm's not killing the archers all that fast. And Dagao does get a decent fight. He will clean up a lot of the archers, but ultimately he will lose everything. And all the archers go down. That's not the best for Stark to lose all the archers, but that was a very tricky engagement for him, and at the very least he does clean Dagao's army. So, equal vills, 32 to 32, 7 to 5 military, Dagao mostly going skirms, and this is how I expect players to wall on this map, the way Dagao does, just leaving the front of the TC open, maybe going to the edge here. Still should be a pretty tricky map to play in wall. Eagles will catch the skirms, a bit out of position, but Dagao can run back. This is what I feel Hera does so well, is he's able to move forward with his army, and he has the distance almost perfect, so that he can be seemingly out of position and yet get back in time to a TC or a defensive structure and not take losses, or to reinforcements. And that happens to Dagao right there. The Eagles find the skirms in the middle of nowhere, but it's not really the middle of nowhere. They're mobile enough to get back to the TC and survive. There's scale mail armor for Stark on the Eagles as Dagao with the Woo is getting ready to click up. And this is where Stark's adding in more eagles, and if he wants to be aggressive in the feudal age, that will slow down his castle timing. Dagao's selling the stone to get up. And how did Jin swordsmen do against eagles? They're both, I don't know, they're both shock infantry, so I don't think they have an attack bonus against each other. I'd imagine the swordsmen win, but maybe it's not that good? I don't think I've actually seen that in all the Woo games I've seen. And okay, the Eagles are running through. And Dagao, you can't wall this off. There's rock terrain. There's only skirms here. And Dagao has to pull all the vills to fight. Armor and foraging on the Eagles. Stark is in, and he's going to kill some vills. Dagao hasn't clicked up yet. That's 2 vills down. And Stark had a plan with the rock terrain. Now these skirms still out of position. Dagao has to wall up in the back. Oh, I like this from Stark, and he can flood in eagles. Gonna play this kind of like those eagle wars on Vulpine we had seen in Red Bull. Doesn't care about the TC fire, and he'll find another vill. That's 3 vills down, 4th vill going down. And Stark applying all sorts of pressure. He's in through a palisade on the right, too. He clicks up to the Castle Age. This is an impressive play from Stark here. That man-at-arms there used as a counter to the Eagles, but only 1 man-at-arms. Fighting with the TC, that man-at-arms is deadly with the TC fire. Everything for Dagao is idled. The gold is idled. He had sold stone to go up, but he can't go up. Dagao's nowhere near going up. And Stark may have just won this game. That man-at-arms is insane against the Eagles. Hello, Adam. Feudal Eagles in 2026, amazing. 2 more vills, but Dagao's able to wall. He's able to wall. And Stark played that perfectly. Combination of seeing Dagao had the skirms, plus going in through the rock terrain. Another vill will be killed here. Eagles eating some TC fire, but they'll take down 2 more vills. And they will get into the back of the eco too. Another man-at-arms cleans an eagle. But 2 more eagles will be hoovering around. The Igalos are hoovering, as the wizard would tell us. See a Castle Age timing. Yeah, Stark is not going to make Maya Cav archers. Aztecs and Inca might have that bug where they convert a range at the right moment as the other player is pressing train Cav archer. And somehow get a Cav archer queued to make their own. But the Maya no redemption. They can't do it. There we are, Stark up to the Castle Age. The Eagles will get an attack bonus now that they're in the Castle Age. Bodkin coming in, gold mining on the way for him. The Eagles engaging against the skirms. against Feudal Age Man-at-Arms. Only +2 against Shock Infantry as Dogao just manages to click up now, but he lost 6 Vils. Stark's over 1k res collected ahead. The Eagles are just gonna fight the Men-at-Arms and now chase down the rest of the skirms. Another barracks for Dogao, and he is thinking about going infantry now. Stark has moved out to a gold mine, and so far so good for Stark, making sure that Dogao stays enclosed in his base, unable to move out. And this could be a map where the Maya are able to go plumes at some point. There's Eagle Warrior and Squires for Stark. And then the question, what unit does Dogao go for? And it looks like it'll be Men-at-Arms and DeLong Swordsman. It won't be Jin Swordsman. He wants a counter to the Eagles. And this is where Stark going crossbows has those cheap Maya crossbowmen. Yeah, this is the game Stark 100% should close out. He sees the double barracks, or at least he should. Yeah, he sees the double barracks, and he knows, okay, it'll be Men-at-Arms. I add crossbows. If there are Gen Swordsmen, I have Eagle plus crossbow. I can fight that. Because I think Eagle should be able to fight it. More Vils go down trying to wall. 2 more Vil losses. That's 8 Vil kills for Stark. And Dogao falling apart. At some point, too, the Eagles can run through the rock terrain and get into the back. And they're going to try to go through another palisade. I'll see if Dogao can wall this off. The crossbows might pick off another Vil. All those Vils are very low. The Eagles are through one more layer. They kill another Vil. They kill 2 more Vils. That's 10 Vil kills for Stark, who looks like he's on his way to a win. And Dogao calls the GG, and Stark will take it. Well done for Stark. Playing the Maya to perfection there with the Feudal Eagles. As chat said earlier, that the Men-at-Arms didn't do much damage at the start. Stark waited patiently until he had the army to clean up everything from Dogao, and Dogao caught a bit off guard by the Eagles running into his base. Stark read that perfectly. It was Men-at-Arms. He defended with archers, so we had a skirm follow-up from Dogao, but because there were enough Eagles here, seeing the skirms and the opening on the rock terrain, Stark ran in, knowing that Dogao wouldn't be able to wall him off, and he did so much damage. There are 2 sets after this. Yes, there are 2 sets after this. We have Syscon Scotty and Freaking Andy versus Young Panda. They're both at 19 GMT. I think I'll cast Syscon Scotty because that one will be, I think, a bit closer and more competitive, but then we'll do the Rex of the other one right after that. All right, impressive game from Stark. I liked seeing that. Nice to see him pick up a win. Reverse sweep is still a tall task, but he's started it off on the right foot. And for the Civs, that was a win for the Maya, and a loss for the Wu. And Linsoy's Myrniensis will be our next map. Okay, let me just double check the fish for the map. Looks like everything spawned properly for fish in each lake. So here we go. Linsoy's Myrniensis, which I think I'm pronouncing close to correctly. We'll have Dogao as the blue Persians and Stark as the red Japanese, so a fairly hybrid map here. Yeah, Dogao still has 2 top picks. You have deep water all the way on the opposite side of the map. A lot of goats that scattered about randomly you can go and pick up. And then you have your wood lines to the back. You can get a nice wall off over to the wood lines, although Stark would have to scout that there actually is a passage around the back and be careful. Also, a few little of these monkeys in the back. Say hello to the monkeys. This is a map that can rotate in all 4 directions. It's an area in northeastern Brazil that it's not quite a desert because it gets too much rainfall to be a desert, but it is very seasonal. Oh, Stark dropped. All right, if he dropped, we can restore if we do have a restore file. If not, we can just restart because it's so early. Stark froze and then, okay. Yeah, at least it's at the very start of the game, so no issue if we have to restart. So yeah, it looks like his scout and his Vil aren't moving. So we'll see if we can restore. If not, we just restart. So, give them a moment to get back into the game then. As it's not like anyone did a horrible dock like Golly did, and yeah, the coast is southwest. Yeah, I rotate the map in all 4 directions to make the map a bit more interesting. I figure having a fixed map in one direction isn't as much fun. Well, we take some liberties with the coastal direction. Alright, let's see if they get back into this. Don't really care if they just host again, whatever is easier for them. He was just appreciating the animals and got distracted. Maybe. Who's in Team Onamaru? Viper, Doubt, Jordan, Vinchester, Lewis, Freakin' Andy, DeGao, Miguel, and Kingstone. Always wanted to go to Brazil, been to Ecuador and Peru. I've never actually been south of the equator, so this will be a fun experience for me. Experience is the word I need to say. To head down there. Now they're writing in Portuguese in their channel, so I don't quite know what they're saying. I gotta pull out my translate program. It looks like Stark disconnected. And DeGao just saying they'll rehost. So no issue there. DeGao just rehosting. And hopefully that'll all work out. Let's see, are they back into it? Let's see, the dashboard giving me 2 different things. One, they're in the game, the other, they're not. Let's maybe look in the game itself, see if we can get a definitive spectating answer. Don't see the actual game. Maybe I'll just use the spectate code directly. Hera won't have to travel far for this one. I mean, I don't know where he is in Argentina. I imagine it still could be a pretty big journey for him. That's like me saying I don't have to travel too far when T90 had the Hidden Cup meetup, but it's still a 3 to 4 hour flight for me to get to Florida. Oh, he is in Buenos Aires. Okay. It should be... That's fairly close then, if I know my maps properly. Am I back home? Yes, I am. Yes, I am back home. So let's see. I still don't see them in the next game. I don't know if they had to remake the lobby a couple of times. Stark saying yes, he's rejoining. Alright, Stark. Failed to receive the map from the host. Thanks, DE. In Sao Paulo. In Sao Paulo. Gotta pull my translate up to see what they're writing in the lobby again. Writing to each other. See if Stark can host. Just EE things, waiting for them to get the lobby set up this time. But it was, as we'd expect on a hybrid map, Persians versus Japanese. A map that men-at-arms can be very effective if Stark goes for them on attacking the wood line. There's lots of wood on one side of the map, then gold and food out in the middle of the map, and it can be very open because you can go around the back of the player's base and it's hard to wall with the ponds providing some shallows that can't be walled. Yeah, St. Paul, Minnesota. Also a location to host. Yeah, they're just trying to figure out map transfer issues with the custom maps. Yeah, they're both restarting the game. So give them a minute. DE can take a while to start. Oh my gosh, Stark has a 10-minute spec delay and can't change it? Oh, that's for the restore. Alright, looks like they're gonna restart and get a new game going. This is the fun part of being the caster at the IRL LAN, where there's a technical issue and you don't know what the technical issue is and it's trying to be resolved and you need to buy time. And you need to both inform people that you're waiting because there's a technical issue and also hide the fact that there's a technical issue. It's a nice balance to get. My favorite part. Yeah, that's, you know what? I back at the garrison last year, Memb and I just talked with each other for around an hour as we were stalling for tech issues. I had people messaging me saying they enjoyed it. Yeah, that's when you're just out there, you're talking, and you don't know how long it's going to be either. And nothing to see here, also nothing to see about nothing to see. So let's see, are they able to get into a game yet? Stark is hosting the lobby. I think they tried to swap the host around so that Stark would... They had a map transfer issue, so we'll see if Stark can host it. Are they having similar issues at Wooloo sometimes? I don't know anything about the Wooloo issues. I'm not a part of that, the team at Red Bull. Like lobby issues and stuff, or is that all in a special LAN mode? Nope, the same lobby issues and stuff at Red Bull, for sure. For sure. It is possible to, when you host a lobby on the server dropdown, pick a LAN server for the game. But the problem is, you need to be online in order to create the lobby in the first place, so you can't do an offline LAN. And if you pick that option, then you can't spectate the game. So while you could theoretically do a game that was played only on the LAN server, you wouldn't be able to broadcast it. So, as much as we would like to see that, it's not quite possible. The technology isn't there like it was in 1999. Yeah, it was online. The players join a lobby just to have a server somewhere else. So I'm still, I think they're in the lobby now. I don't see it started yet. Oh, is it starting? Oh, there we go. We've launched. They've changed their colors in-game. But that's okay. I'll keep them as red, as blue for Dogao and red for Stark. And here we go, 2-minute spec delay, Lensois Mariniensis, and we'll get started again. Once more, it'll be Stark as the Japanese and Dogao as the Persians. Dogao, very strong in the first 2 games, but Stark had a great strategy and great read on the map for game number 3. And Stark has the 1v1 elo, he's around 2k4, so not one of the higher seeds, but a very experienced tournament player for many years. I think he's been, he was top. He defeated Yo in King of the Desert, I think KOTD 2. I forget how far he went in that tournament, but he played very well there. And also experienced at LAN events himself. I know he was on the Brazil team that went to China and won Nations Cup. And has also been at another Onamaru's, the 2v2 event. Is Stark and Bruh. Ended up winning that. Yo, Varian, hello. Did you see Ray's messages? Apparently he got hit by a cyclist on London Bridge. Yeah, typical Ray stuff. Ray. Yeah. The only way I can describe Ray is he's basically Kramer from Seinfeld. And apparently he was jaywalking into a bike lane and got hit by a cyclist. So hopefully he's okay, though, because that is a horrible thing to happen while traveling. He brought a bunch of $2 bills for people to sign. And if you're not an American, a $2 bill is a real and legitimate type of currency, but extraordinarily rare. Alright, let me get my overlays set up because their colors are swapped. Let's see, Stark should be red, Dogao should be blue, and I'll swap them over here. And I think we're good. Let me double check the fish for all the pawns. It should be 4 and 4 and 4, so I think we are good to go here. And Dogao grabbing some sheep from the middle, but Stark trying to steal them back. And trying to get all 3, so I might be fighting over those sheep there. So the map is Lensois Mariniensis. We'll have Stark as the red Japanese and Dogao as the blue Persians. And wood to the southeast, coast to the northwest this time. Immediately, we have a Vil without Loom being sent by Dogao to go do a dock. Always risky to send the Vils without Loom. Stark doing exactly the same. Dogao picking up a few more sheep, and he'll be scouting around with them. Lots of sheep for both players to collect over here. Lots of goats, that is. I mean, sheep, goat, same thing. And Vil will be adding a dock on the coastline for both of them. So Japanese versus Persians. Japanese will have the better fishing ships. but the Persians will have the faster working docks with more HP. Now, on this map, there are tons of fish, and there also are 4 whales. 4 large whales out here in the water. You can also dock these ponds. You can walk on them, and you can dock them. So different options. If you want to mill something, you can do a mill on one of them. If you want to dock them, you can dock them. And golds for Stark. Not in the best position, kind of far forward for him. Degao with a rather safe gold here if he walls. Safe but forward. His other gold kind of forward as well. Gold in the back should he want to go head over to that. And it looks like we're proceeding into this game. No drop this time. Stark going to wall towards the TC. And Degao doing the same thing. Now, it is very easy to get a wall from the wood line to the TC on this map, but very hard to get a full wall to keep yourself safe, and no small part because of this pond of shallows that the shallows cannot be walled up. And Scout for Degao will pick up more goats, and there are tons of goats on the map, and I expect each player to get well over 10 goats. Does mean on this map, especially with the fish, you are going to avoid adding in farms for a long time. And goats are great, but they're also not as fast as fish. And especially not these Japanese fishing ships. So, well, it's easy to wall in your wood, but I think that's also a good thing for this map because of how little wood there is out on the rest of the map. So being able to wall this in while still being somewhat open in the back makes it pretty interesting from the maps I've seen so far. There is Loom for Degao. And nice hit from Stark, getting the first hit on the Scout. Loom for Stark too. And it looks like Degao will probably go up 1 vil faster. Tiny bit of idle time for both of them. Stark should have no problem clicking up after that Loom. And the next question is, will we see other docks? And I think dock is important, or Loom is important if you want to do more docks, just for keeping the villagers safe. So 3 pairs of goats Stark ended up missing back here. That is rough for him. Look at that, look at that. 1, 2, 3 right next to his scouting that he didn't see. So a big difference there with Degao having more goats. And that's just unfortunate for Stark not finding them. So a few men-at-arms for him. And a couple of walls there for Degao. I mean, for Stark. I saw he named himself Daddy Stark, and I saw the D at the top of at the front of the score, and I said the D name, and I said Degao instead of Stark. Oh, the spelling of the name messing me up. So Degao there, up to the feudal age. And more fishing ships for Stark, adding in 5. Yeah, Daddy Degao. There we go. Up to the feudal age. So men-at-arms there, men-at-arms for both, but the Japanese should have the better men-at-arms. Degao, however, with the timing advantage, that faster working Persian TC is certainly helping him out. And that scouting for Stark, so unfortunate, missing 3 groups of goats. Degao, he's missed a couple too, but I think he's done a better job of collecting the goats so far. Look at all those goats under the TC. But might not matter as much if you still can win the water if you're Stark. So neither player investing into warships yet. All men-at-arms play. All men-at-arms play. Stark walls himself in. And John Slow, thank you very much for the raid. We're here casting the Brazilian Dynasty's qualifiers. And we have some players walling up their map here. This is Lençóis Maranhenses. Kind of a hybrid map with lots of ponds where they can dock. Coast Arena is in the map pool. Maybe we'll get to see that. We have 2 more sets after this today. Is that raid AoE 1 noise? Yes. I was thinking I need to get an AoE sounding sound for the alert, but I don't want it to be too confusing. So I was like, I'll just use a sound from AoE 1. That won't be mistaken for a sound from AoE 2, right? Well, we have the men-at-arms getting around the back, and as I said, easy wall to the TC, but hard to wall the entire back of your base. So Stark came up with a great decision to wall off just the lumber camp. And what a nice little nook he has for chopping. Could chop himself through to the other side at some point. Lots of men-at-arms and a forward dock even from him. On the water, 1 fire galley for Stark, but a couple of hulks from Dagao. That should be able to deal with that. And the men-at-arms from Dagao as the Persians trying to break through that palisade to get in. Onamaru is a team, right? Yep. That is why they named their Twitch channel Team Onamaru. And not just individual Onamaru. They are indeed a team. So 5 men-at-arms here for Stark, closing in on Dagao. That scout, I don't know what that pathing was, getting in the middle of that box formation. And a fletching for Stark on the way. And the scout goes down. That was a bit of a hill in the engagement for Dagao. Ultimately, Stark should clean this up, though, and those Japanese men-at-arms just tore through everything. I thought the start to that engagement was good for Dagao, but that's 5 men-at-arms surviving for Stark. And with the skirms against the archers, that is a good army advantage, as he's adding in a galley. He's adding a galley. At the same time, though, it feels like maybe Dagao with an advantage on the water with the fish. But it's a bit hard to read this now because the fishing ships are in the dock. Now, there are whales and there are deep fish out here. This is played as a hybrid map. Some skirms and men-at-arms coming forward, looking to attack the range. And Dagao will be walling up himself, walling the back. Let's see. Ooh, this is open almost. One tree, that Italian pine. I don't know why Italian pines are mixed in with the South American forest, but they are. That's a new terrain from the DLC, the South American forest, that mixes 6 different types of trees together. I guess maybe they probably look like a tree, native to South America. Dagao was like, yeah, I'm not even going to bother microing against the Japanese men-at-arms. The range goes down. And yeah, he did such a good job of grabbing more goats than Stark did earlier on. Stark has nothing under the TC. But maybe with Japanese fishing ships, he doesn't need anything under the TC. Has a minute 46 idle time, though. And I think the goat collection accounts for that, the idle time. He does find a way to take fish, though, with the forward dock and the shorefish fills. And there we have Castle Age for Stark. As he will go through the houses, and there'll be a range up for Dagao. Have to wonder if it was meant for the other dock? Maybe, but, I mean, it's useful here, right? Oh, TC snipe on the man-at-arms. Gets 2 of them. Oh, now that is huge. That slows down the progress through the walls and means that the palisades might even be enough for Dagao to hold. If it's just skirms and now 3 men-at-arms instead of 5. Stable for Dagao, as he's about to click up 2. He's floating a lot of gold. But now he has to be careful that he's going to run out of gold in his base in the area he walled, and he has to come forward on the map. Well, what he could do is shift his fishing ships onto the whales. There are 4 whales on the map, 1,000 gold each. It feels like he might need to market his way up, but that'll be tough with all the pressure that Stark's applying here. With all the pressure that Stark's applying. Those men-at-arms will start getting through the house. Vil has to go repair, but not enough repairs. This is risky. A few scouts, and Dagao's not going to be clicking up to the Castle Age if he has to go scouts. The Japanese men-at-arms doing insanely well. Dagao may be committing a bit too much to the water, while Stark hasn't been taken off the water. And very well managed economy for Stark this game. Vil goes down. Skirm goes down, and there's Stark up to the Castle Age. Oh, this is looking very rough for Dagao, who has 800 more resources collected, but without a market hasn't managed to find a way to click up yet, and investing into the scouts slows down the Castle Age. There you go, that's Dagao's resources. Hasn't found a way to click up yet. He's 873 gold, and no way to go up. And that could very quickly change as he finishes this gold mine and runs out of gold. Stark, this galley actually controls that gold, I think. Especially if medium warships comes in. And where I said Dagao maybe had the opportunity to take gold on the water, that might be fleeting, as he won't be able to fight Stark on the water for at least another maybe 2.5 minutes until he can get medium warships himself. Stark with the Knights, however, Dogao with a couple of scouts. If that were 4 scouts, that'd be devastating to the Vils because they can't quick wall themselves atop the shallows. But Cav Archers for Stark. This is feeling like a pretty good game for Stark. And the last map, anything can happen if they get to Sartau, because that is extremely open. No boom behind this. Well, this is all aggressive. Fishing lines and bow saw. Stark doing some eco upgrades. But here he is on the water. Those war hulks now. Pushing into the galleys. Dogao might have to garrison in that dock. Now, galleys should counter the hulks. But that fire will be very annoying and hard to deal with. And Dogao focusing on the fire, but losing ships in the process, has his own hulk out. Trying to fight with the cover of his dock and clear this up as best he can. His fishing ships are still alive. That makes the dock very hard to push. A couple of knights for Stark in on Dogao, who's trying to run around with spears and hold. Dogao up to the Castle Age. And Stark has just about closed that res collected difference. However, Dogao still up in Vils, and still is the Persians, whose eco is insane. And Stark will try to break in again. Over here, 1 skirm for Stark, finding Dogao mining gold in the middle of nowhere, and Dogao saying, I have an entire village out here. 10 Vils can build a TC atop that hill for the gold. And should be able to take it no problem. They can even fight the skirms, give them a good knifing. And Stark, oh, it's time for Stark to boom. He's going to add in more TCs. Maybe he'll even find all those goats he didn't find earlier. Spear pokes down a knight. Bowsaw and wheelbarrow both on the way for Dogao. And husbandry for Stark, so looking for more mobility on the map. And Stark taking a score lead as he's winning the water. And res collected are equal. Dogao slightly ahead in Vils, and we have a game here. Stark, though, still Japanese fishing ships on the water, and he is free to add in a bigger fish boom. Part of me wonders maybe the 3rd TC might be a mistake if it takes away wood from what could have been a fish boom. But I guess the fish are pretty far from the docks at this point. But Japanese fishing ships are crazy. Stark always booms. That's his playstyle. Years ago, I think it was Masters of Arena 4. There was a great game where Eddie was 1 TC all in, and Stark made 12 TCs. 1 TC versus 12. So another TC up for Dogao. He's looking for his 3rd, adding in some farms by the TC. And he'll be losing his docks. So Stark fully controlling the water at this point. Oh, we have a brief pause there. That's hopefully not players dropping. Sometimes I think that's just me being at the bleeding edge of the time frame of the map. And then a slight lag spike, I feel at. So gill nets for Stark, committing to the water, adding in more ranges, committing to the Japanese cav archers. This is where the Persians could do Parthian tactics in the Castle Age, but that basically just cancels out enough damage to counteract the Japanese cav archer +2 versus archer bonus. There's a university, and we can expect ballistics soon for Stark, because it looks like cav archers for both so far. Cav archers will scale much better for the Japanese into the Imperial Age. And Dogao would have to push out quickly, I think, if he wants to maintain map control. So some houses going up in the back for Stark. Cav archers picking off the other cav archers. Scouts all go down. Couple of ranges for Dogao, pumping out cav archers. And Stark is fishing. He is now fishing freely. 7 fishing ships, more on the way. Dogao still has a dock, and actually Dogao's dock never was destroyed. 300 HP left, and he is still fishing. That's huge for him, still to have fish out here. If Stark doesn't have full and complete water control. And Stark could be losing some Vils here. The monk goes down. More Vils going down to cav archers. Bloodlines. Stark doesn't have bloodlines yet, neither does Dogao. Dogao just doing his best to pick Vils, and he did a good job there. Now he's opened up a 7-villager lead. But we'll lose some CA in the process, as Stark has managed to get a good military lead, 17-8 in total. 10 cav archers with 5 more on the way. And he's starting to boom and trying to pull ahead. Res collected are neck and neck. 17k for each. But the fact Dagao is still on the water is crazy. Stark not quite able to finish him off yet. And as much as Dagao maybe needs to redock and get back on the water, he also needs to hold on land. His military count is down, and he needs to somehow use that Vil advantage he has. Get back and not let Stark fish so freely. And okay, Castle. Castle on the way for Dagao. I doubt that's for war elephants, but I can dream. As he'll be going for some skirms now. Armor and elite skirms, so that should help him keep the castle up. He'll go for stone, and Stark will run cav archers into skirms and a monk. Don't think he wants to sit there, but he will tank the skirm damage just to kill Vils. Bloodlines is finished for him. But he will lose some cav archers there also to the TC fire, or at least lose one and lose some HP. And another castle for Dagao. Stark has a good score lead. And ballistics on the way for Dagao now to chase down the cav archers. Stark had done ballistics earlier. And remember, part of the score lead for Stark will be the water. Dagao still with 4 fishing ships out there. And still it's only 7-4. It's not like this is a huge fishing advantage. Some of Stark's fishing ships even going for a shorefish. And Dagao still ever so slightly ahead in resources. Stark, though, starting to collect relics. That'll be his 4th relic at that monastery. Dagao with 1. And the monks there force a delete on the cav archers. Monk wants a conversion on the war galley. Yeah, Stark, he can imp soon. He's thinking of imp. He wants handcart first, though. Make sure the Vils can run fast in case any raids come in. And oh, conversion on the war galley in the pond. Dagao with the monk converting the war galley. It's his pond now. Forcing a demo from Stark. Stark gonna do a demo. And now, you know what? He has an excuse to do a demo in the pond. Because maybe the skirms won't be around. Maybe they won't be around. Hitting the war galley. Demo is useless. Well, maybe Dagao's thinking it's not a demo because it was maybe just a Hulk or a fire to counter the war galley. But yeah, with the flag on the dock, he now will at least know he has to be careful. Some mangonels for Stark, and both players are going to click imp very soon. Stark doing another dock as Dagao mines that gold. Dagao might need to stop doing farms around here in case Stark gets imp water control. Can start moving to the middle of the map as there will be a castle, another castle for Dagao. Castle for Stark in the very middle. Wait, is Dagao thinking let's do another castle more forward? Both players up to imp. Okay, now Dagao thinks better of it, goes back. Mangonels want to hit the skirms, but Dagao runs away. And yeah, time to pray we get elephants. Double castle elephant? Probably not what we'll see, but we can dream. Especially not against Japanese halbs. More docks for Stark as he tries to take map control. And Dagao abandoning that castle. Cav archers pick off the monks. Thumb ring, leather archer armor, and Imperial Age all on the way for Stark. And decent mangonel hit. Dagao's mangonel a bit out of position. Still hits a shot squarely within the mass of cav archers. 2 shots land. Cav archers enough HP to tank a bit. Significant lack of castle building villagers. I mean, he would have 14 Vils to send. And he needs to get his mangonel over. That one knight so huge for Stark. There's Dagao up to imp. But as I said earlier, Cav Archers scale much better for the Japanese than for the Persians, so Dogao has made that swap into skirmishers. Stark has 2 mangonels downhill, loses 1. If those go down, it becomes much easier for Dogao to rush the castle. Repairs for Dogao. And he can send villas to the castle now. Does slow down the timing. Persians can do chemistry and make bombard cannon. The Japanese lack them. Oh, big mangonel shot. That's quite a few skirms down for Dogao. He has the Vil lead, though. Vil goes down to the Cav Archers. And Cav Archers are in. They're in. Dogao is not walled. And very quickly, he's deleting his lumber camps, deleting the farms, trying to wall them out. He'll lose a few Vils, but he has to make the sacrifice now. He can't let the Cav Archers into the wood line. He needs more walls, another gate, and another house. And the quick wall saving him for now, hoping the Cav Archers won't be able to break through. One tree on the other side still clogs up the passageway, and the Vils are safe in the back. As almost a disaster. But while the Cav Archers are forward, Stark is getting a castle on the wood line. Dogao will have a lot of wood in the back, but he will have to run. Stark, sad to see that he can't get in, I'm sure. He's doing a lot of damage. There's a Treb. Is the plan just more skirms? It's always the plan, right? Always the plan. But now, if you're Persians, you want to be in a situation where you have a tons of farms and you're raiding. Stark saying, I am not going to be raided. This is Stark's playstyle. He has stone-walled the whole map. Look at this, walling everything. So Cav Archers destroy the mangonel. And they'll also destroy the Treb. So Dogao getting pushed back, and it feels like Stark's about to do this. Siege Engineers for Stark. He has a Cannon Galleon on the pond. Cannon Galleon, get some splash damage on the skirms. Every map is arena for arena clowns. That's the way to look at it, I think. Vil killed by the Cannon Galleon. Yeah, who needs bombard cannon when you have boats? Well, who needs boats when there are Cavaliers? Because the Cavaliers will destroy that. These are shallows, so they can walk on the shallows and destroy the Cannon Galleons. There are 2 Cannon Galleons for Stark. So defensive castle for Dogao, but Stark pushing with the Trebs. Heavy warships and pikemen for Stark. And when this set started off so poorly for Stark, he lost the first map with his very top-picked civ, the Dravidians. And now, on his way to what he needs to force a game 5 and try to pull off the reverse sweep. 4 relics to 1. Lots of skirms for Dogao. And some Vils still being killed by Cav Archers. Vils all going down. Cannon Galleons on the pond as we're getting Japanese halbs. And for a Persian player attempting to go Cavaliers into Savars, halbs might just be the answer that Stark needs. And I love how those walls limit the mobility. We saw a couple of games in Red Bull where I think fans were asking, oh, why don't players wall? Stark saying, no one's going to ever ask that about me. Stark fully walled up. Like when they use gates to protect their Trebs, it's really good to protect them from melee units like this. Here Dogao's maybe pushing out a bit though, using the Cavaliers to destroy the Trebs. He's not out of this yet. Forging masonry, chainmail armor. And a couple of Cannon Galleons will be raided down here. Only 29 farmers though for Dogao. Not fully boomed yet as far as the farms are concerned. Skirms will even finish off the Cannon Galleon. Dogao? Finish off the Cannon Galleon? Leave it at 11 HP. Okay, okay. Well, he wants to protect his Trebs. Another Galleon out on this pond, and the Cavaliers do need to be here. Thank you, the Brookus, for the follow. No demo in that dock. These Galleons can't reach anything. And a castle drop from Dogao on one of Stark's gold piles. A castle on the gold as the tower is shooting the Vils away. And Cav Archers versus Cavaliers as Vils go to repair the Trebs. Where are the demos? We have a Cannon Galleon for Stark. Degau's repairing the Trebs. And EXE Skynet, thank you for the follow. Here come the Skirms. Skirms trying to destroy the Cannon Galleon. Great repairs so far from Degau. He lost all of the Cavaliers, but now he has the Skirms in position. He just has to be careful about the demos. They're only demo rafts. Demolition ship being researched for Stark. I have not seen this tech researched at all in the new patch. Stark desperately repairing that castle, trying to get raids on Degau. This wood line is receding as the Vils chop it, and the castle takes some area away. The demos in this dock will be so key when they're upgraded. There it goes. We have one demo sniped off by the Skirms, not able to get the kill. Stark knows he can't rush onto that pond now, but he loses the castle. Degau's still alive, still pushing, trebbing the dock. Needs champs. I mean, just needs more. It's weird, he has 148 Vils. Maybe he doesn't have enough military yet. He's trying to go for ships in the ponds. But I think the land military for Degau is actually better, even though it's just Skirms. Stark needs samurai. Stark needs more pop space, I think. And, oh, you know, it's so tricky. I think Stark actually, maybe he tries to cannon galleon this castle. I think he needs to delete some of these ships. Even the Japanese fishing ships at this point, kind of inefficient. I guess there are still the whales out there. But look at how far these fishing ships are moving. That's taking up pop space. Oh, what is this? He's going for a tower rush? Is he going to go Yasama towers? Does he have Yasama? He does not have Yasama. He's just throwing a tower here, because why not? Cannon galleons do give him more map control over the shoreline. Stark pushing. So we've seen the push on the wood line, we've seen the push on the water, and the push in the middle. Stark losing the monastery where the relics were. Has to build another one. Two-man saw and plate mail armor on the way. It feels like Degau, slowly but surely, he's not dead. He's trying to push back. And if Stark loses this, I think it might just be army composition, population usage. Maybe too many Vils, too many ships, and too few land military units. As through the walls we go. Was that a couple of petards for Degau? It might have been. And if he notices, that is a ton of Vils on that gold mine. Oh, Degau, he's just running in, though. He didn't see it. Oh, he's sending one Cavalier to check. He's checking like he needs to. Lots of vital Vils for Stark, because it feels like maybe, just maybe, Degau not dead yet. Maybe it's a good thing for Stark to lose Vils, though. We get that population advantage back, as the Vils on that gold are going down. All of Stark's military gets hard counted by Skirms, and all of his eco gets raided by Cavaliers, trying to go into long swordsmen, but all of his Vils getting slaughtered. Remember when he had 148 Vils? All of a sudden he's down to 115. Degau raiding some Cav archers on the wood line. The tree that was serving as the one-tile gap blocker is now chopped, but enough Skirms here to clean the heavy Cav archers from Stark. And now, he is the Japanese, he would have Japanese halbs, but there is so much area on the map he needs to defend. The mobility of the Cavaliers matters. Stark, with cannon galleons to the north and the south of his castle on both ponds, will take it out, though. That castle will go down. And lots of Skirms in the middle, but they took a fight and died to the Cav Archer. Forward tower for Stark. The ecos are still very close, but the KD is much better for Stark. However, the Skirms might be able to push this back. Persian Skirms, no bracer, however, so not the best Skirms. Some Trebs ready to take out that tower. And Stark, now look at all these different units he has. Demos, Galleons, Karoks, Fast Fires, the Elite Cannon Galleon, 10 fishing ships. He's exploring the entire dock. Elite Cannon Galleon now with that more golden cannon. The Japanese do get siege engineers, so this cannon galleon now has 16 rain. Demo on the Cavaliers, but not enough to save them. Not enough to save the cannon galleon. And Degau is basically stabilized now. One Treb for Stark. Hello, the Cavaliers will take that out. But Stark has lost over 50 Vils. It's an 87 to 65 KD. And now this map should be crazy in late game with how open it is. The Trebs from Stark are pushing. Treb hits a Vil. You believe more in Stark with 100 vills than with 150. I mean, he'll take much better fights. He has more military now. Dagao down to 33 military. He's down to 40 pop. And I think Dagao calls the GG, and Stark takes it. I think he just called it. That was crazy. Oh man, I enjoyed this map. It felt like Dagao was pushing back, but maybe just never really had the power unit in his military. The Cavalier raids destroyed Stark's eco, but it felt like Stark started winning the fights after that happened. Was Catapruto? Yeah, Catapruto was in. Well, GG, Capture Age. I can't click the stats. Now I can. There we go. So 300 to 180 KD. Stark consistently with more military. That was crazy, but Japanese winning the water. They get a good eco. They can match the Persians. And Phoenix Fury, thank you for the follow. As I said, we got 2 sets after this one that are supposed to start in 5 minutes. So let's see if we can get to game 5 right away. On our final map on Sertao. The map spelled similar to Dagao's name. Feels when you're making trash, it's better to have that few vills anyway. Well, this will be a skirmisher heavy map. Every time I've seen it, it's been full skirms. And Stark still has the Byzantines in his draft. I imagine this will be Byzantines versus Khitans. Khitans with the faster training skirmishers. And definitely the better early game eco. Thank you, Jared1990 for the follow. And let's see here. Are they in a lobby? Should be. The dashboard needs a refresh. Let's up there we are. I don't see the lobby code. Looks like Stark might have had to rehost a couple of times. Maybe I can just join using the code. It sounds like a weird mix of Stark and Dagao. That's true. You take their 2 names, you smash them together. Stark plus Dagao equals Sertao, maybe. The perfect map to end it on. So Stark trying to pull off the reverse sweep. And I think we're in. We are in. And hold on. The players have different colors. And oh, Stark, what is this Civ choice? He didn't go Byzantines. Are we good there? I'm surprised. I had Byzantines typed. He's going for the Khmer. Okay, so he's going for a scout civ rather than a skirm civ. Ooh, interesting, interesting. I would have thought the Byzantines would be a great matchup against the Khitans. Cheap skirms to match the faster producing skirms and then camels. But scouts for Stark. Better than Dotark. So, game number 5. And this is the first round. So Stark kind of low in terms of elo. And I think he's probably seated a bit lower than he really deserves to be as a player. And that's maybe a bit unfortunate for Dagao to run up against him in the first round. But this is a map where it's very, very open. We have these acacia trees with holes in them as the wood lines. some pineapple bushes as your food. And then down here, we have these little pits, I'll call them the pits, the indentations downward into the earth, filled with cracked terrain. That's where the golds and the stones are. Each player has a couple of mines of their own at the top. And in all honesty, Stark has an insane map with 2 golds in the back. Maybe a lumber camp here and you'd be fully safe. It will take some very expert clannery to turn this map into arena, yes. Stark also doing the thing he likes to do, walling off outside his wood line. I've seen him do that before, place little palisades here and there. Especially in the acacia forest, to make sure units don't walk into the little creases, the gaps in the trees, and hit the vills. So this is a very open map, and as chat writes, probably not the one to go into arena. Byzantines die to Fire Lancer Skirm. Well, Khitans don't have Fire Lancers, right? Or they do? Oh my god, the Khitan... Okay, that's very true. Byzantines do die to Fire Lancers. So yeah, maybe Khmer are just, my god, gosh, they have fire... I've seen the Civ played with as such a strong Civ before. I didn't even realize they had Fire Lancers. I've never seen them play that. They always play Cav Archer or stable units. You're right about that, though. Byzantines can do great against Fire Lancer once they get to Cataphract, but it's hard to get there, especially on this map. Yeah, as Old Man Willow says, Cataphracts are great against Fire Lancers, but I think this is a map that's way too open for Byzantines safely to get there. They would have to be some type of play where they mine stone to get a castle up. But I've even seen them lose that matchup to Fire Lancers because the other player can hold on until Elite Fire Lancer. And then Elite Fire Lancers are fine against normal Cataphracts. Not against Elite Cataphracts with Logistica, but normal Cataphracts. And here we see Stark long distance mining 50 gold. He will want Bloodlines. That is Bloodlines gold, and 100% his strat is double stable scouts. He's sending the vills back, and nope, he's going to send them over to berries. Can I call them berries? Pineapple bushes? Berry reskins over there. And barracks for the Gao. Now the question is, what do the Khitans do? Scouts, or do they do skirms? And, ooh, Stark running into the TC fire of Dagao. Nicely done to get some arrows there. And Dagao up to the Feudal Age first. He is now on a mission to hunt down that scout. He wants to hunt that scout. So Stark trying to see what Dagao's doing, and it will indeed be a stable opening for him as the Khitans. Now the Khitans will have double forging. So instead of +1, they get +2. Then in the Castle Age, it gets up to +4 with iron casting. And Stark will lose the scout. But maybe should have just turned and tried to get one hit, but... Scout is down, and he will go probably for a stable. And then the question for Stark is how does he manage the eco eventually to get to farms and double stables? Will he do double bit axe and horse collar? You're gonna want double stables, maybe even triple stables. So what's better, Bloodlines or the extra attack in a scout versus scout fight? I personally prefer the extra attack, but I'm not completely sure. I think where the attack really helps is if you're against spears, it lets you pick off spearmen more, but that's not something the Khmer will have. You pick the Khmer to skip the barracks and not to make spears. Pineapples are a weird, giant, merged cluster of botanical berries, so calling them berries is legal. Alright, I have 11's approval. And as I said, Stark, a player who likes to make sure the palisades are behind the wood, making sure he doesn't overchop and let in Dagao's scouts. So, more scouts for Dagao. We'll see if he keeps pushing them. Has a pasture already. So, pastures versus Khmer farms. What is stronger? I'm not sure. Both of them can be placed anywhere you want, so safely around the TC is what we'll see. And horse collar on the way for Stark. As Dagao will come forward, and it will indeed be a tower rush. Will Stark see that? That is outside his line of sight right now. Houses don't have much line of sight before Town Watch. Everything Stark's doing is trying to be small-walled, but he has a nice wood line in the back, and if that tower goes up, he simply can come here. It won't be too hard to wall this off the same way he's done out here. And he'll have his own scouts. So Bloodlines for Stark, and he is hoping that he can surprise Dagao with Bloodlines and take a good early scout fight before Dagao is prepared. Dagao with 4 scouts, adding in a 5th. Tomatoes are also berries. Alright, now this is trouble for Stark. Trouble for Stark. Needs to make sure he has enough wood to do another lumber camp. He's off of wood. Aggressive tower from Dagao. And Dagao will do a forward lumber camp under the tower to keep these vills useful. And will take Stark's wood line. There's not much wood on the map, so might as well take your opponent's wood. The scouts are in. They have bloodlines. But Dagao is small-walled pretty much everywhere. Not much for Stark to find in terms of damage. He won't want to jump under the TC, and there is at the very least a pair of spearmen back here. Dagao sending back the forward spear to ensure that these unwalled vills will be safe. Yeah, this is not Empire Wars. This is a 9-vill start, but it's something I very much prefer over Empire Wars. And Stark, where's he going to go? He's going back to the woodline. That's the only thing he can do. Dagao could chop through, and Stark will commit to a tower. He has to go to the back woodline now, so Dagao really taking advantage of the map. Stark's bringing all of his scouts back. He realizes he's going to have to take one big fight, but his scouts are not together. No upgrades on the scouts for Dagao, so with bloodlines, Stark should be able to take a fight. Stark doesn't lose a vill, and now Stark can chase those scouts away. So that long-distance mine paying off for him. 8 farms around the TC, nestled as closely as he can get them, and he lost 1 vill on the tower. There is forging for Dagao. As some scouts go down, and Stark will have to start running away. Taking off another scout. And the spears are pushing forward from Dagao. And this is where things always get weird when you're the Khmer. You skip the barracks and you don't have your own spearmen. Still no upgrades on scouts for Dagao. Stark relying on bloodlines, trying to send vills over, but he's downhill. I don't like that fight for Stark. He was far downhill the whole time, and he's losing the scouts. He's losing quite a few vills here. Dagao will start to pull super far ahead in eco if he wins this fight. And down go the scouts. Stark doing what he can on that back wood line, trying to win the tower fight at the front. A couple of idle vills there, but he's struggling for food. His farms have to go all the way out to the wood line. The Khmer can place the farms anywhere they want, but they take up more space than the pastures, and Dagao can hoover around the back here, pick off more vills, and all of a sudden, that's 7 dead vills for Stark, 8 dead vills for Stark. And the bloodlines wasn't enough for him. I think that was just a poor fight for him when he was downhill. Slightly out of position and downhill. Great decision from Dagao to go for that tower. It's caused all sorts of mayhem inside of Stark's eco. Dagao now has the double forging. He's going for the armor, and that'll only be against bloodlines. If Stark doesn't have his blacksmith upgrades, and he doesn't even have a blacksmith yet, he's not going to be able to keep fighting with scouts, even if he does have bloodlines. Skipping barracks against Khitans is crazy. Well, if you're Stark, you're trying to do something crazy. You're trying to do something crazy with the bloodlines. Vill's turn to fight the scouts. He has to fight with Vills, but that means they're vulnerable. And now it's a 40-29 eco lead for Dagao. Being this open is really difficult. Well, that's the point of the map. This actually has been one of my favorite maps, even to play. I had a lot of fun playing it. I know Ornlu didn't, but this is not an Ornlu map. This is a good... I would say double stable scouts map, but I have seen it played mostly skirm so far. Should have gone Biz. Well, I mean, that's early game. I think Byzantines, maybe skirmisher, spear is where they shine. Mid-game, the Fire Lancers certainly are a problem for them. And I totally forgot that Khitans even had Fire Lancers. But once you point that out, yeah, it makes sense why Stark didn't want to try Byzantines. I mean, the Khmer with a good eco should at least be competitive here. There's another stable. Does he need the stable before blacksmith upgrades? He probably needs numbers. Dagao sees that. He knows what he can do his own stable to counter, or he can set up his eco to go up. He's going to do wheelbarrow. And he'll take another fight right on this hill. Stark setting a couple of vills. And that's Stark taking a better fight now. But the longer Dagao is forward with scouts, Dagao doesn't even need to take fights here. He just needs to be confident that his eco is stronger and keep keep Stark at home. If Stark's at home, then Degao isn't rated, and he has a much better eco. The longer he can keep that situation where Stark is hoovering his own base with the scouts, the better things are for Degao, because the bigger that eco gap grows. Already 1k res ahead. Still, Elite 8 vills plus Wheelbarrow ahead too. And Catan Pastures versus Chimera Farms, I guess they're fairly similar. Skirms. Yeah, no skirms this game. I'm sure some people are disappointed. Everyone loves the skirm, right? But there's Stark getting up to 10 scouts, but Degao has 12. And remember, the Catans, they are scary because their scout line, it trains faster, along with their skirms and their spears. Trains faster. Oh, and there is a hole, finally an overchop on the wood line. That's why Degao set his vills forward. He knew they'd help overchop. More scouts around the back. Catans look scary, that they do. Yeah, and Degao has a few spears. Also his wall on himself. And that is a cleanup for Degao, I think. Looks like a great fight for him. And Stark all of a sudden down to no scouts. Oh, look at that pile of corpses there. Oh, that's a thing of beauty. As they all fall down to the ground. As Stark remassing scouts, 5 scouts at home again. Still doesn't have armor. And Degao will be fighting a house as he tries to break through. There's armor for Stark, who still has not been able to do any damage at all to Degao. And Degao can keep pumping scouts as much as he wants. I don't think he even needs to worry about Castle Age. I think he just needs to be in the scout versus scout fight against Stark with a 9-vil lead. Fought in quicksand. No. Quicksand is an actual terrain. You just can't build on it, though. It doesn't trap your units. Deer takes forever to rot, your scout takes seconds. Yeah, just trying to destroy that house, because why not? It's going to be hard for Stark to take the fight. Wheelbarrow almost in for Stark. Another fight. There's a good patrol from Degao. Scout numbers roughly even. But roughly even is still good for Degao. Looks like the Bloodlines is winning that fight. But Degao now up to the Castle Age. And what do the Catans have from their stable? They have something called the Camel, which will be a great counter to scouts. Very heavy scout investment on a map like this, I think, is in some ways a big risk, because it means you run into camels. And once the camel player gets camels out, then your scouts are much less useful. Now, if it's a huge number of feudal scouts against 2 or 3 Castle Age camels, sure, the scouts probably can still take the fight. But if there are camels left over for Degao, he'll be absolutely fine. And the scouts will come over and fight. As they go down. And maybe this is a GG once Stark sees the Castle Age from Degao. He's about to click up himself. He has the res, and there he goes. But then it becomes double stable knights into double stable camels. Not much gold access for Stark. No one going into the pits yet. But there's the 3rd stable, even for Degao. And he can even go step lancers with the extra attack once he's up. He can go camels with the extra attack. And I like the thought process of Stark, long distance mining the gold for Bloodlines. Part of me thought he did it a bit early. I think that's absolutely fine, but maybe you want to do something like move the vills to a lumber camp afterwards. You do it as part of your build. Because if you get 50 gold right at the start of Feudal, when you're not researching Bloodlines yet, you're kind of wasting a lot of vil time that could be on food or could be getting more scout numbers out. And those are those Catan light calves, so easy to upgrade. And they'll try to push through as vills look to repair that house. They'll have iron casting from Degao too. farms for Stark, but he is in full repair mode on these walls. Well, he didn't call the GG upon seeing Castle. He's going to get up and try to take another fight. He will trust in Bloodlines, but that'll be even weaker now in the Castle Age compared to the +2. So a Knight on the way for him, Iron Casting, and then Step Lancers. Step Lancers for Dagao, trying to break his way in. Stark losing a couple of villas as the Palisade by the Mining Camp falls, and he will call the GG. And Dagao wins 3-2, but what a set from Stark. Going down 2-0 right off the bat, making it competitive. And Sertao map of smashing their names together ends up being won by Dagao with the Khitans. So Khitan's still strong. Great tower from Dagao. Stark didn't go for the back woodline at the start, and I think that really did cost him. So GG, well done, and I need to save the scoreboard update. There we go. Congrats to Dagao. He'll move on to the next round. Very tough first round for him, and I'm sure it'll only get tougher as, I believe it is Kingstone, who, assuming Kingstone wins his first round, would be his next opponent. Some Onimaru teammates. Well done. You gotta hand it to Stark for giving us a great set. So, well done there, and we're gonna head right into the next set, because we have Syscon versus Scotty just about to start on the same map. So let me find their drafts and get this started really quickly. This will be Syscon versus Scotty. Armenians versus Byzantines, next one. And where are their drafts? Remember, I gotta put this in 2 boxes now. And I don't think Syscon is, or I don't think Scotty's on a team, but let me make sure we at least have him on the US. He'll have an American flag. Scotty, one of the top players from the United States. And right into the next set we go. Oh, he's on OS Plus. He's on old school. Didn't know that. And let me refresh my overlay. There we go. All right, let me just, give me a moment. I'm getting pinged on Discord. Where am I getting pinged? The admin chat. Yes, they did even remember the time limit. They did remember the time limit this game. So let me just update the stream title real quick, and then we'll get into this next set, and also reset the score. There we go. So welcome on in, everyone, both on my channel and on the Onimaru channels. We will have our next set, Syscon versus Scotty, and coming up after this, we'll cast the Rex of freaking Andy versus Young Panda. And here we have exactly the same map we just casted, Sertao again, but very different civs now. This probably won't be double stable scouts, as the Armenians. Do we even see Dark Age spears? I don't know what to expect from them. Will this be full men-at-arms into longswords from them? Which might be feudal age longswords. Byzantines will go skirms. I expect to see Byzantines or even Dravidians picked for skirms on this map quite a bit. I do love the scout approach that we saw last game. That's one of my favorite types of AoE 2 games to play, the extra scouts. So forward mill by the berries. You leave a 1-tile gap between the mill and the berries because it makes it easier to wall if you think you need to wall them, versus some slight extra efficiency if it's right up against the berries. Avelina will chase Seville. Ooh, Palisade Wall. This isn't Rage Forest, Syscon. He's going to ensure that Vil takes only 1 bite from the Javelina and get it very well positioned. Ooh, that Vil shouldn't have shot there. It moved the Javelina off of the perfect positioning, but that'll go back to the woodline. Loom for both players. Loom for both. And the Vils will head over to take the Javelina, as the Vils head over to the pineapple bushes as they build a mill there. And once again, each player does have a couple of gold or stone mines themselves, but the main resources are at the bottom of these pits filled with cracked terrain. Players can TC there. There's also very little wood on the map. Also, just like Red Bull had a time limit, this is a LAN event that has a 90-minute time limit. Hopefully we don't hit that, or at least not fairly often, but there will be a score victory at 90 minutes. Also remember to go give the Onamaru channel a follow. We'll be casting over there quite a bit during these qualifiers too. Does each tree hold more wood than regular trees? Yes. The acacia trees have 150, normal trees have only 100. The acacia trees were added in the African Kingdoms DLC, but they also work for this region of Brazil. When you place a normal tile of forest or normal terrain, all of the tiles are filled with the trees. When you place the acacia forest, only 75% of the tiles are filled. Or rather, each tile has a 75% chance of having a tree. The baobab trees, also in the African Kingdoms, are similar in that they have 200 wood, but it's only a 50% chance of tree per tile. So the same overall amount of wood, roughly, as if you had just placed down a normal forest, but spaced out a bit more. So Men-at-Arms and Double Bit Axe for Syscon as he's trying to be aggressive and pressure Scotty. Won't be surprised to see Armenian longswords on this map. I think this map's going to be crazy. I really enjoyed playing it with how open it is. And long swordsman for Syscon. How long do I need to script one map? That is completely dependent on what I want to do with the map. Some maps are very quick, some maps are very long. This map in particular, the first draft of the map to get the concept of resources in pits, took me about an hour. But I'd say the quality of that map was about the same quality as the old school maps you'd have seen on the Voobly days. And not really fit to be played in a tournament. Actually making it balanced, getting resources spaced out evenly, so that it's fair for both players. That took me a few hours. That wasn't a very quick process. But this is still a fairly simple map, all things considered. The initial time I made Coast Arena, it took me a couple of days to figure out how to get the diagonal gates working the way I wanted. The script Forest Nothing in 2 minutes. Forest Nothing is indeed one of the easier maps to script. That is very true. You don't like maps where the tree line reminds you of your hairline. Is that one of the Viper's alt accounts there? So arson on the way for these Armenian longswordsmen. And Scotty's struggling against this. His Vils are idle under the TC. He doesn't have a second lumber camp to move them out towards. And so far he's just camping with skirms. Trying to bring his scout back. You get enough skirms and you can deal with longswordsmen, but the key is getting enough skirms. I don't think he's quite there yet, trying to take the straggler trees. Now, one potential change I could make to the map is making these straggler trees acacia trees, so that they have a bit more wood on them. That could be useful for how open it is. Gives you just a bit more defense, so it's not as snowbally. Don't think I'll make that change for the qualifiers since players have been practicing, but maybe for the main event, might make that. Now that we're in the qualifiers, I want to keep fixes or changes just simply to bug fixes and not to balancing changes. Scotty looking for another lumber camp. Doesn't have enough wood for it, though. Oh, he's just gonna run around and go for a house? The 3 long swordsmen causing so much damage to Scotty's eco. As skirms will try to snipe the spear, and then also snipe off some of those long swordsmen, and it'll be a tower. Tower for Scotty. Great location by a gold and a wood line, but not a great location that the long swordsman can kill the vills. The long swordsman can kill the vills. Spear taking some hits from the long swords, doing ring around the rosy around that tower. Skirms may be numerous enough now to fight the long swords, but that'll be a second vill going down. Now the long swordsmen, however, are cleaned, and oddly enough, it's only a 400 res collected difference. And Scotty kept the Vill production going, didn't idle the TC like Syscon did. So he's still okay. Thank you, Next, for the follow. First time here. Hello, everyone, and thank you for streaming. Well, thanks for stopping by. Hello, hello. I take it you must be a Syscon fan with that flag you just posted there. That French flag. Not at all. It felt weird at Red Bull. I was in the hallway talking to Sato, and people were coming up saying hi to me, and they didn't recognize Sato. I was like, no, you should say hi to him too. Baguettes everywhere. I met Lynn too. She has all those baguette emotes from her stream. Skirms hitting vills. And more skirms forward for Scotty, so now it's time for the Byzantines to Byzantine. 17, 18, 19 skirms, more on the way. He just needs to make sure he's in the right position to take fights. Skirms from Syscon too. So after those long swords did so much damage, opened up a 500 res collected lead. Now Scotty able to push forward and actually click to the castle age first. Syscon won't be too far away. But that's Scotty up. No market usage either. Simply defending with skirms. What a play that was. Oh, hello, Sato. Oh god, Sato, when I was talking to you in the hallway at the Royal Albert Hall, and some guys tried to take a photo with me, and you went over to the bar, and the guy who took the photo spilled his drink on the floor all over the place, and then tried to clean it up, and as he was cleaning it up, dumped his popcorn on top of it. Yeah, you missed it, I felt bad he spilled it, so I went over to the bar to grab some napkins for him. And as he bent down to clean it up, he then spilled the popcorn. You missed the highlight. So we got Castle Age on the way for both of them as the skirms push out. Scotty up a bit faster. He'll fall back now. And against the Armenians, if they want to go long swordsmen, maybe two-handed swordsmen, that could lead to Byzantines just doing more and more skirms. If you have enough skirms, you whittle down the HP with how low it is. That must be like 40 euros? I know. That's one of those things I need to keep in the back of my mind when like people are like, hey, let's go take a photo. I need to make sure I pull them out of the hallway where people are walking before we take the photo now. So, university there for Scotty. And Bodkin Elite Skirm on the way, too. I mean, everything was expensive there. But I guess kind of expected at a place like that. Yeah, lots of popcorn casualties. Yeah, from caster to cleaning boy, exactly. So, skirms now. Skirms for both players will have chainmail armor on the way. And ballistics for Scotty. As it's a big skirm war now. Now, if you're the long swords, you need not just chainmail armor, but also gambesons. The skirms get up to 5 attack, and if you're going to fight them with longswords, you need to make sure the longswords get up to 4 pierce armor. Because right now, Gambeson's is so valuable that it cuts the damage in half, from 2 to 1. So if you're going to engage, you really need to wait for all of the armors. Expel crossbow. I think, is that a misclick? Did he finish crossbow? He did finish crossbow. Well, he doesn't have a single crossbow right now. And here come the longswords. They have their armor. They also want squires. And Scotty, after what looked like a very impressive start with the feudal age longswords, managed to keep his vills alive. Felt almost like one of those Hera games, where it feels like he's taking all the eco damage you could imagine, but still hangs on somehow. And yes, crossbowmen, indeed, actually wanting to kill villagers. Follow up, maybe add something to deal better with the longswords that the skirms will. No bodkin yet, even for Syscon. Also, Capture Age did update their projectile system, so I've been enamored by clearly seeing the 3D projectiles casting shadows on the ground as they decay. That looks amazing. Anyway, we also have a skirm fight up here. Thank you, Rockbait, for your prime sub.
Very well, brave Rodrigo. Face the knight afoot.
And then some longswords will chase the skirms away. Skirms here going down. It's such a weird feeling, but I don't think longswords are actually all that great against skirms. There are just way too many skirms that longswords still go down. I don't know, maybe it's only 16, and maybe that's enough. I don't know if this is the right way for Scotty to micro. He's focusing on stopping the skirms from Syscon, when maybe he should have been focusing the longswords? Well, maybe that's a question where it changes based on the number of skirms you have. Where now he doesn't really have enough skirms to take the 1 HP damage against the longswords and kill them. And behind this, 2 more TCs for Syscon. He's thinking, okay, I've stopped the skirms, I bought myself some time, I'm safe now. And he still is ahead by 500 res collected. Scotty investing a lot into those early skirms, just now doing a second TC himself. And maybe the players need to start thinking about moving down into the pits and how they're going to secure more of those resources. The shadows point in different directions? Oh, I'll have to check that out now. Usually shadows in AoE 2 should be cast on the northwest side of the building here. But if the shadows are in different directions, that's a good point. Okay, let's see if some arrows miss here. Oh, they're behind the house. Okay, skirm's going down, archer's going down. Oh yeah, there actually is a slightly different direction than the shadow on the houses. Yeah, these all point to the west, the house shadows point to the northwest. Oh, the inconsistent shadows. Someone take a screenshot and send that to the Capture Age team for us. See if they can fix that. And these ones don't even have a shadow. I guess they're on the ground. Some of them might just lie flat on the ground, others stick in the ground. So anyway, we have ballistics now for Syscon. That'll make it much easier for him in this fight. Scotty has it too. Wouldn't want to take that fight without ballistics. Now the skirms need to focus the crossbows in preference to anything else. That's because the crossbows are the threat to the longswords. 2 relics for Syscon as the Armenians. As more crossbows go down. We have to account for the 3 body problem in our strategies. And okay, Scout goes down. Scotty recognizing that, turning to fight. Scotty on 3 TCs too. Maybe it's just the time of day where there's light reflected off the moon, casting another shadow. Maybe that explains it. A militia for Scotty, that'll be useful, as he goes for a scorpion. So Scorpion swap to try to fight the longswords and skirms together. Now Scorpion will likely go down if the longswords charge it, but he could just bring the longswords into the path of the crossbows. And yeah, the Scorpion tempting Syscon to move forward. Well, that just brings him into the crossbows and he'll have to try to run away now. Oh, there we go. Jaguar against the militia, but the militia wins. Militia wins. And wheelbarrow for Syscon. As a bunch of vills, we'll run over to build a mining camp. But just as the longswords are in, the timing for Syscon, perfect. He kills 3 vills. Crossbows will chase him away. A good start to that engagement anyway. Now he has to figure out if he can escape. He'll run into another Jaguar. The ballistics crossbows might be able to hunt him down, but I think Scotty made... now the longsword's turn. I was gonna say, was maybe a mistake to run straight up instead of to the west to try to head them off. We demand cataphracts. Oh no, Syscon, not like this! Don't don't run in there when crossbows are chasing you. Oh no. The wood line betraying him. Thinking to run through the trees, but the trees are cut off. I don't know if that's right-clicking and just pathing that was weird. Usually pathfinding would find the path around that. Doesn't take too much damage, though. Does get away. He'll kill that Jaguar. Mangonel attacking the house. Another Mangonel comes over. They will clear each other. Ooh, not quite, not quite. 8 HP left for Scotty. And 1 warrior priest, finding a low HP vill on the gold. Scotty will see and turn to fight with all the vills. We'll lose 1 vill. This guy has a lot of HP. Oh, that's a 2nd vill down. How many vills will Scotty lose here? 3rd vill down. The entire village is fighting him. The entire village is fighting. This guy has so much HP. That's a 4th vill down. Will he get a 5th? Will he get a 5th? Almost. He needs 1 more hit. Oh, it just goes down. So that's what I've learned. Don't fight warrior priests with villagers. More militia for... Is he just pressing a hotkey? Why does he have militia down here? Well, he's up to the Imperial Age. And still hoping to see cataphracts. It is, however, 4 relics to 1. 1 more relic down here on the map. That monk hoping that the Jaguar can kill the vill in time, but not quite. However, the Jaguar will kill the vill. And the vill does go down to the Jaguar. Crossbows will try to break in through the back. And Imperial Age on the way for Syscon. As we have another fortified church up for him. So Armenians should be good to defend with the churches. Has to be careful around that gold though. And here we go. Here we go. Cataphracts. Potentially from this castle for Scotty. Against all that infantry. We'll have a couple of outposts up here. And the crossbows are in. As the fortified church will try to shoot them away. Or 6 vills inside. It does have a minimum range. Hard for Scotty to maneuver here, though. And the scrubs will come back, so he needs to keep running. Skirm Cataphract kills a lot of unit comps, right? Skirm Cataphract kills a lot of compositions. There's Imp for Scotty. Over here, militia trying to break through the house. And these skirms should now be slaughtered down here. But 2-handed swordsmen on the way up to Imp. Which does mean we're getting a unit composition that cataphracts will be good against. And you know me, I always love seeing some cataphracts. What's going on with this Mangonel? It doesn't shoot. That would have been a good shot among those acacia trees. The skirms are grouped up. Oh, what the heck? What? Oh, okay. Scotty sees this. Byzantine's free town patrol paying off. A couple of Mangonels back here. Will he expect double barracks champions in the back of his base? There's chemistry and bracer. And a cataphract. As the 2-handed swordsmen come forward. Score is still very close. Syscon with a slightly better eco. The 2-handed swordsmen take out 2 Mangonels, but now have to fight cataphracts. There's enough of them, though, that they take the cataphracts. They have a hill advantage. Cataphracts not elite, just normal, no logistica. Honestly, no blacksmith upgrades on them either. So they need some upgrades before they're going to be able to fight this. And those upgrades are expensive. Those upgrades are very expensive. And now more cataphracts being queued, but no more on the field as this raid, killing the vills from Scotty, the sneak barracks on this map. Now, however, there's a forward castle being attempted from Syscon, as Scotty's there with skirms, Syscon's there with skirms. It's a skirm war, both players doing bracer, chemistry just about to finish for Scotty. He will have one extra attack. But did we have the armor? Nope, the armor's not even in. However, that castle will go up. Scotty chased away by the mangonels as Syscon's starting to pull ahead. Double barracks still in the back as Arbalest is being researched for Scotty. Cataphracts out for him. Still only on one relic. And the castle up for Syscon. Gold and stone mining both for Syscon. He's clicking his eco upgrades. Has everything else. More TCs, up to 5 TCs for Scotty. And the golds and stones still forward in these pits. Outposts here for Syscon will let him spy the cataphracts that are on their way forward. And still, ooh, that outpost, or that relic still not seen by Scotty. Next to Syscon's outposts. Skirm and, chemistry and armor on the way for Syscon for his skirms. And another TC will go up here. And a castle, forward castle from Syscon. Let's go. Let's go castle drop on that TC. Will Scotty try to fight that? He has some arbs. He will drop his own castle. And he's going to grab another village from the back to try to raise the castle. He has the hill advantage here. Does he have the timing to finish the castle first? Armor just finished. Chemistry's not in yet. There's a bombard cannon out that will try to keep the mangonel away. Oh, we have a bit of a lag spike there. As some vills start going down on the castle foundation, the game lags to give us a better view of the mangonel shot, missing the skirms. And bombard cannon in the back will draw the skirms away. Do both castles go up? This is so close. The vill number's going down for Syscon. And 99.44%, the castle is denied by Scotty. He's going to send more vills, though. He will send more vills. Can he finish this? Can Scotty keep picking those vills off one by one as they run forward? The vills are dancing and the castle is finished. The castle is finished. And that Treb, though, didn't have the castle to protect it. The bombard cannon will take it out. A couple of cannon down for Scotty. And this is a Byzantine's castle with all the HP that entails. Masonry for Syscon, but Trebs are already out. The cataphracts haven't really been all that useful yet, but a couple of them maybe could go for a raid. This is open at the back of Syscon's base. He is open, but now more barracks, more two-handed swordsmen raiding the back here. Scotty hasn't noticed this. He's losing some vills. He never tried to clear up those barracks, the sneak barracks from the middle of nowhere. But this castle should go down. This castle should go down from Syscon. Gets another Treb out first, though. And now it's just skirm. Pure skirm from Syscon to fight the opening from the Byzantines, an early imp. Syscon with more vills. 5k more res collected. A ram from Scotty. Cataphracts starting to raid. Well, they don't have any upgrades. Still no upgrades for the cataphracts. Only 110 HP, no armor. The towers will make short work of them. They can't sit under TCs at all. Syscon will move around trying to find more wood. Exactly, Scotty doesn't know about all the barracks in the back. More two-handed swordsmen on the way. No Feriders. No champion upgrade. And that's hard to afford when you have to keep forcing fights. Ram going forward, but the mangonel gets a good hit on the ram. Skirms will take that out. Scotty repairing his castle now. There's Treb trying to take out the fortified church to make it easier to push the Trebs, but he has no melee unit. It's just skirms everywhere. Oh, the Byzantine player now doesn't have the eco to keep producing skirms like Syscon does. 54 to 24 military, 36 to 11 skirms. Scotty doesn't have the skirm numbers. And as this castle will fall to 5 trebuchets, things I think are starting to fall apart for Scotty as the two-handed swordsmen continue pushing in the rear. I don't know where they're going, maybe for this gold. Everything is open, everything's exposed at this point. Now, were the Byzantines fully upgraded, that'd be one thing. But those cataphract upgrades are expensive. And right now, Scotty doesn't have them. And he still hasn't reacted to... Oh, Scotty's still not reacting to the two-handed swordsman. He's so worried about microing on the front in the Trebor that he's losing his eco now, trying to bring a cannon forward, but losing repair vills on the Trebs. Now one Treb will go down. Another won't be too far away from being destroyed. Skirms even could try to pick the cannon. A few Skirms going down for Syscon, but that really doesn't matter when he's raiding. Scotty down under 100 villagers now, everything falling apart for him. More vills going down. And everything here dying for Scotty. All the vills dying. More two-handed swordsmen still raiding. And oh, look at this. Look how many barracks that is. 7 barracks in the back. Syscon needs to buy some food just to upgrade champion. He doesn't have his attack upgrades either. It's just armor for the two-handed swordsman. Needs Feriders. Needs some upgrades. A cataphract here, but skirms to deal with that. The militia won't pose much of a threat in the Imperial Age. Scotty's still with the skirm numbers, though. I mean, skirms are cheap, right? Maybe killing vills just means more pop space for skirms if you're the Byzantines? There we go. There's the champion upgrade. And these raids will be all the more effective once that's in. How expensive is Feriders? That's 550 food, 400 gold, so not too far away from Syscon being able to afford that, especially at 200 pop. Once you get to 200 pop and you're not constantly training units, your eco feels a bit more sustainable. And you can spend it on techs. You can research the technologies you need. So skirms all going down. Then we have champion, conscription, ring archer armor all researched as Syscon starts pulling ahead in score. And with 5 trebs, skirms are not going to push it. Scotty calls the GG. And he was being raided by now champions in the back. 70 hit points, so they'll tank some more archer fire or arrow fire from TCs and castles. And well, that was crazy. I've been loving the games on this map so far. And well done for Syscon to pull out ahead by a game, winning game number 1. Should definitely be the favorite in this set, but Scotty put up a good fight there. So here we go. Military count 317 to 256. Much better eco by the end. That early imp transition went well for Syscon. And even getting the panic castle up in time didn't save Scotty. GG. Whew, alright. Let's just see. So that's game 1. Won by Syscon. And this is Armenians over Byzantines. So, I'll be right back. We jumped right into that set. I didn't have a break between the sets. And then we'll get into game 2. I love seeing the new civs being drafted despite the stats saying they are not great. Well, let's see what we have here. What map will Scotty pick next? Very nice maps, by the way. Thank you, thank you. So let's see, are they in the next game? Yes, they are. Monte Pasquale. Game number 2, Italians versus Romans. Interesting. And here we go. So, welcome into game number 2. It'll be Monte Pasquale, and again, different approaches to the map. Syscon with a TC on the island, Scotty with a TC on the mainland. It's a 9-ville start, not as far to transport as you would have on Pilgrims. I think that's a pretty big difference. Relics kind of spread out a bit more towards the north. You have these beached whales. They don't do anything, they just look cool. And transport running around for Syscon on the water. And what are we going to see here? I don't know. I don't know at all. Romans. Very good eco-civ. 5% faster everything. There are a couple of whales in the back of this map. Looks like we got 4 whales over here. We saw Jordan using the transport to dock and do some vills early. That was cool. Is that a dolphin carcass? That is a beached whale. A beached whale. Attention to detail on the deep versus shallow water. Yep, we tried to make the water look pretty. Get some patches of deep water there, just break it up a bit. Nope, this is like the map Pilgrims. You start with a transport ship, and you start with 9 villagers, and you start with a lumber camp on the main island, but no TC. It's a nomad start, so some players will do the TC immediately on the small starting island. Others will do the TC and move to the mainland. And what is this? Sheep scouting the top here. So this is the top of the map. There are a bunch of black panthers here, a bunch of jaguars. And as we saw earlier today, maybe using a spear to pick up these animals and rush your opponent can be an option. Scotty could maybe get to the feudal age, do 1 spear, pick them up, and just move them over here. I didn't think about this earlier, but on Gold Rush, the hill is directly between the two of you, so you're forced to go around the predators or go through them. Here it's just an option if you want to pick them up early or not. And Fork, thank you very much for raiding Onamaru's channel. Welcome in, welcome in. This is our Brazilian Dynasty LAN qualifier. 5 players this week will be qualifying for the LAN this July. A total of 12 players will attend. Our next qualifier will be the week after, so back-to-back weeks of qualifying. Scotty doesn't know. Have everyone typing that in. Oh, this is a transport ship. This is, Scotty immediately picked up his vills and beamed them over to the mainland. Why does it seem like a lot of maps do not have enough wood? Do they not? Well, we'll see going forward if they do or don't. Just Sertao, I think, is kind of intentionally low on wood. This one just has low wood on the starting area.
Salve.
If you saw Lensois Mariensis earlier, I think that map does have a ton of wood, but it's all located on one side. Kind of spread out differently.
Impera. Salve.
And Javelina there, taken right by the TC. So you do have much better resources. There are Javelinas on the inside you can lure in, tons of capybaras you can grab. And the gold is over here. There's no gold on your starting island, so you do have to transport eventually. It's a decision of mining camp there versus TC on the starting island. And as I said, you can't try to take the whales, but they are pretty far from you. Hello, Niaz. How you doing? Another mill for Scotty. And this has gone up to feudal. And double bit axe for Syscon.
Impera. Salve. Eus.
Eus.
Salve.
And TC shooting the Javelina. Another French champion right here.
Impera.
Oh, we saw Sato around here earlier. All the French players gathering around to watch Syscon. And fishing the lines immediately for Syscon. Who 9 fishing ships to 9 fishing ships. So it's not like the fishing ship numbers are all that lower from Scotty from having transported to the mainland. But the timing is completely different on going up to the feudal age. And now, similar to what we had seen in that previous set, where Jordan went fast feudal, was able to destroy the fishing ships of the player who was staying in the Dark Age. But you can garrison the docks now. You can garrison the docks. They are pretty far away. And the hulks will stand within the minimum range of the dock. One will go forward and scout more, but take some good damage. Take some damage. And, oh, the transport could go down. That is always nasty when you lose the transport. So no more vills ferried back and forth for Scotty. The transport is boarded. The ship's having a transporter malfunction. Scotty can't beam villagers back and forth anymore. And some fishing ships going down to the hulks. Feudal Age here for Scotty. Just about finished. And Scotty, with the Capybara, when he loses the Capybara, he'll know that there are vills from Syscon on that gold. It's just like Nomad, he loses it, and if he pays attention to where he lost it, he'll know there are gold vills out there. So a market for Scotty with a barracks. And what'll his next building be? Looks like a blacksmith on his home island. Did he start here? He transported to the mainland, decided to do his initial TC there. So lots of the fishing ships have gone down, and it will now be 12 fishing ships for Syscon, who needs to spread them out a bit more. They're all clumped up on a shorefish now. But will be in danger of losing access to gold should he be pushed. And Castle Age for Scotty, so despite losing the fish, did manage the fast castle, balancing it out by taking the resources on the mainland. The capybaras brought the sheep with him. The idea of this map being you start with some sheep on the island, that like you brought them with you, and then you transport to the mainland and find some capybaras. I might have just sacrificed them to FC. I mean, at this point, you kind of sacrifice fishing ships to try to lure the hulks outside of the min range of the dock. You get them to chase the fishing ships away and get shot by the docks. And man-at-arms for Scotty. Scale barding armor also for Syscon. So we can get ocean stone. Well, that's what the islands are. You need to land on the island, though, to take them. Hopefully find spots for the mining camps. This is where a mule cart save has the advantage. You can transport it over. Oh, and where's the Vill go? And there we go for Syscon. He's transporting the Vill. Can't see it behind the transport. He'll need to remember it's there. But he's up to the Castle Age doing Bloodlines, and he's going to be going double stables over here. Men-at-Arms for Scotty, trying to pressure the gold, and it is crucial that Scotty hold on to that gold, or that Syscon hold on to that gold. Siege Workshop for Scotty? Is that a mistake? Should that, after seeing 2 stables, have been a monastery for monks? Part of me thinks that should be a monastery. And you go forward with a couple of spears in case scouts pop out. But now how do you fight knights? Do you go long swordsman against knights? More armor for the men-at-arms. Scotty would have to afford the long sword upgrade when he doesn't have much food, having lost the water. You see the map and screen Armenians? We did see Armenians earlier, and it did legit, I think the Dark Age spear to grab wolves for a wolf rush could be a strat. That almost worked. There's the monastery. I think you gotta swap the order, though. I think you need the monastery first. So some spears forward, and we're gonna need pikemen and or long swordsmen as an upgrade for the infantry to fight knights properly. Housed, though. Syscon is housed. It's housed with a lot of vills on the main island that are going to become very inefficient very soon in terms of gathering wood. I like moving the dock over, and now he has better access to the whales. Monk on the way, double rams. Once the monk's out, you can push better. But not going for the mangonel, going for the rams. I mean, one mangonel, one scorpion would be great here, because then you don't even need to push. The rams are forcing yourself to push. Here, you get the scorpion, and you keep the vills off of gold. So double rams, men-at-arms, and pikemen hopping in. Pikemen is the upgrade for fighting the knights. Monk will be behind this, starting to pick up some relics. And the push is here. The push is here for Scotty. Going for 2 segments of stone wall. Oh, actually going around for the mining camp. The knights pop out. More pikemen on the way. The monk out of position picking up a relic. The rams on ungarrisons. He hops the wall with the man-at-arms. The man-at-arms is in. The mining camp is down. Using the ram to hop the wall. Oh, the speed-running strategy from the campaigns. And who is winning this fight? Lots of knights going down, but then so are the pikemen underneath the tower. The tower goes down, however, and Syscon is pushed off of gold. That's okay for the moment, because he still has whales on the water he can take. 2 whales out here, another all the way back there. And he's pushing. Scotty does know. He's pushing. The rams are doing the job on the stables. Men-at-arms and spears poking down the vills. Monks trying for conversions. That relic is not inside the monastery. One knight pops out, but one of the stables goes down. And the ram's still there. Is that enough knights? Everything here is low HP, but a monk's trying to get some healing in. This is a fight that feels like it was almost won by Scotty, but not quite. The vills are there. The knights are cleaning everything. We all know knights beat pikemen in early castle, and a desperation stable in the corner for Syscon, as Scotty is going to destroy his next stable too. That'll stop the knight production for the moment, and at least he'll scout the next stable as Horsecollar and Bowsaw come in for Syscon. Another conversion. Some more monasteries go down. And that's also true. The pikemen are much cheaper than the knights are. And now, where is the gold income? No vills are gathering gold now for Syscon. Knights going to jump monks, but a conversion comes in. Can a second conversion come in? Maybe he needs to delete the knight or just run away from the monk. Lots of pikemen out now. And I think with this number of pikemen, this is an okay fight. Italians have good monks. But the scorpion will chase him away. Redemption way too expensive when you don't have gold. He's desperately fishing from the whales for gold. He has so many more fishing ships. But can Scotty win this by taking the land? On this map, I've seen the water player win for the most part. And does Syscon have just enough knights? The monastery will go down. And now you also have to think, not just where does Syscon take gold, where does he take wood? There are little lumber camp spots out here on the islands he can take, but he's out of wood on his main island. Desperately pumping out more knights. He needs another monastery. And can Scotty do this with enough pikemen and enough scorpions? The healing of the monks on the knights is great. Converting the pikemen isn't. The mill going down to the ram. Syscon's running out of room. There's only so far he can retreat to the corner. Monks want more conversions. Scotty has quite a few knights himself. Gets another conversion. The monk's being killed, but at least they're getting conversions first. Ram. I don't think the ram can be used without the rest of the military. Syscon. Oh, he just transported a boatload of vills over. He beamed vills over to the mainland with that transport ship for Scotty. Yeah, time for a clandestine eco from Syscon. So it's 37 to 37 vills, actually. KD. Somehow better for Syscon, but the units he's been killing have been pikemen. The monk will probably get a conversion. Yeah, there it goes. Knights are still around. But the monastery down again. The monks are going down. And somehow, some way, Scotty needs to scout that. As Syscon now has found wood. He hasn't gotten gold, but he does have wood. This stable will go down. And now Scotty can kill the remaining vills. Get the monk. Picks up the relic. Well, maybe Scotty needs to realize, wait, where is that monk taking the relic? Everything here is cleaned. And Scotty needs to scout. He needs to scout. And he has the monk. He sees it. He sees this eco. That is huge for him to scout that. Scores are still really close. The res collected difference is only 500, 400, despite all of the fishing eco. A stone mining camp on the island from Syscon as he's thinking of dropping a castle. Knowing when work gets in the way of watching AoE. Sometimes people, I think, watch AoE during work and it helps them watch. So the rams are moving over. Lots of vills out here. Another ram for Scotty. Makes me think mangonels would be important for actually fighting the vills on the wood lines. Scotty has a second TC himself. 43 to 43 vills. The vill counts are still the same. Definitely not watching AoE at work working here. I would never. Scorps might do okay too. Scorp's a bit trickier now that mangonels are out, but there's the mangonel. What's in there? A couple of pikemen speeding up the rams. This map has been a lot of fun so far. Gives us very asymmetrical one player on water, one player on land games, and I don't know which is better yet. I think it's difficult to play from the land without having the fish. But so far, as the fish get farther from the docks, then the fishing eco starts to peter out a bit. And in the long run, you do have more resources on the land. But Syscon's found gold, has found gold enough just to keep him in the game. Studying management strategies. I would love to see Town Watch and a couple of outposts from Scotty. And the mangonels, both, how does nothing die there? So Speedy Ram chasing a mangonel, but vills come out to repair. The mangonel stays up. A couple more mangonels would be great here. But full monk mangonel, I think, would win from Scotty? It's tricky though. Romans have the troll redemption, but no sanctity on their monks. So they can convert mangonels, but the monks die to one mangonel shot. And there is the castle drop from Syscon. There's the castle from Syscon. And this is, I think, now the downside of if you have mangonels, that castle doesn't go up, and the rams don't stop the castle. Scotty takes the score lead briefly, as Syscon commits to the castle, but once that goes up, I think this gets much harder for Scotty. Has Syscon done the fishing techs? He's done fishing lines, has not done gill nets. Even though it is cheaper for him. Vills on this island still haven't been cleaned up completely. Longsword's swapped for Scotty. Is that the play? I don't think that's the play. But Scotty will start moving up to the top. He's moving on up. Grabbing some capybaras, doing another TC. Has to be careful of the jaguars. But he does have loom. So another TC for Syscon, as Scotty still has the score lead. And he'll start moving on to the mainland, onto the hill. We'll do another monastery, try to keep the rams over here. Capybaras and jaguars do not actually interact. But he'll get more TCs. These TCs are on cracked terrain. So he keeps moving up. Yeah, actually 54 to 59 villagers has a vill lead. Knight's killing the longsword. Monk wants a conversion over here. But yeah, the wall vills in with the capybaras to protect them from all of the jaguars. His vill will win, though. That vill will win. His friends help him out. So TC's at the top of the hill there for Scotty, trying to take more map control, doing bowsaw himself. Syscon finding his way onto the shore. And more TCs. There's another workshop for Scotty. And fletching for Syscon. Still rams and mangonels atop the hill. I still think the lack of town watch and outpost is horrible for him, because he could be pressuring this TC right now. We'll need to see it. Knight's looking for a raid. This is where the monks are a bit out of position, not by the TCs. So vills will have to garrison. There's no fletching on the TCs even. If only he were Byzantines this map. Late game Romans Italians is interesting. I think heavy Scorpions should be good in this matchup. Maybe a bit hard to get enough bombard cannon out without siege engineers to counter the Scorpions. There's another mangonel. Enough pikemen they should be able to defend the mangonels. I'd worry about another castle drop from Syscon though if I were Scotty. And maybe he doesn't have enough army to defend against it. He needs conversions here. And he gets the monks tasked onto separate knights. 2 knights at least. Well, oh, the outpost will see the vills. The outpost will see the vills. And can he react to this? He is spotted. There's a castle. Is it in the right spot, though? These 2 TCs now can be pressured by the mangonels. A couple of converted longswords. And Scotty's forced back. Vill goes down to the mangonels. Monks need conversions here. Scotty on point with the micro. Will the monks die? Knights getting in. Longswords trying to chase down mangonels. Still no fletching on the TC. Will the TC stop the longswords? Oh, the mangonel will stop the longswords itself. And right now, no monks under the TCs for stopping the knights. Monks are up here, though, on the hill. Syscon's starting to pull ahead in score. 85 to 96 population, but the cheap Italian Imperial Age coming in now. And cheap Italian Imp is in. And the fishing ships, though, are very inefficient now. All taking shorefish, all far from the docks. A bit of whaling out there they can do. But all the fish are practically gone now. That's a super chicken castle. The castle makes Nikov angry. Hello, Nikov. Hope you're feeling better. So, mining camp and university there for Syscon as the knights keep raiding. So this castle here for Scotty, top of the hill, but that will... imagine that castle were right here. Would take out 2 TCs, would potentially take out the Imp TC. Okay, that is a risky Imp TC for Syscon. Oh, he deleted his starting TC, he didn't want Vills there. But both these castles, honestly, kind of safe. But the downside for Scotty, though, is there's no way he hits Imp anytime soon. He doesn't have the food for it. The inefficient ships. Nice that it's in the corner instead of the center. Yeah, I think it makes the map a bit different, having a castle or a hill in the corner. A bit different than your standard Gold Rush. Cancels all his vills and goes for it. I mean, in terms of villagers, 97 to 81. He actually has a good villager lead. And these fishing ships will stop being efficient soon. There's another whale back there, but it's kind of walled off by that island. And, ooh, there is a castle from Scotty. Still fairly defensive, although it does hit a TC. I don't think that gets stopped. I think there are too many vills on it. Yeah, they're almost out of fish. And it's going to be a big ram push now. There are only 5 knights, but 2 mangonels should be great at defending that. I don't think this push will succeed with those mangonels. You can get a big hit on the Genoese crossbowman from uphill, though. A decent hit. Needs to get one more. And yeah, the Rams can't push the castle with 2 mangonels behind it. Scotty looking for something to push. He will maybe hit a couple of ills, but that's it. And now he's somewhat trapped. Another castle from Syscon. Scotty might need to fall back here. Maybe sacrifice some eco, but get farms at the top of the hill. He has all the gold and all the stone to work with. There won't be much gold left for Syscon down here. As the Rams move around, and he can always try to find that gold in the corner, but I don't think he didn't scout that whale. And now his fishing ships are completely out of food. There are a couple fish up here, but this is imp timing for Scotty. That will it be enough to hold? These castles are uphill, but they are on cracked terrain. And JRZ, thank you for the follow. 2 trebs. Remember, Romans don't have cannon. Italians do. And once he gets up, what will he do as the Romans? How do you fight Genoese crossbowmen? Do legionaries work here? Yeah, I mean, yeah, Scorps fight that, but I don't think you can get to Scorps. Remember, Italians also have cheap bombard cannon. I'm in agreement that it might have to be Scorps. If these Black Panthers kill Vills, that would be amazing. This castle on the cracked terrain getting trebbed. The net result is, I think, still better than a normal castle, but still not as good as uphill, not cracked terrain, right? So 5 Treb should make short work of that. Where is the Imp TC? It's down here. That is somehow the safe TC. And Scotty will call the GG as he loses the castle. And that'll be a 2-0 lead for Syscon. Very interesting game. Scotty almost made that work. And I'm hoping we see more players try to go for the mainland like that. GG, and there we go. As Syscon does it. And goes up 2-0 over Scotty. Well, very well done from Scotty. I know he's down 2-0, but those have been 2 very close games. A couple of small differences in the push. I feel like he just had too many rams and not quite enough mangonels, and that let the castle go up for Syscon. So that's a win for the Italians, and then a loss for, what was that, the Romans. Yeah, true, right? I think Syscon's definitely a higher tier player than Scotty. Right, we are in the first round. But it's still interesting to see Scotty playing very well, and I'm hoping that players, kind of like we saw in the opening rounds of Sudden Disaster last year, find new maps, practice them, put up some strategies. And kind of hard to judge the creative strategies when we have the skill difference and the execution isn't quite there. But from the 2 games I saw today, I still feel like there is a lot of potential for those mainland TCs instead of the islands. But the scouting has to be there so that you know when the water player is going for the mainland. Yeah, remember Niaz beating Viper? Niaz was in the chat earlier. Is that just an alt account? Being like, yes, I'll beat the Viper. Let's see, and Valle de Silva, or Valle de Silva will be our next map. Ooh, now these are civs. That, remember, we did see Jordan lose 2 games earlier or lose a game earlier to Gali on this map. To exactly this civ, the shoe. Where it was an FC push, Jordan lost his TC and then couldn't stop the push. That was my experience playing this map when I played it with Ornlu, that the monk push is going to be very strong. The Huang push. And did we cast Syscon all day? Now, Syscon was playing a couple of 1v1s between the earlier sets, so we casted a couple of his games. Watching his Arabia practice in preparation for this match. The checkmark in Skull is which maps are won or lost. Or what civs were won or lost on maps. So here we are, game number 3. We did see a 3-0 lead to... Oh my gosh, what are these Vills doing? What is Scotty doing as the shoe? He's sending all the Vills forward, 6 Vills, to mill the deer in the middle. What? What? He's milling the deer? I was not expecting this. Maybe Georgians with a mule cart that they start with, but okay. Scotty milling the middle deer. There are 6 deer in the middle of the map, and he takes them right away. Let's go. Let's go. Early Loom for the Aztecs. Is Syscon just gonna Vil fight this with Loom? No Loom for these Vils yet. Do the Shu have a bonus for this? Lumberjacks get food in addition to wood. No, they don't. And okay, here we go. Vils with Loom on their way forward. Scotty, does he have Loom? No, he does not. He has Loom on the way now, but he's not going to have it in time. Might lose one Vil. Remember, you can't do palisades on the rock terrain. That makes it tricky to wall the Vils in. And 2 Vils down right away. Oh, will he kill the Eagle, though? The Eagle down to 2 HP. He'll dive the TC for it. Will the Scout 1 HP left. Doesn't get the kill. Now it's a big Vil fight in the middle. Scotty's sending everyone. All the Vils forward. Everyone going forward. He's sending the whole village. It's like Doubt on a Black Forest flank. He's not going to lose this fight. Is that even a strat? I have no idea. If he had Loom 25 seconds earlier, then yes. He's still taking the deer. Imagine Persians douching on this map. On a 9-Vil start, just run forward and place the TC. Here's a house for Syscon. Yeah, maybe against the non-Eagle Civ. Maybe if you're Goths and can do the insta-loom and you have the hunt bonus, that could be good. Yeah, it's both 0 and 1000 IQ at the same time. So, 3 Vil difference. I mean, if he had killed the Eagle, I think it still would have been worth it. Because he'd have the Scout alive to grab all the capybaras for free. We saw that in the Jordan match, where his opponent went FC, so he was able to kill the Scout and then grab all the capybaras. If he had loomed just a bit earlier, then maybe it works. Okay, I wanted to see crazy things on this map, and we saw something crazy right off the bat. You'll have to rely upon the straggler trees for wood. If you're not chopping wood, you're not getting advantage of the Shu eco bonus of generating wood while chopping trees. Yeah, Georgians would be better doing it. Crazy strat, though. I like it. I like it. You know, sometimes you put stuff on the maps and you don't know how players are going to use them. Here's Scotty using it. Generating, did I say wood? I meant food. Lumberjacks generate food in addition to wood. And there's feudal for Syscon. And if you're going to play Shu, is there a strat other than FC War Chariots on this map? I don't know about that. You have to wall yourself in and rely on the TC closing up the rock area. Now the Eagle running forward. A couple of capybaras coming in towards the TC. And Scout picking up capybaras. How many does Syscon have? I think Scotty might have a couple more. Yeah, 6 to 3 at this point. Some long-distance gold mining from Syscon as he adds in some militia. Gold's close enough to the TC. He should be able to pull this off. And that Eagle will scout out the flowers for the men-at-arms, or soon-to-be men-at-arms, to come forward, along with 3 Vils. So Syscon sending the Vils forward. A couple of capybaras being found. I'll see if Scotty's able to scout this. He might find the capybaras and know that there might be something that have picked them up. And the wall will not be in... Oh, will the wall be in time? That's a low HP Eagle. It might not be able to block the wall all that well. This is going to be close. This is going to be very close. And will the wall go up? Yes, it will. But it still needs to be walled over here. Scotty still needs more walls. He doesn't get that one up. But he will wall to the papaya trees. He doesn't get the tile up. He needed one more tile. He placed the foundation, but he didn't build it. And the militia turned into men-at-arms, and Scotty calls the GG. Well, Scotty had a strat. And it didn't work out, and Syscon dealt with it easily. There you go, I can click properly. Yep, only Hera has the invite, yes. Everyone else has to qualify. So here, 3-0 for Syscon. FC War Chariot. It worked for Gully, didn't work for Scotty. He had an idea. He had an idea for it. And I do think a lot of those FC pure aggression strats will be strong. Whether they can weather the Dark Age and sustained aggression will be fun to see. So 2-0 for Syscon, but that's all he needed there. That was about to become a good 10-0 with eco kills. So congrats to him. He reached the feudal age, and Scotty did not get the panic walls up. And hello, Rused. So congrats to Syscon. He'll move on to the next round. Let me go take a quick look at the standings. Actually, let me not take a quick look because another set was played simultaneously, and I don't want to accidentally show some spoilers. I don't think we can spoil the next set too much. But if we do have any surprises, I will hope for them. Let's see, I get a tag on Discord somewhere. You can send them here. And now I'm gonna go check out Freaking Andy versus Young Panda. So, hope you enjoyed that. That was a good set from Scotty. I know he went down 3-0, but he was creative with the strats, and the first two games were very, very close for him. So we're gonna go to Freaking Andy versus Young Panda next. And this will be our last set for today. And let me close off this scoreboard. And I'll have to grab the Rex for this. These were played simultaneously with the previous one. So give me a moment to get this set up. Oh, Kapach Rodrix in 2 minutes. Or we will go to Kapach versus Rodrix. And this won't be our last set. I guess they scheduled then. Is that a thing? Is that a thing? Thank you, Lewis. That is a higher level set. I will cast Young Panda. Don't worry about that. But I'll cast that set at the end. Let's see. These maps are from the previous set. Let me just get rid of that for a moment. And okay, we'll cast this set. Unprofessional casters. The problem of needing to cast and admin at the same time. I don't see any games that get scheduled while I'm casting. And hello, Blue. Yeah, we casted Golly Jordan earlier today. Yeah, I still do think Armenians, Golly might have been thinking of something on the right track for Monte Pasquale too. Let's see, unlike the players, I can see every single scheduling channel, so finding them can be hard. There you go, Patch Rodrix, Wednesday, 20:30 GMT. Perfect, perfect. Must have confirmed that after JBR did the scheduling post the other day. So that will be up in another 2 minutes. Looks like they will be drafting soon. Let's see, my flight's asking me for a survey. YouTube's asking me for a survey. So many emails. Is there a time limit in the qualifiers? Yes, it should be a 90-minute time limit for everything. It should be a 90-minute time limit. It should be the same settings we're going to use for the LAN, where there's going to be a 90-minute time limit. If it was online only, then of course there'd be no time limit, but we're going to have it for the LAN games, and we're using the same settings for the qualifiers. I think there was a set earlier where the players forgot about it. Not the biggest deal if they do forget about it, but I will try to remind players about it. Let me actually post this in the scheduling thread here. I'm just going to post that in their channel to make sure they know about it. Alright, looks like Apache is around. He's hosting the drafts. And I'll just wait for Rodrix to join. And thanks to Lewis for pointing out that this is happening. And again, we're casting both on my channel and on the Onamaru Twitch channel, so go give Onamaru's channel a follow too. After watching Heart Yo Red Bull game, I'm not so sure about time limits. I don't like time limits either. Unfortunately, when we're at a LAN event, we run into problems that oftentimes the venue closes, and we can't go all night. Oh, they forgot it on the final at some point too? I'm sure about that. Yeah, it's a tricky thing to remember. And no one likes it, but it does serve a purpose, unfortunately. Burgundian Viking. Well, they did do it there. But did they just... Oh, did Louis just call GG at some point because of the time limit? Because they forgot it? That's actually pretty funny. Okay, looks like they're starting the drafts. So, good. Yeah. I know the very first, I heard Viper talking about the LAN he and Leary did many years ago. When Leary was 14 years old. That LAN was... the Escape Euro Cup. I helped admin that. They very nearly didn't finish because they got kicked out of the venue at Gamescom. They literally went right down to the wire. It had closed. Basically, everyone had gone aside from them. Security was getting mad that they were still going on, and they had to run off the stage immediately afterwards. At the Garrison too last year, we ran close to the time limit. And the problem is that they would have had to, for every hour they stayed after the booking deadline, they would have had to pay a full day of costs for the security in the venue. And that would have gotten really expensive for them. And at the Royal Albert Hall, we were almost kicked out too. If that had gone one more game, they potentially would have not been able to finish it, which would have been crazy. That's the downside of AoE 2. You never quite know just how long the games end up lasting. So let's see. I get their drafts. Oh, wonderful. And there we are. So we will have the islands map again. Ooh, Roderick's Coast Arena. I like seeing that. Apache going for the more open maps for his picks. Funny, I've heard people complain that there wasn't much after the end of the set on Monday, but that absolutely explains why there couldn't be. Yep. Same thing for the Garrison. There was no real post-game presentation, but that's because they were running out of time. I don't know if they would have had something planned anyway, but yeah, it's stuff. They run out of time. So that's why I think for the Brazil LAN. I know we haven't finished the plans for the venue, but we need to make sure we're on point with the schedule. At, I think it was NAC 5, I want to say? After the event ended, we all just hung out at the hotel bar outside the watching area for a while. That was a lot of fun, because everyone was there just hanging out with each other into the wee hours of the morning. That's great for everyone who gets to interact with the players. So let's see if the Civ draft gets started. So I don't know how interested players are going to be in playing the water map, but it is there in the map pool. We felt it's good to have at least one full water map. 4 of these maps have water on them, but how important it'll be on Amazonia, Costa Rica, and then Soy Maranhenses going forward is maybe an open question. Water does help at least break up some of the monotony of land maps, I guess. That you have different settings for how important water is. Are these the maps I was working on? Yep. Costa Rica was a map from the Mad Catter. We're just reusing that pretty much unchanged from TTL other than the Nineville start. The rest of the maps, I made all of them from scratch other than... this is the one I have to pronounce. Saya da Carajas. And that is originally called Terrace, another map by the Mad Catter. And we're using that. I made quite a few changes to not really change the map, but just make it a bit more consistent. We found an image of an IRL place that looked perfect for the map Terrace and gave it that name. So again, credits to the Mad Catter. Why did we use Costa Rica again? We needed a closed map that fit the theme, and it felt like that one did it perfectly. Just using TTL5? I think it's okay to use it again. TTL5 was a bit ago. Now let me make this a bit darker behind the map draft. There we go. Yeah, I'll more work on the overlays coming up. Our graphics designer has some Brazilian Dynasties themed overlays. I just got back though from Red Bull last night and haven't had time to change everything. One for Pond Arena, Zong. Oh, I think Costa Rica is fine. I mean, we had 15 maps in TTL. I don't think Costa Rica was overplayed to the point where we can't use it right away. So Vikings, the very first pick for Rodrix, looking for the water map Civ. And then Kapach going Georgians and Bengalis. So after seeing Rodrix use his first pick on the Vikings, Kapach might simply be able to leave the water Civs for much later in the draft. And Magyars for Rodrix should be a great Civ for Sertao. I think they'll be crazy going for double stable scouts on that map. Don't know if they're the best double stable scout Civ, but they're up there. Free forging, cheaper scouts. No real eco bonus though, but cheaper scouts is crazy if you're going heavy scouts. Here's Portuguese for And this is simply best of 5 in a single elimination tournament, so whoever wins advances. Number of games you win doesn't really matter, it just matters that you win 3 games. So, Roman's pretty highly picked. I did really like Jordan's Britain's pick earlier on Pantanal. All the capybaras, plus good counters to some of the unique unit rushes with the extra range crossbows. I think that'll be interesting. Number of wins. I mean, there's no... Like in a group stage, they need a tiebreaker. So getting 3-2 versus 3-0 has a difference. Here, just as long as you win, you advance to the next round. And that does impact your draft selection, so it's not like a group stage like in TTL, where you might be attempting to win all 3 games and setting up a Civ pick to be competitive on all maps. Here you might sacrifice 1 map and simply pick the best Civs for other maps and draft specifically to win 3 games instead of to win all 5. Do I know the TBA maps already? I have not made those maps yet. We don't even know the number of TBA maps. Maybe Inspiration strikes and I make 4 maps. Maybe I make 2. I don't know. That is still very TBA. I'm going to... We do have a couple of months. I mean, the land's not until July. These qualifiers end in the middle of April. So I'll reflect upon the map pool at the end of the qualifiers and decide what types of maps we need. And figure out where to go from there. And hello, Kaisaros. How was the Royal Albert Hall? It was wonderful. I apologize to them for people spilling their beers when attempting to take photos of me. Do I use AI for map scripting? I do not. In my experience, AI hallucinates way too much to be useful. There are a couple of tasks I've done with AI where I needed to essentially copy and paste code to all my map scripts. And rather than manually doing that to several dozen maps, I had AI essentially write the Python script to copy and paste it for me. But I don't just like prompt AI, hey, make a map, and it outputs a map. It's not possible to do that. Yeah, we do want the maps to be related to, at least one to Sao Paulo, where we're hosting the event. But we could obviously make very different types of maps reflecting the area. So it depends on what type of map we need. Let me double check I have the drafts on the right side too. Kapach is on the left, yep. All right. They're hosting, I reminded them of the time limit. And we'll see what civs we get for game 1. It's a very mountainous area. Oh yeah, I'm watching them discuss the servers. They now have a Chilean server, so it's not just Brazil South where they're playing on. You have a couple of choices. And first map, indeed, Capachos in the lobby. Fernando de Naranja. And hopefully they remember... I don't know, can I tell if they have a score timer set from the dashboard? I don't know if I can check that. I did remind them, so hopefully they remember. Hallucination rates are considerably lower for AI released in 2026. Yes, they are, but there's still the problem that there's no, or two big problems, or maybe three big problems. One, there isn't a huge data set of RMS maps for AIs to train themselves on. Certainly not anywhere close to a common programming language. Two, there isn't a verification step where the AI isn't able to generate a map and check it. It can produce output, but it's not like code that it can verify whether or not the code is correct itself. It's just kind of producing a map, and whatever it produces. And three, there's not a lot of locality to map scripts. Everything kind of cascades. Once you make one change in a map script, everything after is affected by it. And it's rather difficult for AI to program in that style compared to a proper programming style with lots of locality and parts of the code that don't affect each other. So, I've no doubt it will improve going forward, but at least right now it's not at the level of just prompt and get a map script. You can draw inspiration from Lago Perona, Brasilia, for a map looking like Baltic. That's the thing, I don't know if we're going to want another water map in the map pool. I think one islands map is more than enough. So Rodrix and Capach, both players from Argentina. Right now their elos, Rodrix is 2362, Capach 2425. But I think Capach probably much higher elo, or much better skill level than that elo would imply for him. He's certainly been at LAN events in the past. And with a total of 12 players qualifying for this, there is a very good chance that players outside of just the top 8 or so we see commonly at LANs can qualify. And it should be pretty motivating, I think, for a lot of the South American players to get to go to a LAN that's close to them. Yeah, it's going to be some effort to build a feedback loop to train AI for map generation. Yep. AI could help building tooling around map scripting. I mean, I am building some LSP tools right now and using the map and some AIs to generate that just as programming, but that's more standard programming. So let's see. The players are in the lobby. And Capach in the red, Rodrix in the blue. They are launching the first... Oh, I failed to download match content. DE, I scripted these maps. I don't need to download them. It'll be Portuguese versus Vikings. And let's try again. There we go. 90-second spectator delay, and then we'll get started. So, water map, islands map, Capach having to pick a civ to play against the Vikings. He sees that the Vikings are Rodrix's first civ, and longboats were very effective in that Degao start game we saw at the beginning. Now we'll see the Portuguese as the pick for Capach. Can they counter the Vikings? Well, we have seen caravels as a unique unit do very well against longboats in the past. Potentially a civ that could be useful here. A counter to the Viking unique unit. Now, caravels on their own, at least before the water update, were not a very good unit. They died incredibly hard to fires. Now they could be useful. Alright, and here we go. Oh, the title's so long it goes onto the mini-map. I'll need to make that shorter in the future. Let me make a note for myself on my overlay. I need to decrease the font size slightly. Anyway, here we are. We'll have Capach as the blue Portuguese to the west, and Rodrix as the red Vikings to the east. And, well, what are we going to see here from Capach? I imagine it'll be caravels in the Castle Age if he starts to see longboats from Rodrix. Now, the caravel is a warship that is almost specialized for countering longboats. The caravel, like a scorpion, has a projectile that passes through other ships, and with longboats clumping up together, it could be a nice spot for the caravels to be useful. Otherwise, extra HP on the ships for the Portuguese, discount for the Vikings. If you don't see the unique ships, could be an interesting play on the water where both civs have their own pluses and advantages. I would say pluses and minuses, but these civs don't really have minuses on the water. It's all just pluses. Can I make the boxes? I can, I just need to program that. This is just the image I have. You can see the mouse cursor disappears behind it because it's an image that I have on top of Capture Age, so I can position it myself. Should check the map name length, though. I can also do whatever I want. I could manually check the map name and hard-code it to be shorter. Whatever fits the best. So a couple of deer being pushed in from the scout from Capach. Oh, is he going for the double deer push? No, it's too close to the wood line. Too close to the wood line. See, his gold's kind of far, but still accessible. Gold's at a decent distance here for Rodrix too. Could do the nice double mining camp between the gold and the stone. That's always silly. Also, the pineapple bushes will be berries. Usually you skip them in the Dark Age, but we'll do a mill on them in Feudal. Is this the... Nope, this is a new map. That was Stone Drift. This is a map designed simply for the Brazilian Dynasty LAN. I made this map without seeing Stone Drift, but to be fair, Stone Drift was a kind of similar concept. The middle islands were smaller and the player islands were larger. It was more like team islands, so maybe more room for landings there. This map was more, we wanted a pure water map, just to have something after the water changes. So how interesting the map is will depend on how interesting water fights are with that balance. I want it to be a bit more like islands. So these islands do have different numbers of resources on them. That's something I might want to standardize in the future. This is the kind of AOC islands with extra steps. A little bit of Pacific islands thrown in with the mangrove forests you can sail to. We'll see if it's interesting or not. Really hard to tell if the water maps work out as a pure water map before seeing them played. So a couple of docks for Capach, and another dock for Rodrix. And that'll be triple docks, 3 docks forward for Rodrix. Capach up to the Feudal Age. Double bit axe for Capach.
Esto pronto.
And double bit axe for both. So triple dock galleys feels like I'm watching AOC versus double dock galleys with a third dock on the way. So a slight difference in build order to change how the wood works. Vikings with the discount can go for triple docks more easily. 2 galleys for Kapach. 1, 2, 3 docks for him too. And now the question is, do we see another ship? Do we see fires? Do we see fires to counter galleys, or will it be pure galleys? My personal opinion is pure galleys on a map like this still is the best way to play it, and you're prioritizing fletching from the blacksmith rather than anything else. And I haven't seen a landing yet. I don't know how possible landings are for Nineville starts when you don't have a transport ship. I don't see why we wouldn't have landings, but maybe the smaller islands compared to Northern Isles or Team Islands makes it harder. And of course, you can't really push docks because the fishing ships just garrison. And here's Kapach maybe out of position if Roderick's with 5 galleys can trap him. Roderick's not engaging in the fight, though. I think if he fought there, that would have been good for him. He wants to group up with the rest of his ships. Maybe he simply wants to wait as long as possible with the Vikings to take advantage of the discount and hope that he can overwhelm Kapach in numbers. But only 1 extra galley so far for Roderick's, as Kapach is taking the score lead and moving forward. And that Vil cannot garrison in docks, though. Kapach will run him back just as Roderick sails around. Couple of galleys pop out of the dock as Kapach takes them down. Vil goes down to the galleys. And Kapach's galleys will run away. A few galleys coming up for Roderick's. Town Watch for Kapach. Look at that, Town Watch. Interesting. He's really afraid of landings now. He is afraid of landings. He's thinking, okay, I've taken a slight lead on water. We'll check for landings. Well, 10 to 10 galleys. Still pretty even. And you never count the Vikings off of water. And fletching on the way for Kapach. And Kapach getting trapped in the corner. Roderick's heading him off. Great micro from Roderick's to jump the galleys and stay on top of them so Kapach can't sail away. Very well done. You can sail over these little oysters and beach terrain they're on. But it takes out it takes out the bulk of Kapach's navy there. Now it's 16 to 11 galleys, and that is the Vikings on the water. Vikings on the water. All of a sudden, huge galley lead for Roderick's. Now, because of the islands, there actually aren't too much fish here. Yeah, finally some galley micro action. If you're an AOC purist like me, you'll probably enjoy the galley micro. It's one of the most fun things in AoE 2 to play. It can certainly snowball. And this is where I feel that the new patch makes it a bit more snowbally than it had been in the past. Because now Kapach can't find any counterattack damage. He can't jump fishing ships if they can simply garrison in docks. And Kapach selling stone. He's up first. Sold the stone before Roderick sold it. And Roderick's not quite able to get the food to go up yet. And taking the berries. Getting wood while gathering from the berries is great for the Portuguese. Helps them get up to the castle age. Free wheelbarrow and handcart. While they're nice, not quite as impactful for Vikings on water maps when they're not farming. They're mostly farming upgrades. They do help your wood gathering efficiency. Not to discount it, but it's not as great of an eco advantage, I feel, as it would be on other maps. Helps a lot in saving Vils if you're landed and running Vils away. Right now, with both players up, Roderick will try to save his numbers until he gets up. Doing the War Galley upgrade immediately is very important because it means you start producing faster. And you won't be as limited by dock numbers. And now maybe 3 fishing ships on the whale could be sniped off. Whales are a nice option if you're not going to overcollect food on the way up. Well, okay, here's that counterattack. Roderick's not quite paying attention. Kapach gets between the fishing ships and the docks. Can he pick it off? No. One gets saved in the dock, but only one. And that's the last one for Roderick's. 3 fishing ships still left for Kapach, but getting pretty far away from the docks with their fishing. And Kapach could lose 3 galleys here. We'll need to sail away from Roderick's. Go around the island. He should be able to group up and be safe. I like the fact that the islands give you some options to sail around. And a bit different types of positionings you can work towards. Still game 1? Yep, still game 1. This is the first game of the set. This is being live. Thanks to Lewis for pointing out that they had scheduled. But this is live. Bosaw, medium warships, and a Bodcanero all on the way for Kapach. As we'll have Castle Age for Roderick's. And War Galley is in, and we see that War Galleys no longer bunch up as much. Medium warships for Roderick's. And okay, a bit dangerous that medium warships is in the dock that's being attacked. Will it finish in time? Kapach, he's just attacking a dock, he doesn't know this. And I think it finishes in time. That's maybe a bit closer than Roderick's would be comfortable with, but that is, well, exactly what you want. The upgrade in the dock being attacked as long as the dock survives, because then you're not going to make warships that immediately get destroyed. And against pure War Galley and Caravels. Caravels for Kapach, the ship that counters the longboats. So we can't have a longboat transition for Roderick's, but we can have a fire ship transition, because fire ships should do amazingly well against Caravels. And Roderick's just needs the right positioning here. He's making more fires. Is Kapach in too far forward? Killing a couple of vills on the wood line. Kapach wins the fight here. He has the numbers. And Roderick's wants to get the sandwich against Kapach. Ballistics is in for Kapach, not for Roderick's, but you don't need ballistics for fires. And here come the fires from behind. Kapach a few more Caravels, but Roderick's has him surrounded on both sides. And all clumped up, who is winning this fight? Slightly more HP for Kapach. Remember, Portuguese ships do have more HP, so in equal numbers they win. More fires on the way in. More Caravels on the way in. When you're stacked up tightly, the Caravels are great. Kapach losing his front navy. I think it's hard to tell. Still more HP for Kapach. Roderick's takes a slight score lead there. Does it counter longboats at this stage? Well, it doesn't matter if there are no longboats, right? I'll see how this navy does. Caravels do not like fighting fires. That was true before, and I think it's still true now. And you need the Caravels to be fighting the galleys now, the galleys to be fighting the fires. No hulks added in. And it feels like Kapach is just barely taking the lead here in this fight. Not enough fires, maybe? And there's another dock for Roderick's. If you feel it's weird seeing Vikings have fires, I agree with you, but they no longer have demos. Oh, on the back, nice pick from Roderick's there, moving a couple of galleys to start harassing Kapach's woodlines. No lumber camp there, this woodline's very chopped. And he'll be taking gold, he's almost out of his first gold. Yeah, yes, demos are useless, so it's not really a loss for the Vikings. It's more just a loss for the viewers. Hello, Sir Baron, hope you're doing well. And to answer your question, yes, I am back home already. I got home last night. I've not even been home for 24 hours, and it's time to cast. Demos are not useless, they were used in Red Bull. I feel like Baron might have suffered a very tragic demo shot recently. The full village deer rush game? With the... Syscon won that. Syscon won that. Scotty, unfortunately, did not wall out the men-at-arms after already losing vills, so... Dangerous game for him. And Roderick's still with the score lead, but Kapach pushing forward and about to take out a dock. He's got some hulks added in for the fires. Going for the Caravels, still no longboats added in. They can kill chicken. That's true, they can kill chickens on Glacis. Maybe we shouldn't count them out yet. A couple of war galleys around the back, but they'll be found. They'll have the... I think that was just clinker construction for the faster moving ships. War hulks in there. So KD so far, better for Kapach. Only 3 fishing ships left for him. They'll be picked off soon. Or just hide in the dock. How do caravels do versus galleys? I think they do well against war galleys. I don't think they do well against fires, and I'm not sure about hulks. So there's careening for even more movement speed for Rodrix, making sure he can choose when and where he fights. Or is that careening? No, that's not the movement speed. That's the armor. That's the armor. I thought it was the second tech, but that's not until Imp. It'll be careening in dry dock for armor, then clinker construction and carvel hull for movement speed. He has the speed already. We'll be doing the armor. Teuton Knights. Well, we don't see Teutons really anymore. Okay, Teutonic Knights, but Teuton Knights. Okay, so here we have Kapach getting sandwiched again. It's not much of a sandwich, though. That's just one fire. Hulk's in the front to try to deal with fires. And who will win this fight? I have no idea. I think Rodrix is winning this. He has more ships on the way, and things might snowball all of a sudden for Kapach. Things might snowball for him. He is losing his navy, and he's getting pushed away. His vills have stopped mining gold. Needs to go to his other gold mine. Rodrix here just about finishing. He's finished his first gold. I think maybe an earlier spread to both golds would be good. More docks in the back for Kapach, but all of a sudden, 1k score lead for Rodrix, as things have snowballed for him. So 31 to 12 military, 20 war galleys, 10 fire ships. Score victory incoming? Nah, this game is not going to last 90 minutes. Actually, I should double check. Did they put the score victory on? Yes, they did remember the score. They do have the scoring game. What now? There's score victory here? Yep, this is the qualifiers for the LAN event, and we do unfortunately need a score so that the venue we're in doesn't kick us out by the time the game ends. So we use the same exact settings for the qualifier. So there is a score victory here too. And Kapach, well, now losing all the docks. He's behind in res collected too. That Viking eco now. It's not the same as when you're farming so heavily, but wheelbarrow and handcart still do help. Rodrix might lose a couple of vills here. Or one vill. Rodrix selling, everyone's selling. Selling everything. Kapach buying stone, so he wants a castle so he can get back on the coast. Wants a castle to get back on the coast, protect his stone, and make sure he'll be able to have dock access going forward. However, needing to buy a castle means you're not buying your way towards Imp, which is exactly what Rodrix is doing, buying Imp, and Kapach needs a castle for it. This is 9 Vil start. This tournament is 9 Vil start. No Empire Wars. And Kapach getting a couple of small wins in the back. Vil counts are still similar, 62 Vils to 61. No wheelbarrow or handcart, so Rodrix's still definitely the better eco. But it's not that different, and now Rodrix could lose a couple of Vils here, as the ships from Kapach harass his island. But another sandwich as Imp comes in for Rodrix. Kapach will have to take a fight against both navies at once. And Rodrix will go for another lumber camp on the wood line. Hulks and caravels fighting the war galleys. Oh, nice. Nice bolts through the war galleys. Everything goes down there and the ship sinks, so Rodrix up to Imp in a great position here. His navy's a bit out of position for dealing with the new forward from Kapach, but I think Kapach simply doesn't have the production yet. Now, if we do get to Imp, and Kapach doesn't have Shipwright the same way that Roderick's doesn't, but he does still have that extra HP. Right now, he does no longer have that extra armor tech. That used to be the unique tech that's been replaced by circumnavigation, but to make up for the lack of Shipwright, the tech will make ships train faster, 33% faster. So he might be able to outproduce Roderick's if he gets Imp and doesn't die immediately. So I don't think he needs to panic. He actually has more Vills. As long as he can hold on the land, maybe he needs to move some Vills to the protection of the castle for taking wood. And there's another dock going down. More war galleys coming around. We'll have Imp on the way for Roderick's. As war galleys start to be taken down. And Roderick's is up to the Imperial Age. And immediately clicks Chemistry and Bracer and Heavy Warships. Trying to get all the upgrades as Kapach still in castles, nowhere close to clicking up. And I think Roderick's might be close to clearing out this game as he's going to start transporting to the islands. Ship's going down. Total of 0 longboats produced. Let's see, Vills could do a longboat. They're gonna do a castle. Let's go, castle. And yeah, longboat's not a ship to make against the Portuguese. It seemed like Kapach was doing okay on the water with the caravels earlier, but Roderick's always had the score lead. Felt like he always had the eco lead there. Now Kapach will go back to his 2 castles. As this castle, only, I guess, Carrick's over there that can't really hit Vills inland. We'll give him some time to get his resources going, get up to Imp. And maybe one more castle down here somewhere to protect the rest of his resources. But not much gold left. Not much gold left at all. And so players will have to transport to these little islands to try to get gold. There's Carvel Hull. As Imp is now clicked for Kapach much later. And how effectively can he keep his Vills working? Carracks and fast fire ships cannot really affect anything inland. Wait, how are the Carracks if these are... Oh, yeah, no fast fire ships for the Vikings. Only normal fire ships. So that should make caravels really effective when there's no fast fires to counter them. And as I said, the Portuguese, with extra HP, should have the better navy than the Vikings. But now a couple of cannon galleons pressuring the castle. I think Kapach really just wants to snipe them off. What's he shooting at there? Should get one cannon galleon down, and ooh, just barely surviving. Nice dance moves, but 8 HP left. That'll keep the castle up. But at Vittoria, I mean, if all the resources go down and he makes Vittorias and wins, that would be crazy. There's a time limit, though. There's a time limit for the Vittorias. Don't know if he'll reach that with all the extra res on these islands. Fire ship's going down. And Kapach still trying to hold. Roderick's does not want to push into the castle. More docks over here. So Kapach, his goal, even if he loses this castle now, is to keep his military alive until he gets upgrades. Keep it alive until upgrades come in. And with back docks, he should be able to click the upgrades. A couple of ships there. Carrick's not doing too much. He's fighting under the castle. Trying to defend the castle as much as he can. But he's up now. Bracer, Chemistry. And we'll see heavy warships once he can afford it, but he can't afford it yet. Oh, look at the dance moves there. Look at the dance moves. It's a lot of cannon galleons. That one's still on 10 HP. Elite cannon galleon now. So it looks like the castle just will go down. It's getting a lot of hits on those galleons, though. And looking at the HP, this is... if only heavy warships were in, this would be the worst fight for Kapach. But... it's not, and he has to run and be chased by fires. Trying to redock, still no heavy warships. How expensive is that? Does that show up in Capture Age anywhere? The dock, yeah, heavy warships doesn't show up there. I don't know how expensive it is. Probably a bit prohibitive for him now, looking at the eco. And he's about to run out of gold. So that gold will run out, he doesn't have any middle control, and I think that'll be it. So hopefully a water map that doesn't drag on forever too, with the limited gold on the starting islands, forcing you to go to the middle. You can take the gold from the oysters and whales that are around. More docks now for Kapach. As the castle goes down, and he will get a cannon galleon finally. But he'll call the GG. Rodrix will win game number 1. And Kapach, with the Portuguese, try to counter the Vikings. Doesn't quite work out there. I bet just like me, the players are still trying to figure out the interaction of the new ships and the unique ships. But the Caravels, not enough to lead him to victory there. We see Rodrix as the Vikings, as you might expect from them, constantly ahead in numbers. Had a couple of positions where he caught Kapach with ships where they weren't really that effective and destroyed them. So GG's there, well done for Rodrix. And that'll be a 1-game lead, but a best of 5, so Kapach has plenty of time to come back. He definitely is the favorite in this set. OG Civ's still the best. Tell that to the Teutons. That'll be Rodrix winning game 1. With Vikings over the Portuguese, but that was his first pick. So we'll see what Kapach can do to come back. Gonna talk smack about Teutons. I know there are lots of Teuton fans out there. Looks like Lençóis Maranhenses will be our next map. They're in the lobby now, picking that. Yes, Rodrix has been around for a while. Good Argentinian player. Probably not at the top like Kapach or Nikov, usually, but certainly a very skilled player. And if he's practiced the maps and has some strats, and always bring something special. Dice pronunciation. That's the one I've learned to pronounce the best out of all the Brazil maps. I watched a couple of videos and really got that one down. Is this music from Mythology? Yes, it is. Yes, indeed. And let's see. I think they are launching... Yes, they are. There we are. And... Ooh. Okay, so Kapach here going with the Malians. Rodrix going with the... Oh, there's an S at the end of his name, isn't there? The... Muisca. Oh, thank you for the sub.
And what have the Mongols sent me? No doubt a bribe begging me not to destroy them.
Thank you, Monaspa. Oh, and is Rodrix on Wonders? Let me make sure. I don't think I have him on my list of players. Let me add him. I had forgotten the S on his name earlier. Apologies for that. Oh, he's from Argentina. Is he also on Wonders? El Penal. What is that team? I never heard of that, but Rodrix is on it. Update my overlay so he has his flag properly next game. And 3, 2, 1. Spec delay, and we are in. And I need to flip them around on the scoreboard. Thank you very much for the follow. Let me just double check that the fishies are all here in the ponds and they're balanced. Yep. So here we have Lençóis Maranhenses, our wonderful hybrid map. Where there are tons of goats on the outside that players can collect, some water far from them, some ponds full of shorefish, and then these new forests over to the rear. So your wood lines are fairly large and safe if you wall to them. The rest of the map very open, everything very exposed. Both players lucky to have a gold by the wood line, I think, with how they can wall. Gotta make sure you get to the back of the wall. It can be kind of tricky to wall up.
Sure. Equa.
Settlement in the back. And where are the Vills going after building a settlement? Where are they going for Rodrix? Well, Loom on the way for Kapach. And he's going out for a dock. Immediate dock. And he's picking up all the goats. And I don't see a dock from Rodrix yet. But I wonder with the Muisca if he might go for some type of super aggressive land strat and not dock. I don't... What are those Vills doing? Finishing the Javelina. I don't think that's the best way to play the map. Where did those goats just get captured? But it is a way to play the map. Was Kapach just going forward with them? Maybe he was. Scouting where the TC was. And it's not like it's in that many different places every game. Champy picking up some more goats. And I would like that to be a viable strat on the map, avoiding the water entirely. Maybe doing some docks on shorefish or mills on shorefish. Not sure quite how viable that is. But the one thing about the map is it should be very open. It will be extremely difficult to wall the back of your base over here, especially since the pond with shallows is not wallable. You'd have to skip that and just go to the edge. That is a very long wall. And Loom for Rodrix. Loom on the way. And no dock. So fast feudal, no dock, and, well, I don't think there are many options other than champies. Lots of goats for Kapach to have picked up. Lots of goats also here for Rodrix. He's got 8 goats left over. And still more he can pick up if he runs out here. And that's where the champion's going right now. We'll look to see the dock and see if the Vill's safely walled. Well, it might be close to finding it. Not quite there yet. Maybe just looking for more goats. Has to be careful bringing goats back now with Kapach's scout. Kapach's scout hoovering around. And we have Feudal Age on the way for both players. And what will Kapach find? Will he see the barracks? He has seen the barracks, so I'm sure he's prepared exactly for what Rodrix is going to do here. Going for the champies. I don't think there's many other options for this Civ, and we do see Rodrix also walling up. And champies being amassed, grouped together, 3 of them going forward, just like men-at-arms almost. And there's Rodrix up to the Feudal Age. Has to be careful about that walling Vil. Champy runner clicked. No spear. This can train the spears from the settlements, I believe. And Vil will fight the scout, as will the Champy. Vil plus Champy should beat the Dark Age scout. And some quick walls with the barracks there for Kapach. And as long as Kapach has this walled out, I think the fish should carry him to victory. Not going for fish is a very risky strat. And I'm wondering why there's no maybe tower follow-up. You have to be super aggressive, and I don't know if that level of aggression is possible. We are seeing the Dockville now, but the Feudal Age Dockville. And that might be something that's viable. We saw that on High Tides a couple of times in TTL. Where you don't go for the Dark Age dock, but wait for the Feudal Age dock. And there is the dock. A couple of extra wall tiles going up. The Vil might need to be walled in. That scout still hoovering around. The other side, TC hitting a couple of the champies. So, very compact walls from Kapach. And, oh, nicely done to bring the Hulk over to kill the Dockville along with the Scout. The Dock, however, is up, and it will be a Hulk. A Hulk for Rodrix. And only 3 fishing ships for Kapach, so it's not like it's a huge fishing eco, but it's extra eco nevertheless. And here come Vills probably to Tower Rush. And this is where one good tower could make things awkward for Kapach, but he still has wood in the back he could run to. Couple of archers coming over. Does he have any other good gold? Well, there's lots of gold out on the map he can run around to. I think I'd be more worried about the wood than the gold situation. I think that tower doesn't quite hit the gold either. And he should be able to get this tower up faster. Has enough archers to fight champions, even getting fletching. And can the archers deny the tower? That's tower is denied. I think the game's over. Oh, thank you, Sato, for the raid. It was lovely seeing you at Red Bull. And the tower is denied. The tower, that has to be, 90%. One low HP build, was that build deleted? Well, she goes down. And I think Kapach, by virtue of the fact he's been fishing right from the start and already has won the water, it has won the game, there's a GG, and he'll tie that up 1-1. So raiding just in time to see a Kapach win. There's nothing too fancy there. Rodrix tried to do a super aggressive strat by skipping the dock. Oh, he did wall in Kapach's scout. He did wall in the scout while going for the tower, but tower doesn't go up. He's not done any damage on the water. Kapach will be up by 5 Vills and 3 fishing ships after those Vills go down. So GG. Well done. And there we go. Military, 9-4 KD for Kapach. Better eco for him. And even with the slower feudal time, that was not fast enough to make the difference with the champions. And with the Muisca, I think that's a pretty predictable strat too. So thank you very much for the raid, and hope you're looking forward to playing in this event too. So that's a win for Kapach on his home map. Maybe we'll get to see some Coast Arena now. I know we use that in TTL, but I still love the map. Let's Malians over the Muisca. And still the top 2 civs left for Kapach. And let's see, in the lobby for the next game, they will pick Coast Arena, or Arena Costeira, or Costiera, however I say that in Portuguese. the map for the next game. So using this again from TTL, but I think it's an interesting enough map that we haven't overplayed it yet. And also remember, we are co-streaming on the Onamaru channel, so go give them a follow too. Trying to get some visibility for that channel before the LAN. We did start the day around 900 followers on their channel, and I think we've gotten up to 1,068, so go follow. You can be the 1,069th follower. And to be honest, I'm not exactly sure what to expect for Coast Arena, as here we are launching in. It'll be Bengalis against Italians. Kapach, not a player I typically recognize as an arena clown, so maybe picking the closed maps against him is a good strat. Bengalis Italians, an interesting matchup where Genoese crossbowmen. Unit that does particularly well against the Rathas in the right settings. One of the few options for fighting Rathas properly. Nobody plays Bulgarians. Not really. Oop, I need to swap the scoreboard around again. And here we are. We'll have Kapach as the blue Bengalis to the west, and Rodrix as the red Italians to the east. Coast Arena, very similar to the map from TTL, except for the fact I made it a 9-villager start, and I added some capybaras, because how could we not have capybaras? Some turkeys and capybaras. Only 2 turkeys to find on the outside because of the 9-vil start. Otherwise, pretty much exactly the same. Featuring, of course, the diagonal gates, the lovely diagonal gates. Oh, look at them in all their majesty. Anyway, Arena, both good monk civs, and a type of monk civs that do not have heresy. So we could see quite an interesting monk war, but the water and the docks are what make this map a bit different than standard Arena, and your fish booms can be quite powerful and important to you. Whether you triple dock and go for galleys, maybe you go for a transport ship and a forward, I don't know. I think the transport ship forward, militia, men-at-arms, forward archery range that we had seen early on in TTL might not be possible anymore, because when you garrison docks with fishing ships, you can shoot the forward vills or shoot the militia, and you have much less room to operate with the transport. So, unfortunately, I think a fewer options than we had in the past. Armenian's a save that I think is particularly strong with fortified churches able to take map control. Your gold and your stone mines both are forward, and the rest of the resources are in the middle. I do have the resources split up, I think, a bit better than I did for TTL. So should be an interesting and fairly balanced map in the middle. We see the relics pretty well balanced here. So Kapach gonna lure in a boar. Bring that back to the TC.
Hey. Hey. Adesh. Adesh. Hey.
And successful lure as he starts fishing. He'll have some fishing from Rodrix too. So many vills on the board, can barely fit them all. And so what's the approach here? Will it be fast castle, or will it be fast feudal for galleys? Both have their pluses and minuses. If you go heavy on water, then you can stop your opponent from fishing, get your own fish boom, but you're also opening yourself up to being castle dropped, or monk rushed, or some type of very aggressive arena strategy. You could play it like a standard arena map, just with some fish. You could play it like a water map with some arena. Decide on the emphasis you want to have on either playstyle. And feudal age, first click for Rodrix, but on 25 pop. Could also be a fast castle. Italians will have that cheaper castle age. But taking all the vills off of food. Don't think you'll have the food to go up with just a couple of fishing ships. Oh, we have a brief pause here. What's the pause for? Hopefully my map isn't broken. Pause by Kapach. Oh, ready. It looks like he might have just had a small lag spike. Maybe someone at the door. But they're good to carry on. Mostly a water fight. Looks like that's the way Rodrix wants to play it. Kapach doing loom. He's going up on 23 vills. With 4 fishing ships and a 5th on the way, this feels like a... Oh. I was going to say it feels like a fast castle, but what's this? What's this? Leaking out the side. Could dock here. Could send vills forward. Could palisade that hole in the wall. I like that he deleted a tile atop the beach terrain, so we can do a palisade. You delete a tile out here, and you can't repair it or replace it at all. And he'll be walking around the outside, looking for something sneaky to do with those vills. Okay, he's up to something. Could forward dock. So if we do have double dock galleys from Roderick's, then we have a big scouting difference. Whether he sends both galleys to the same side or one on each side. If he sends them both around this side, then he's not going to scout those vills. He sends 2 galleys around this side right now, and he scouts them and kills the vills. Well, the vills have nowhere to run. And it looks like it will be hulks, though, not galleys. Opening with hulks. Lead to tower rushing the woodlines. I don't want to randomize that. I think it's good to have that consistent. But forward dock from Kapach does not have the food to fast castle, so it looks like it'll be a slower feudal age into an aggressive dock. And it'll be 1 hulk around each side, so good news for Roderick is that he will scout this. And also the good news that the 2 docks are directly adjacent to each other, so ships might get trapped inside of that little hole for Kapach. If I were him, and I think that's beach terrain, I'd palisade that hole right there. I'd see if I could build a palisade there to make sure the ships don't pop out there. Yeah, Hulk smash, and more importantly, Hulk scout, as the Hulk will see those docks. There it goes. There it goes, finding the docks, and double bit axe for Kapach on the way. We'll go for a house. And just build the house, make sure the vills have something to do. And we'll need to head to the back now, as the scouts attack each other. Head to the back, and get the hulks out of this dock. And here come the hulks. Defensive hulk for Kapach. I think we have enough towers on Arena. We don't need to make it every map a tower map. So, full galley from Kapach. Defensive hulk with forward galleys. I like it. I like it. And let's try to idle fishing ships if we can. Deal with the hulks, maybe force some fires out. And fletching now on the way for Kapach. Five fishing ships per dock, so there should be enough garrison space. And once fletching comes in, galleys should tear the hulks apart. Absolutely tear them apart. Yeah, there's fletching. Oh, it's the ship changing its sail. There we go. One hulk in the front for Kapach to absorb the hulk damage. And more importantly, to absorb the fire damage. And he'll swap sides, go for the fire with the hulk, maybe. Really hard to differentiate the hulk from the galleys with the sail graphics. Little brachiopods for the people. The fire is going down as Loom comes in. And the hulk's forward for Roderick's, but running into Kapach and the galley. I think Kapach wins that. And Roderick's about to go up. Cheaper up for the Italians from the Castle Age, and he's mining stone. So he wants to go for Genoese crossbowmen. Scouts in the middle, 20 HP each. Gold for Kapach, so castle drop here could be devastating. Okay, take Kapach off of gold. Hulk on the outside, hiding along the edge. More houses going up for Kapach. Yep, there we go, there we go. The Hulk is trapped. The Hulk is trapped. The one range ship, the worst one to be trapped. I was waiting for that. I was waiting for that. Kapach, you needed some palisades there. But his own fault for doing adjacent docks. Fishing ships hopping inside, hopping inside. Roderick's noticing there. And Kapach dangerously far from the Castle Age. 100% a spot for another ship. 100%. Absolutely. The extra fishing ships, I think, paying off for Roderick's here, despite all this forward pressure from Kapach. More Hulks coming around. That will lead to a good smash here. As some galleys chase the fishing ship on this side. Only a 9-vil start, really, Brachiopods for the people. Just because it has a 9-vil start. Yeah, that's about it. So Hulk's going down, more fires popping around on the outside. And Roderick's up to the Castle Age as the fires go down. So he's losing all the Navy. Huge score lead from Kapach, but that's from the naval lead. And he's being castle dropped right on his face. Now, in the back, what does he have? Kapach has 4 oysters. Still a lot of gold left on them, so he can go and take them. But for now, he'll have to buy his way up and react to the very dangerous unit, the Genoese crossbow. He'll send all his vills to stone, but it's a while before he gets a castle. And Italians usually, I think, a good civ against Bengalis. Their composition matches up very well. Good skirms, bombard cannon early on as you get imp. And Kapach reacting with another layer of stone walls. So water control for Kapach. And even with garrison docks, I don't think there's much that Roderick can do to regain water. And once you take out these docks, you can start ranging the wood lines. Can't tower rush them, but you get War Galley and Bodkin. You can hit pretty much all these wood lines and force the vills to the middle. Is that a problem for Roderick? Maybe not at this point. But what does Kapach do here? Part of me thinks he just needs monk defense. I know a fast imp from the Italians is scary, but part of me is thinking monk defense, you do a 2 TC boom with all the fish. And then go imp. Maybe you're not imp as fast as the Italians, but you're imp with a bigger eco. And 1 scout is down. Market wall there. And some stone, just to make sure the crossbows don't hoover around to the back. And he'll need Siege to clean this up right away as he does fishing line. Should he add Ram instead of Mangonel to try to deny Castle Age? I don't think that's ever viable because you don't know exactly when your opponent hits Castle Age. Planning on denying Castle Age can always backfire. You might think, oh, Ram Petard to push that. Go sudden disaster style. But Petards, you need 5 to destroy a TC. It's a big investment. I think, yeah, Monastery Relics get even more ahead. Well, it's a question of more ahead. Is he ahead? Because he lost the water. Kapach is fishing. And now the Ford Castle cannot pressure the fish. But it's a Mangonel on the TC, and a defensive castle for Kapach. Is this the right spot for the castle? Can the Mangonels deny it? Ooh, that Mangonel could have one hit if you were paying close attention. Is the Ram baddie infuriate? I mean, the Ram is for pushing into these buildings. Maybe better versus monks. But you also do limit yourself. I think we saw that in that game Scotty played on Monte Pasquale, where he went Rams, but then they weren't as flexible as the Mangonels. And maybe could have achieved the same thing, destroying a tower and even killing vills sooner with Mangonels rather than Rams. But it's a good question. I'm not quite sure what the answer is. Oh, but I know the answer is not running your Mangonels into Castle Fire. So Kapach keeping the TC alive, pulling ahead and score. And cleaning up all the docks. So once that dock goes down, a couple of galleys can come here, hit the wood line. Roderick's using the market, selling wood, buying food. And is he thinking of going up? Because he's nowhere close. I know he's Italian, but he's still not close. But Kapach might be 0 TC gaming soon. Could maybe do another TC over here. As his own defensive Mangonel. Not that many Genoese crossbowmen. Now the Monastery, but not grabbing the relics all that early. Huge eco lead for Kapach. Yeah, now while there is a score victory, there is no relic victory on the map. Mangonel, it's another Mangonel. Ooh, nice dodge there. And, oh, beautiful attack ground. Kapach doesn't dodge away from it. There's a score victory at 90 minutes, so doubtful we'll hit that. But since this is a LAN event, we do need a time limit so that we don't get kicked out of the venue before the games end. And we're using the exact same settings for the qualifier. Not a fan of score victories myself, but they're less bad than getting kicked out of the venue in the middle of your finals. So, Imperial Age clicked for Roderick's. All the vills on that wood line could use maybe Bodkin for Kapach, but he's now going to have to play Castle Age versus Imperial Age. Rotha's not the worst unit for doing that, but he will need to overwhelm the crossbow numbers. Score victory is anticlimactic. Honestly, I think the game was kind of over at that point, and the score victory was the last chance for Leary to win. I don't know, maybe without the score victory, Leary takes a different fight with the Paladins and doesn't lose all of them. But it felt like Hera had done enough to win that game, at that point anyway. It's over because he went for the score? I don't know, maybe it is. I mean, maybe Leary plays it differently if he doesn't go for the score. And he just went for the score poorly. It was a very awkward position for Leary to go for the score victory because he was floating a ton of food compared to wood and gold. Yeah, no, not the last game. The last game he was going to lose, but the Burgundians won. I don't think he was winning that game. I think that Vikings are actually very good in that position in that Civ matchup. I've seen them... You might think, oh, Paladins are great against Vikings and they win immediately in the late game, but that's not the case I've seen, at least modern Vikings. I've seen them beat Teutons pretty well in similar situations. So this is just a situation Kapachi needs to take out the Genoese crossbowmen. And he didn't quite do it there. Didn't quite do it there. And then Imperial Age, Fervor, and Sanctity all on the way for Rodrix, and he's going to go Monks. Alright, Imperial Age Monks, he has 4 relics, and it's going to be Monk and Treb for him. Melee mode, Rathos to destroy the Mangonel. Still a lot of HP on these things. Is melee mode the right way to kill the Genoese crossbowmen, rather than shooting them? I guess pathing's so bad you gotta shoot them. Oh, another one. Yes, Arbase, hello, hello. This set I didn't see on the schedule this morning, but it happened today, so we still have Young Panda freaking Andy to cast after this. It'll be a good day of casting. And let's see, Genoese crossbowmen? No ballistics, so they're able to micro. I still think melee mode might have been the way to kill them earlier. Could it be Imp into GG? Oh, right now, attempting to expand on to the outside. That Mangonel can come forward. Yeah, the armor type doesn't change with the melee mode. It's only just the archer armor. And a couple of armored elephants. So that's interesting because Genoese crossbowmen +5 against elephant units. So they actually can stop the armored... Actually, they can't. Never mind. 17 armor. 7 cav armor. Okay, I was thinking Genoese crossbowmen get an attack bonus. No, they don't. Their attack bonuses do not apply. The armor from these elephants is enough to cancel that. But you do need a way to protect them against the Vils, and maybe the Rothas are the way to do that. So, ram push from Kapach. Is that too few elephants? Maybe he needs more. Cav archer will, or cav armor will apply to them too. There's a gate. Monks can convert them, but need to be adjacent. You don't need redemption to convert them. Scale barding armor for Kapach. As the Mangonel attacking this TC, Roth is trying to kill Vils, but still can't really hit anything without ballistics. 4th elephant. How many elephants do you need? 5 or 6? Mangonels probably are the unit to queue upon seeing the elephants. 20 fishing ships though for Kapach, so I still can't imagine him losing this game with the eco he has. Nice walls. Oh, Vil trapping himself with the walls. Monk wants a conversion there. And Ratha can't hit the Vil. Ballistics is so important. Ballistics is so important. And castle's down. Full castle age push from Kapach. Still attacking this TC with that Mangonel. A Mangonel that maybe when you get enough Genoese crossbowmen, you come attack the Rothas. But Imperial Age Monks, Theocracy for Rodrix, continuing the Monk and Treb push. Never count out a Monk save when they have Imperial Age Monks. Now, here's something that Kapach could do. He could simply do buildings over here, inside of Rodrix's base. He could do a range, get 5 crossbows, either destroy the wall with the galleys or transport them in. You gotta think and remember you have the coast on Coast Arena. We have seen crazy outcomes on this map, and if Kapach plays this like normal arena, he might even be dead. He might even be dead from this push. But if he plays it like Coast Arena and attacks the back, forces Rodrix out of his base, that's a different story. And now the monks are there. The monks could stop these Genoese crossbowmen? Is Kapach gonna lose this? Monks want conversions on the Vills. Monks want conversions. Vill converted as the Genoese crossbowmen chase these Vills down. And quick delete for Kapach. He drops from 92 to 86 Vills. Oh, Kapach, don't let a Rotha get converted. Okay, the other Rothas pick it off. Not too bad, not too bad. More monks on the way. Kapach needs to notice that. And he's been amassing elephants, but can't go for the push yet. I still think it's a huge mistake for Rodrix not to have a single mangonel in the back. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Going to the outside, deleting some houses is Kapach. Getting the Rothas out there. Elite Skirm on the way. Elephant push, and he wants to get the Trebs away. Mangonel too. It's a lot of monks. Is he devoted? Oh, he's not devoted. Oh, Kapach. I think we need devotion. I think he needs devotion. There's another TC in the middle. Rodrix saying, I'm tired of your ships shooting my Vills. Let's just go to the middle. Added archer armor for Kapach. Yeah, rip the double market. Market number 3 now. Ballistics finally making the Rothas more effective. 3 TCs with 1 on food. I'll take some berries, maybe. 2 farmers. No food for Rodrix, but that's not what he's doing. He's doing wood and gold units. Genoese crossbow and monks, Trebs. Trebbing Kapach's TC. Kapach can't go imp if he has 0 TCs. Kapach will be 0 TC gaming here, relying on 24 fish. Can't really make a food unit, though, against the Genoese crossbow, and skirms are his best bet. Oh, and towers! I love that from Rodrix. Tower rushes. They hit the wood line. They do hit the wood line. Kapach has to move farther to the outside. Kapach could also try to send Vills out around this side, too. Could try to go up there. Oh, if he converts that Mangonel. Ooh, monks get a charge conversion on the Rothas. Rothas trying to kill the monks. Skirms have to fight the crossbowmen. Rothas the monks. A lot of Rothas just got converted there. That is some good value from the monks. And the Rothas can go melee mode for the elephants. The Rothas can go melee mode for the elephants. I think Rodrix is doing this. Is he doing this? No more Rothas for Kapach because he lost all the castles. More Rothas for Rodrix. 5 Rothas. The elephant's trying to destroy the Trebs. Trebs will be very expensive for a player who has only 50 Vills. 1 Treb down. Melee mode Rothas attacking the elephant still. Kapach still not devoted. Treb 40 HP runs away. I think Rodrix is winning this. I have no idea. I have no idea at all. Well, I mean, expensive fight, but Kapach can afford that better than Rodrix can, as far as food is concerned, at least. And Kapach is still not devoted. He's still not devoted. He had devotion for the Rothas. Maybe they don't all get converted like that. Maybe the elephants stay alive. Imperial Age monks are so tough to stop. Okay, what's the micro on the Mangonel? Kapach avoids it. Let's try to take out some Genbos. Tower goes down, so he clears the tower. Now he can take wood again. Let's get those lines out of the way. Clears the tower and can take wood. Does Onager win the game? There's no way Onager's... That's 800 food. Yeah, we do have some farms. But that is a good question. I do like the Onager upgrade here. But that is so expensive. I mean, if it stops the elephants, it stops the skirms. And skirms are the good thing here. So this is where if you're Kapach, you want to heal the elephants, but you don't even have gold for that. And what are the market prices? Wood's already pretty low. But if he sells wood, he could go up. Another TC on the outside. He needs a transport ship. He really does need a transport ship. Or, you know what he needs? He needs to take this gold. He needs to take the oysters at the back of Rodrix's base. And this is what I'm saying. He transports around the back. You even have this gold to take, too. You make it a far more interesting game if you're in your opponent's base. You give yourself more map control. Convert the Ellies? You need to be adjacent to them, so that's just not going to work, I think. The monks need to be safe by the castle. I don't think you can risk converting them. I guess they're more resistant as Bengalis. I don't know if that applies to their elephant rams, like it does their other elephants. What's the bonus stated as? Elephant units. Okay. Should he go water? I don't think he ever builds a dock at this point with all the galleys on the coastline. Kapach has that on lockdown. Oh, and is he taking the oysters? No, he's taking the fish. These two galleys need to open up a hole in this wall so that Vils can dock here. Monk's still converting. Stables now for light cav. Kapach still 24 fishing ships. Maybe he needs some fish traps soon. Running out of deep fish. Or maybe he needs some docks on this side of the map too, across the top. And Ganel's getting a couple of shots, killing skirms. Gold floated for Rodrix, who is up to 70 Vils, so it's not like he has a small eco anymore. And maybe the Andra upgrade getting close to affordable soon. His bloodlines for Kapach. Bunch of scouts. Yeah, someone was asking earlier why we reuse this map, because the map is amazing. And Trebs can take out another TC. Behind this all, 2.5k relic gold too for Rodrix. Will the light cap be enough? Ooh, those Trebs are out of position though. Does he take the TC? He goes for the monastery? I don't think that really matters. I think that destroying the TC and destroying docks could be good. Imagine destroying docks and denying the fish. Ooh, good mangonel shot, but the elephants get back. Elephants get back. Love this map. I do too. I do too. We've had some amazing games here. I still think Kapach not being optimal with his play by not taking advantage of the fact he gets into the back of Rodrix's base. Some light cav still running around. Could try to destroy the TC. I mean, to just destroy the outpost. Make sure that Rodrix doesn't have vision here. Make it a bit easier to think about sneaking out to these golds. But he goes for the TC. The TC, you have to get down to around 450 HP before the Vils eject. And it will be shooting the light cav. It does have Bodkin. Ooh, he needs Bracer too. So hard to afford those things when you're imp like this. Genoese crossbowmen come over, the Vils pop out. TC stays up, but the light cav go for Vils now. And it's probably worth it for Kapach to trade light cav for Vils, given the eco situation. He has a lot of food from the water. And it will be Vils going down for Rodrix. Couple of conversions in the middle, though, against skirms, but the skirms are fighting the monks. The skirms fighting the monks. A knight, a couple of knights out. Armor's in for the knights. Cavalier? How does Rodrix afford Cavalier? But he does. He affords it. Will they stop all these skirms? It's a lot of skirms to die to 2 Cavaliers. Cavaliers will clear a lot of them. You don't believe in Kapach? On the same time, though, he's taking a fight against the Trebs. He destroys one Treb. He can't quite get the second, though. How the heck does Cavalier get afforded as another TC goes down? Where are these fishing ships going? Are they going to go across the map to fish over here? Kapach feels like he's out of food, and one thing he does not have is farming space. Cavalier's kind of cheap. You're right about that. The score is getting very close. Very, very close. And the Genoese crossbowmen jump by the light cav. Kapach still with the eco lead, but still stuck in the castle age. Barracks for Kapach. He has to go pikeman then. Pikeman never feels good. This is not walled. Kapach is open to raids. And oh my gosh, look at how much damage those Cavaliers will do on the outside here. They'll run past. The TC will just be trebbed. TC will be trebbed. Kapach is going to lose all his Vils. Oh no, Kapach. Absolute disaster with the Cavalier upgrade. Getting the final armor. And the TC is down, and Kapach is losing this. Another tower from Rodrix. He's relentless with his tower rushes. At the same time, Kapach is raiding, killing some of Rodrix's Vils. Rodrix isn't noticing this. Not garrisoning the TC. He's losing Vils. He's losing Vils too. Kapach is 0 TC gaming right now. He can't replace the lost Vils. There are Cavaliers everywhere. I feel like he's taking very suboptimal fights. I feel like that too, but that's what the Imperial Age monks do to you. Is he devoted? Still not devoted. He's gonna kill some Genoese crossbowmen.
Olga.
There's some monks go down. And the Cavaliers are winning this game. There's ballistics for Roderick's. Skirm's going down to Cavaliers. He has more 46 fishing ships, 43 vills. But fishing ships, there aren't that many fish on the map. I know he's been fishing for 47 minutes. But there aren't that many fish on the map. Fish on the map, that's what I meant to say. So he has to go for fish traps. And I mean, maybe he could counter Trush and stop Roderick's from taking wood. Now, third market, he's going to lose this game. He'll need to go for a fourth market. But what units can he make now? The pikeman will die to the Genbow. It's a double gold composition against Castle Age trash units. Is Wikipedia not updating the matches? Matches are being scheduled like back to back to back in real time, so Wikipedia might be out of date. The Discord scheduling channels, we need to make sure we keep our eye on that. It's hard when I'm the admin, the caster, and the map scripter all at once. So we have military 176 to 155 KD for Roderick's. I better eco for Kapach. But man, that was a crazy game. Now that's why we included this map, because it is amazing. Might be the best Coast Arena game. I've seen some great Coast Arena games, though. Coast Arena is amazing. Even with the new water. Why is the recorded games channel empty? I don't know. I don't know, our base. I think we need to go post them. I haven't been around to post them. I've been casting them all today. And Sertao will be the next map. I'll also take a moment to run to the bathroom between the games. Alright, so it will be Sertao, and the civs will be Khmer versus Magyars. So hopefully this is a scouts matchup rather than a skirm matchup. Oh, and thank you earlier, 69, I like Turtle, 69 for the follow. Remember also to go follow the Onamaru stream too. Nice, we've gotten, I think, over 100 followers today. We're close to it on their stream. That's a good boost in their follows. And here we go. The map is Sertau. We'll have Kapach as the blue Khmer to the west and Rodrix as the red Magyars to the east. Pretty close together this game. And they, of course, have these pits for resources down at the bottom of the map. And they will be probably going for a Scouts War, Khmer versus Magyars in this Civ matchup. But Kapach finding himself down 1-2. He definitely is the favorite in this match. But Rodrix giving him a good fight over these first couple of games. Kapach wasn't able to figure out that Coast Arena game, wasn't able to figure out the Portuguese versus Vikings matchup on the water map. And finds himself with his back against the wall now. And I'll have this raid pushed in by Rodrix. Taken by the Vils. And another house going up here. As that Javelina is hunted by Kapach. And you'll be pushing in his Rhea too. These things are a deer replacement. Added as a reskin in the South American DLC, The Last Chieftains. So using them in the maps as much as we can. I'm still waiting for T90 to hear the noises and enjoy them as he does the foxes and the chickens. Taken by the Vils. And acacia trees in the back getting chopped. And another Javelina coming in for Rodrix here. Important to lure your Javelinas. If I recall, I gave players 3 on this map because they'll have less food than boars. And I'm just expecting scouts into more scouts from both of them. Better farming eco from the Khmer, cheaper scouts and free foraging for the Magyars. Khmer probably skipping the barracks. Took 20 years to import them from the Titans. Oh, are they in AOM Titans? Oh, that as the god, yes. Enjoy is a wharf. Is a word. That was the Mouflons with the Alexander DLC. And the Argali? One of them was Chronicles, the first one. One was Chronicles, the second. Loom for Kapach. Loom for Rodrix. And looks like 19 pop up with Loom for both of them. And if this is a Scouts game, if I ever saw one. So a few pineapple bushes there for Kapach. All the gold to the southwest on this spawn, all the stone to the northeast. Didn't plan that, that's just how the randomness worked out. It was probably AoE 3. Age of Mythology never had South America as a biome. That was Greece, Egypt, and Norse mythologies, with Atlanteans essentially being another Greek mythology in the expansion. I don't know what they've since done. I think they have Chinese and Japanese mythologies now. I don't even know what else they've done. I've not paid attention since Bertold was released. I kind of like my old Age of Mythology, though. The old school 3 civilizations. And Rodrix finding the TC location the hard way. Looks like he lost 3 HP to an arrow. Pot has to be careful about overchops on this wood line. And even as the Khmer, he is doing a barrack, so that indicates he's anticipating a Scouts War and wants spears. Oh, Kapach finding the TC the even harder way. Down to 18 HP. That is rough against a potential early Forging Scout. So both players up to Feudal, double bit axe, clicked for both. Question about whether they do Horse Collar or skip it now that it applies to farms retroactively. Even if weaker than it would be up front, I think it's still... skipping it for early spears is going to be the play we see in Scouts Wars, as both players add spears. Second spear already on the way for Kapach, as he thinks to mill the berries now that he's up. Map is the perfect definition of garbage. Is that because of all the trash units we see on it? I've absolutely loved playing this map myself. I know Ornlu didn't like it. That's the Ornlu playstyle, I think. What makes them better than Man-at-Arms towers? Mobility, for the most part. But towers can be effective. We saw that in a previous game. And skirms have also been a pretty dominant opening. Any maps with acacia trees is the definition of torture. Spear fight here. Free forging for the Magyar spears gives them a nice bonus in the fight. I guess be happy that the Bobab trees, which are even thinner, are not native to this region. Immortal enemy of walls. Every chance has a 75%, or every tile has a 75% chance of having a tree spawn on that terrain. So more walls for Rodrix. Which is a bit tricky because it invites archers to shoot over the walls, but also means Kapach wouldn't be able to go for the double stable scout play. It looks like he probably wants. Gets a scout, but has to run from a Vil. Still no upgrades for him. And we do have Horse Collar for Rodrix. No Horse Collar yet for Kapach. And 8 farms for him, so more emphasis on placing the farms rather than Horse Collar. Maybe allowing for a bit of an earlier scouts play. And we'll wall all maps. Yeah, I mean, doesn't seem like an impediment to walling here for Rodrix. He's finding a way. Unlike the Bobab, they lure you into a false sense of wallability. Yeah, the Bobab trees are 200 wood instead of 150, but 50% chance of a tree per tile instead of 75. It's a lot of spears. Very heavy spear play, but yep, double stables. There's a second stable from Rodrix. He's playing this as double stable scouts. Spears poking atop the hill, trying to force the fight down here. It does apply to built farms, yes, but the sooner you do it, the more benefit you get from it still. So scouts from Rodrix still hoovering around on the front, not really doing much damage yet. Kapach will see the second stable, so he knows what he's up against. And now the question is, how do you deal with 2 stables? He's doing a blacksmith. One option would be camp your own TC with spears, archers, and your own scouts. Try to get to the castle age faster. I think camel civs can go for that. But, oh, the spear blocks the wall. And now Rodrix is in with Magyar scouts. He'll try to fight with Vils. At least the Chimera can hop in the houses. And is this working? Forging, but no bloodlines. And oh my gosh, this is actually going to be beautiful for Kapach. He'll clean everything. He'll wall the scouts in. He'll wall them in. Not a single Vil was... Okay, 1 single Vil was lost for Kapach, but he cleared all of the scouts. He's now up 12-7. And he's still up in res collected even with the idle time of fighting. Hero Spear blocking the wall that Kapach would have done mistakenly to avoid trapping the scouts. And now there's Forging, so Kapach going for upgrades in preference to numbers here, double stables, and not both producing for Rodrix as he tries to add more walls in. Tries to be fully walled with the acacia forests. So yeah, 2 types of forests on this map. 1, the acacia trees, 2, some dead trees with bushes mixed in. And try to give it a distinct visual appearance as a dry map. And that tree, 50 wood away from being chopped, 1 scout will run into the spears, and what the heck was that pathing? There's Forging for Kapach. Needs to be careful, the scouts are in again. This could be a good fight, but it's the Chimera. Chimera hop into houses. This is why he picked Chimera, so he doesn't lose the Vils. He hopped out. He doesn't realize he hopped out. He's microing on the front. Miss micro there. Microing against spears, winning on the front. And this is looking pretty good for Kapach so far. Benefit of being Chimera, you can have holes in your walls and not be punished. Nope, it's not linear. I forget the formula, but there's some quadratic uses of it. Our base should be 2k5. He did win a game against Licks. So, he's up there. So, scout fight with spear in the middle. 11 spears, 11 scouts. Kapach losing? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Rodrix giving him a very good set. Coast Arena was an incredible game. I think Kapach is going to tie it up here, but he still has Rodrix's home map to play for the final game. So there's scale barding armor. We're about to have an extra upgrade for the scouts. Kapach doesn't have gold access, so bloodlines could be tricky to get here. Doesn't want to fight all those spears just yet. Wants to fight the spears with his own spears. Or actually, he's going to dive with the scouts. He tried to use the hill, and that was a great decision. He'll clear all the spears. And now he can push Rodrix. Rodrix adding more farms. He's getting up to 23 farms. Armor for both scouts. Both players still need bloodlines, but both players do not have gold access for getting bloodlines. Need to long distance mine that 50 gold. And also no players going for towers like we saw under Gal Stark earlier. It was a pleasure to meet you in London. Oh, glad you said hi in London. I met a whole bunch of people there. When you left, he had almost 3 times as many vills in Coast Arena. The problem is he didn't have as many monks. Never doubt the monks. Wheelbarrow for Rodrix. And okay, Kapach, not really in danger because he can simply garrison the Chimera Vills in the houses again. Might lose 1 or 2, but not much of a threat.
No Bobrania. But
Another wall going up. As Castle Age is in for Rodrix. You have to learn Coast Arena. It never works out how you expect it to be. Whenever it looks like someone's winning, they're actually losing. So Castle Age first for Rodrix. Okay, this Kapach really does need to wall this eventually. I know. We joke about scouts running in being good. I mean, actually, maybe he could just hop in the houses, wait for the scouts to get in, wall it, and then hop out, and all the scouts would be trapped. So Bloodlines finally clicked for Rodrix. He's still not outside, but he's using the market. Kapach might have to do that too. He does have some gold he could take. Well, he is taking gold at the front. He's investing into more scouts rather than going up. He has 2 stables himself. And Rodrix losing some scouts to spears. When Magyars get up, they can add Cav Archers. Kapach has to get away from the spears. They can go Knights, they can go Cav Archers. Knights immediately have the free iron casting. Cav Archers would be able to deal with the defensive spears. Thank you, Aguila Delight for the follow. Here's Scale Mail Armor, Castle Age on the way. Does Rodrix have this if he gets Castle first? Kapach is nowhere close to Castle. I mean, when you have this many farms and you're the Chimera, 20 farms, you can kind of cancel vills or stop scout production and click up whenever you want. He's doing Wheelbarrow and maybe just goes up after Wheelbarrow. Might buy his way up. Okay, big spear fight. Big spear fight. Kapach still can't get in. Still can't get in. But there's Rodrix up immediately now. Free iron casting. He clicks light cav. He takes the score lead. And Kapach might be in trouble here. He's about to click up himself. There he goes. When Gabby will play? I don't think she signed up for the international qualifiers, but she signed up for the Latin American qualifier. Oh, but Rodrix might be dead here. Kapach gets in. He finds a hole. The Acacia Woodlines. The Acacia Woodlines, and he's in. He's in. With his back against the wall, he needs to kill vills instead of killing the farm. The TC is killing his scouts. He's not microing. He's quick walling. He's quick walling with the light cav get in. He needs to hop inside the Chimera houses. He's losing his scouts to the TC. More spears are popping out. And Rodrix might be okay. He needs to wall up his vills. The scouts are in, but they're not finding anything to kill. The spear is fighting the light cav here. More spears on the way for Kapach. Do spears kill light cav? Do they kill light cav? The light cav numbers are getting thinned, but so are the spear numbers. And Kapach pulls all of his scouts back. He doesn't think he can find damage on the vills with the TC protecting them. And he needs to stop the light cav flood, but he can't do it. The light cav killing vills. As the knights come forward too, there's nowhere for these vills to quick wall. Oh, and Kapach, everything falling apart. Bloodline's on the way, but he's not up to the castle age. 17-7 military, and this is relentless pressure from Roderick's. Everything dying. And this was the open map. This was Kapach's home map. Maybe Roderick's just had a much better Civ draft, had Vikings for the water map. Portuguese I thought were a good counter pick, but didn't work out for Kapach. And now he's up, and out of desperation, what can he make? A couple of knights? An elephant? This wood line is still open. Oh, it's still open. Armor now for the light cav. The house is not enough to save him. At least he's keeping Vils alive, but now he's down 15 Vils, and he still doesn't have a way to fight knights. Can't click the light cav upgrade, can't afford it. It's single elimination. It is brutal. If there is another qualifier next week, and Kapach still plays, well, he still has another chance in the Latin American qualifier. There's only one spot there. And we have Chain Barding Army here for Roderick's. I know I've been swapping between Roderick's and Roderick's for the pronunciation, so apologies for not being consistent. But he's on the verge of winning. Husbandry on the way. Looks like I'll have a chance to learn the proper pronunciation for the next round. As there's another TC up on the acacia trees. And Husbandry just about finished. Great play by. I thought Kapach would be a pretty heavy favorite here, but Roderick's came to play. And the wins he got were great. As a Rodney, it has to be Roderick's. Okay, if it comes from Rodney, that makes sense. And, oh, there's a GG. Roderick's is victorious. Don't worry, Kapach wrote GG after resigning. And he does it. That is impressive. There he goes, Kapach. Out of the first qualifier in the first round. That was crazy. And 78-41 KD. What's crazy is the military count. Kapach was consistently ahead. It feels like maybe he was ahead in spear numbers rather than scout numbers, though. And wasn't able to click up. He went full scouts, but walling on the map. Did it. Roderick's had maybe one little slip up when he wasn't walled. And the scouts got in, but Kapach had to quick wall at the same time. 3-minute difference to castle age, even with Chimera farmers? Dang. Alright. Thanks for the cast, gotta run, have fun. Well, thanks for watching. And remember also, give a follow over to the Onamaru Twitch channel. We didn't get to see Amazonia. But that was crazy. That was a huge surprising upset. I was not expecting that. But congrats, well done. Very well done. But the first two picks, Vikings Magyars, great first picks for the map set. Alright, yep, and remember, go check out the Onamaru Twitch stream, as we have one more set for today. We have one more set to cast today. So let me get our scoreboard updated, as we will have, finally, the set from earlier, Freaking Andy against Young Panda. And I will cast these as Rex, because I think it was played earlier. And we get some Celts. We'll see, we'll see. I know our base likes his Celts. Let me download the Rex and get the drafts. Update my Twitch title. Young Panda, I think, was seed 80 in the event, so the lowest seed. But I'm sure he can put up a fight. I do remember Andy coming close to losing one first-round game in sudden disaster against someone who nearly sniped his TC. But probably a bit harder to pull an upset in this map pool. let me go grab the Rex. So Young Panda right now, 1841 elo. Oh, he's improved a lot then. He's improved quite a bit. Alright, so let me just run an ad while I get this set up, and then we'll get the Rex downloaded and get into the game. Oh, he was third lowest then? He was third lowest, sorry. Yeah, the randomization threw me off. Then after this, we'll go check out the brackets after day 1. Alright. I'm guessing that red and orange are not colors people can see, so I think I'll keep Andy in orange and put Panda in blue then. Will the top 5 be participating? Yes, they will. They have all signed up. They're in the qualifiers. Let me just get this set up, and we are good to go. Alright, so final set of the day, Freaking Andy versus Young Panda. And as these are Rex, let me just speed up the Dark Age a bit. I don't think we need to watch players booming in the Dark Age. Andy! Luring the boar with the scout. Being as efficient as possible. So, welcome to our final set of the day, Freaking Andy versus Young Panda. Pretty big skill difference here. Young Panda is, let me maybe enter their elos here. He was 1841, and Freaking Andy is, what is his elo right now? He is 2748. So a bit of an elo gap, you could say. But I'm sure Young Panda is not daunted by the challenge facing him. If you don't know who he is he's been around for a while as a map scripter. You've probably seen a couple of his maps played. He made Skakuza for Warlords. We also used that in Sudden Disaster last year. We're going to use it again for Warlords this year. And he came up with the idea for Reverse Arena that I then made for the previous TTL. He came up with Hidden Forts that was used in Hidden Cup. So quite a few maps to his credit. And here we'll have Andy going straight for a tower rush. It'll be Malay versus Koreans. Question for Arbase, what is your question? Arbase, what is your question? Reverse Acropolis? Reverse Acropolis. Yep, Reverse Acropolis was his idea. That's what I meant if I said something else. What did I say? I've been streaming for 8 hours and 15 minutes. Oh, Reverse Arena. Reverse Acropolis. Yes, that's what I meant. Reverse Acropolis. And what's he gonna do with these vills? He sees the tower coming up. He is Korean, so he could just counter tower. Oh, he doesn't have loom though. No loom. Does Andy have loom? Andy has loom. He will wall outside the tower and try to stop Andy from getting through, but I don't think that's the problem. I think Andy simply wants to stop the Korean player from taking stone. I don't think he wants to break through. So this might not even be necessary. Reverse Arena is fun. That is a map that exists. And oh, transport ship from Andy. I'm looking at the towers. I didn't even see the transport ship. Men-at-Arms with the transport ship. That's what I get for skipping the Dark Age. Men-at-Arms with the transport ship. Scout on the woodline. Vills will take out the scout. The Men-at-Arms are kind of separated. No Vills here from Andy. No Vills here from Andy. Just maybe trying to distract with the tower. And the distraction was successful as Panda had to go wall and wasn't paying close attention to the water as a Hulk comes forward. Andy in domination mode. Men-at-Arms Trush on Coast Arena. Well, now he can break through the wall at his own pace with the Men-at-Arms. At least there are 2 wood lines here for our young panda. Arson for the Men-at-Arms to rip through the houses faster. Defensive Hulks for Panda. This might be brutal, but we gotta give Panda the cast. We can't skip the Panda games. Oh, defensive Dock garrisoning, shooting the Hulk. Let's go, defending on water. Men-at-Arms under the TC, going for the Scout. TC will do some damage there. Ooh, Men-at-Arms goes down. Remember, the melee Men-at-Arms do have armor, so they can't tank the TC fire a tiny bit. And there's Panda up to the Castle Age, fishing lines for Andy, as he has 8 fishing ships and counting. Scout still trying to debate that Man-at-Arms into the wood line. Maybe the Hulk can deal with it. Maybe Andy will do some memeing, give him a fighting chance. Well, I don't think Andy will do this build order against a top player, to be fair. Yeah, and using the Dock as a tower to help take out the Man-at-Arms. Nice job from Panda. Alright, Panda, he is 1841. He knows what he's doing pretty well. That's going to put him in, what, probably around top 1,500 or so players on the ladder. But definitely a skill difference, but he'll at least put up a fight. Those are tough Men-at-Arms. That's what happens when the melee get their free armor. They have very tough Men-at-Arms. So things have stabilized just a bit. An outpost for Andy as he comes forward with a couple of archers. And Panda up to the castle, so I think we can speed that up here as Andy's just fishing a bit on the outside. Panda trying to fish too, but doesn't have as many. Some Hulks come in. And they will be maybe taken out. Actually, there's a hole for that to escape through. Oh, does escape. And there's Panda up to the Castle Age. What will he do now that he's up? He'll do fishing lines. He'll do double bit axe. The best Castle Age technology. And we'll have a workshop there for Panda, a siege workshop. And thank you also, Fury Ali Riddick, for the follow. So, Andy's on his way up too. And some ships chasing around on the outside. I don't think Andy's docks are in much danger, though. He's moving his fish around too, going for more docks around the top of the map. Respecting Andy too much would give him a disadvantage. A rocket cart here at home, as the workshop's up. I like the strat though, tower rush on the front while transporting the Men-at-Arms. Makes it tough to react to both. And ooh, 2 very low HP fills. Just survive 1 HP, 2 HP each, but it's enough to stay alive. And Andy's up to castle, bow saw on the way for him. Man, I've been streaming for 8 hours and 20 minutes. I feel kind of refreshed now after all that Red Bull. Like, the TTL map's got a bit repetitive by the end. Now I got something new to cast. Doesn't feel like I've been streaming for 8 hours. Just flew by. Oh, a turtle ship! Let's go! Turtle ship raiding the fish. Young Panda putting on a show for us. Oh, he's within Murderhole's range of the dock. Takes 3 volleys to destroy fishing ships. That feels like too many for the turtle. Like, the turtle should be stronger than that. Ooh, runs a rocket cart into the tower, though. Garrison Tower takes it out without repairs. Fishing ships here going down to the Warhulks. Didn't get really burnt out on them. I think I just kind of the whole 2.5 months of the same settings was a lot. I'm very happy we did 15, yeah. I definitely would have gotten burnt out on 11. That turtle is so tanky, but with 3 fires and a war galley, it should go down. And we can see the wonderful destruction animation. Down it goes. And let's see. Oh, look at those ores not moving. And if they're not moving, that means they are not moving in the wrong direction. But we'll have more archers for Andy, Bodkin for him, trying to reinforce his tower. As that rocket cart gets some repairs this time. So as long as Panda's microing, he should be able to take down the tower. As long as Panda's microing. Okay, tower ejects the archers. He's microing on the turtle ship front with the water. Has to get back. Second TC for Andy. Oh, there's a turtle ship. Whoa, turtles everywhere. Oh, sneak forward dock for more turtles. The best turtles are the sneaky ones. So another TC for Andy. As he's doing a market too. What do I think about the Wooloo finals? I'm still not a fan of Empire Wars. I still wish Red Bull was a 9-bill start, but I thought the finals were great. I really hope that Red Bull can go to a 9-bill start for the next time. Yeah, the only disappointing thing is I feel like they needed... I don't know what the rules for the venue were, but I feel like they needed to start earlier in the day, because AoE 4 ran late, and that kind of ate into AoE 2. Who won the previous set? Roderick's won. Roderick's won. Pulled the upset over Kapach. And there's the forward castle for Andy. And that'll be Karambit Warriors once it goes up and breaks a hole in the wall. Oh, but turtles. The wonderful turtles. Those ores. Oh, look at them go. Moving the wrong way, as T90 likes to point out. Oh, did these turtles, could they win this fight? Will they win this? Those are weak fires. I think the one turtle goes down and the other one dies too. That one going down, and down it goes. So castle just about up. Rocket cart defense probably won't do much more. As the castle auto attacks the mining camp, so Andy will need to target the wall explicitly. Ooh, what's going to happen to the crossbows as the rocket carts come forward? Maybe they can get a shot on them. Okay, they're going to fall back. Outpost being rocket carted down. And down it goes. Oh, some war hulks raiding the fishing ships on the right side. Panda doesn't notice. Yeah, I mean, to be fair to Panda, 56 vills to 57. He's kept the villager count pretty close so far. A huge res collected lead, though, for Andy. And that's against the Malay, too. So. Sleep time. Good night, Arbase. Enjoy your sleep. Presumably still in London. Andy collecting relics, so he'll probably get all 5 relics with his map position. And he's going to keep adding more docks to the outside, continuing to move around the map as he gets forward. One more turtle ship. I'm so glad he's doing this. Here you go. You're a tough matchup. Almost 1,000 elo difference. Just make turtles. Why not make the turtles? Why not? But once the gate goes down, it'll be time for Karambits to flood. There is at least a guard tower there. This is where a couple layers of inner walls would maybe stop Karambits, but second castle for Andy. And I don't think Panda's going to have an answer to this. Rams on their way forward. Andy will have another castle soon. Or, as I say that, he's doing the castle now, but 10 on stone, he'll have a third castle soon. You can probably just put it forward. Rocket cart's not in position. Rams go for the workshop. Third ram on the way. On the time limit in the finals. It's necessary for lands, unfortunately. But that's also the downside of using a venue like that, where you have a fixed time you have to be out. I think it's something that, kind of as an organizer, you need to make sure that you have the time for the finals. And also that the venue knows that you're staying there. It's also something you need to make sure the venue's aware of. And there's a GG, as Andy takes game 1. Even final games. I mean, no one likes the time limit. I mean, it absolutely sucks. But you can't work around it if you have a limited time where you have a venue. Hero crossbow takes out 2 rocket carts. Yeah, you gotta find the small victories if you're young panda here. Right. So let's just get right into the next game. Andy wins game 1. Lay over Koreans. And game 2, our base wanted Celts, and it's a shame he went to bed, because we're gonna get Celts. And it'll be Celts for Andy against Jars for Panda. And here we go. So game number 2. Oh, the deer are by a rock. Look at that. Game number 2, deer in the middle right between the players. We've seen this map a couple times today. I expect it to be quite popular. It's an open map, and players do like their open maps. You see, this is renewed motivation. I don't know what his motivation level is, or what his training capacity is with his wrist injury. But to be top 3, I think that the best of format works much better for him than the ladder qualifier format did. But then again, he did lose to Sebastian in the qualifier. So, we'll see. I think the fact that it's random map and not Empire Wars should be better for him. We'll see if he can come up with creative strats for the maps, if it gives him enough opportunity to do that. Maybe if Onamaru is a functioning team where he's getting paid, he'll be in a better position to practice. Also depends on the motivation, I think, of his teammates. And deer push from Young Panda. Not going to mill them, but there are 6 deer in the middle. So Andy as Celts, I think there's no question this will be a Huang game. He might push some deer too. Maybe he'll try to stop the deer push. Does he want to fight a camel scout? It's pretty close to the TC. So, ooh, actually, extra capybaras to put in the mill as the Gajurs. Let's go. I like that.
Namaste. Agya.
And extra vills on food. At Pier, the second one needs to be lured. Always the annoyance with the Gajur is that your forage bushes block your boar luring locations. I'll listen to those Tapir noises. T90's gonna enjoy those so much. He's gonna have so much fun with those noises, I know it. So Loom from Andy, Loom from Young Panda. Andy being safe with his Huang FC. And 18 vills in FC? Maybe with all the extra capybaras it is. Yeah, lots of extra capybaras on the map. And he has the barracks, so will he drush with this? No, just mining camp, so this has to be an FC. Oh, no, never mind drush. Okay, not an FC. Will simply be men-at-arms from him. As feudals in from Young Panda, maybe anticipating the Huang push. Panda can wall up more, and use the TC as a funnel to keep the men-at-arms away from the wood line. And some militia coming forward along with a Vil. The fox squeals get to me too. It is pretty funny. And there's Andy up to the feudal age. Archery range there for Andy. And Vil's hitting the scout in the back. That scout is a feudal scout. So men-at-arms will be finished in just a moment. Celts do have access to arson. Camel Scout keeps the normal scout away, and Vil can repair the house for now, but the forward range will be pumping archers. And something tells me Andy's gonna break in soon. Stable for Panda. Stable opening with Camel Scouts. Against men, that does not feel like the unit to face down men-at-arms archers. He hasn't seen the range, though. He will see the Vil. Do those that don't qualify during this qualifier get moved to the second one? They are able to play in the second one, yes. Or even the Latin American qualifier, too, if they're from the region. And Camel's on the hill fighting the men-at-arms. That's not good, I think. I don't think they win this. Maybe they do. They have a ton of HP, but not much attack. The spear is there. The spear really stops them. That went better than I thought it was. Leading up to Celt men-at-arms. Okay, that's interesting. Andy with much more scouting, I think. Look at the scouting. He's seen everything. Panda's seen nothing. But that's what the score difference is now. Scouting, 24 to 24 Vils. He cleans the initial men-at-arms. Is this unit actually good against men-at-arms? Are we learning something in this game? I don't think they're good at raiding Vils. Will Andy see this? Will he be prepared to see there's a counterattack? Yes, he will. They're in his line of sight. Does he actually notice them, though? They weren't there for long. They might find the lumber camp. Still, he's walled out. Andy didn't bother to wall himself. They might get in. No forging. Can they threaten these Vils? Andy might lose some Vils here. Andy might lose some Vils here. Andy will turn to fight. He'll kill one Camel Scout. But the Vil goes down. Panda gets a Vil. Oh, let's go. He needs to block. He needs to block. I think Hera probably kills a Vil there with blocking. At the same time, though, Vil's on the berries. 1-0 Vil KD for Young Panda. We'll say he's winning. Oh, kills a spear. Kills a spear. He's ahead in KD. Res collected still very close. I hope he doesn't see the score and get discouraged. Camel's great raiding units, it would seem. Just don't run into the spears. Going full Camel Scout still. Long distance mining the gold from the TC. Gold's close enough to the TC. Should be able to do this consistently. Oh, those Celt voice lines sound so familiar from all those days playing William Wallace. Oh, Andy could run to the TC. No more Camel Scouts being produced for Panda. It is, I think, hard to get farming space on this map if you wall yourself with that rock terrain running through the middle of your base. It does take up a lot of farming space, or a lot of mill space even. And archers from Andy move in. Now, is there much that he can do with Camel Scouts now against Spear Archer? I'm afraid he didn't go for skirms early enough. Missing the best unit in the game does hurt. A spear poking a camel. And the archers are going to get in. And this is looking kind of over now. The archers have fletching. And I don't think Panda can stop this. I'll take one more fight with camels, but now he's losing Vils left and right. And yeah, there's the GG. So not surprising to see a quick game on a map that open. He had a plan with the Gajurs at least. Didn't work out, but I like that he had a plan. Camel Scout surprisingly strong early on, but I think he needed a swap to skirms. That was surprisingly close for a while. Like, look at those ecos neck and neck. Even took the eco lead at one point there, just about. Yes. But if he does that opening and swaps to skirms, maybe he has something. I know that was over fast, but pretty interesting. And speaking of interesting, we're going to see a map for the first time. First time today. I don't think Doubt ever announced his retirement. Doubt is eternal. Alright, and we'll get right into our final game. Our Lord does not retire. He does not. So, here we go. Speed of the Dark Age again. This will be our explosive barrels map, the gunpowder kegs. They go boom and open up your walls. So, not much food in the middle of your base, but you do have some capybaras, and here we have Young Panda abandoning the gold to go for his TC. I have seen some players luring the javelinas back to the main base, deleting their walls, walling between. The explosive barrels do have a pretty big explosive radius now. I upped it to 3.75 from 3.25, so that's larger than a heavy demo ship. And I also decreased their HP from 75 to 60, so they're a bit easier to destroy. We see Andy already walling up and pushing some food into the TC. Players finding clever ways to keep their TCs running. Italians with cheaper age-ups might go for an FC here. What is this? Hagbrider! Hello, hello! This is Festa de Polvora. It is a new map I made for the Brazilian Dynasty DLC, and it is covered with explosive gunpowder kegs. It's a 9-vil start, and you have 3 vils in each of your bases. As there we go. Young Panda up to the feudal age. He's sending vils forward with some champies. And he'll be doing a watchtower to trush the stone mine of Andy. Interesting. Not seen this concept before. How much damage to ignite? 60 damage. 60 HP. They have 8 pierce armor, so archers don't really do too much damage to them, but melee units do, so you can sacrifice 1 unit, or do some damage and pull back at the right time with melee units. There is Champy Runner for Young Panda. He's going champies as the tower goes up for freaking Andy. Timer, there's no timer on it, just HP. Just HP. And if you do send vills to mine in the middle, there are barrels on each of the mines, so you can kill villagers with them too. I was thinking of decreasing the pierce armor too, but that is very finicky to do in map scripts, and I didn't quite get it working in time. Red Bull last week. And needing to fix seating issues. Kept me pretty busy. So the champions are in. Panda's in with Vils. Arson's in. He has Champy Runner. Can he rush the tower? Where's he going? Doing another tower. Okay. Andy up to the castle age. But maybe in a bit of trouble if he loses gold access. Bringing a scout and an archer over. Archer should be very useful, but can he deny the tower? I don't think he can. See Tato again? Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Tato now. I know he didn't join a new team after GL. So we'll see how much he's playing. So there's the tower. So far so good for the towers. Ooh. I think we'll get some good maps for sudden disaster with barrels, with gunpowder kegs. It feels like it's just set up perfectly for the concept. So Palisade Gate for Andy, keeping his vills safe. Don't think the Trutch is accomplishing too much anymore, but he did force Andy off the gold. His vills don't have anywhere to drop off. He needs another mining camp. Tower walled in. Have I got a favorite map? Out of these ones, I haven't seen them all enough yet to pick a favorite. I've really liked the super open Sertal map, even though I know some people might not like that style. And Sois Mariensis was a lot of fun to design too. Still think it might be a bit too water heavy though. So freaking Andy up to the castle age. There's a tower for a Panda. Does destroying those barrels destroy the tower? I don't know. Andy can make a mangonel and shoot the barrels and find out. What do they do here? 95 plus 280 against buildings. So probably not with 850 HP. I think I probably need to increase their attack slightly and decrease their pierce armor. Maybe we'll do that for the main event after the qualifier. What did I enjoy the most? I really enjoyed Viper Yo. It was nice seeing Viper win something. So fletching for Panda. They were added to the game in the DLC. And once I saw them, I had to use them. A couple houses going up. I don't know what's in there. I have no idea what's in there. It's gunpowder, so I guess this has to be a European delivery to the New World. So some skirms for Andy defending against all those champions. We're in, but not really finding much damage right now. And the defensive mangonel for Panda. Panda's a nice score lead. With a score lead, it's nice. Res collected still similar, and Panda's up in Vills by staying feudal. Bringing the forward Vills back around the outside, too, to keep them safe. Mangonel's attacking the tower. See the tower go down soon. And down it goes. Oh, look at that collapse. New animations. I'm Andy. Maybe I'm thinking destroy the gunpowder kegs at the front now. Plan for it and then rebuild the wall. Champy's in the back fighting a knight, so Andy will fight and then pull back. And doesn't want to let them escape, but also wants to keep the knight alive to heal. Skirm's hitting the champies. But they'll only do 1 damage per javelin. These guys have 2 pierce armor. Yep. Against 2 attacks, so the minimum 1 damage. But Andy will move forward with knights and mangonels. A double mangonel shot on the barrel should clear it. And then get him in right away. Up on the champies, too. And -1 repeatedly. Don't mangonel your knights there, though. There he goes, and he's in. He is in, and the knight can raid the Vills. And the Vills should go down easily. Oh, mangonel's hitting the Vills too. What's Panda paying attention to? Panda needs to run. He's got nowhere to run. He needs to delete and run. What is my favorite tournament gameplay-wise? Recently, King of the Desert. And okay, Andy sacrifices a mangonel to kill a Vill. And Castle Age for Panda. Andy's gonna know he ran out here. He's doing scale mail armor and wants more champions, I guess. Double barracks champions. As the Inca. Of all time, Masters of Arena, though. I wish we could bring that back. So this mangonel will get in through the walls pretty quickly. And I don't know if Panda has much of a defense here, as the champions will need to be upgraded. Not castle yet. Town watch for Andy. Keeping an eye out for any more shenanigans. It's almost finished with the food over here. And he's collecting relics too. 3 already. 2 more on the outside, so he grabbed all the relics in the middle. This Panda up to castle. Finally up to castle. So looking for spears into pikemen to fight the knights. That never feels good when your opponent already has scorpions. Maybe only tournament most. Yep, exactly. I like my classic Age of Empires gameplay. I think it gives us the most within-game variety, where there are so many different builds available in one match. Whereas if you have a more specialized map pool, it's more limited what civs can do when you head into the match. And Mangonel is trying to hit the champies. Wants to avoid the monks. Going to the scorpion. And Andy clears everything there as the Mangonels keep pushing. The outposts go down. And lots of pressure on Panda's TC. Panda still with the clandestine eco on the settlement to the west. He's run outside. But Panda's just going to call GG there. Says GL. And Andy will win 3-0. So quick set there. Nothing too surprising. But wanted to make sure we gave Panda the cast. And at least this way we're at least covering all the Onimaru player sets too. So 24 to 6 KD for Andy there. The Trush was interesting, but in the long run, not effective against Andy. Too big of a skill difference there. The Dark Cav? The Bolas rider? I don't know. Honestly, that's a new DLC thing. I have no idea how the DLC works. I'll need to figure that out in the future. There you go. Loss for the Inca. Win for... What was Andy there? See the Italians? He was a monk civ. But that'll be it for today. So thank you all for watching. And we did stream on the Onimaru Twitch and the Onimaru YouTube. Unfortunately, I don't have their YouTube chat open. I'll try to do better at reading that in the future. But streamed for almost 9 hours. Thank you all for watching. Let me end the Onimaru streams first, then I'll say goodbye on my own stream. So thank you all for watching. We'll be back. I have a ton of games on Friday. Not sure if I'll be around to cast tomorrow or not. I probably will be. We have another game in 2 hours, but yeah, we'll have a ton of Rex tomorrow, maybe 2. And then 2 sets tomorrow. So we'll see what we do. I might go live later tomorrow and then cast a couple of sets as Rex that are played overnight. So thank you all for watching. Thank you for being in the chat. Remember to go follow the Onimaru stream too. I think we did get them a couple hundred or around 100 followers today. It was under 1,000 when I got here. And what are they at now? 1,077. So I think we had, I saw it was like 980 earlier, so I think we got them quite a few followers today. So thank you very much. We're going to keep casting on both channels today, and I'll see you all later. Or not today, but later on throughout the rest. And trip to sub into the Onimaru stream. Thank you very much.